Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Obaido's original smile was withdrawn all of a sudden, and his eyes became fierce. That expression was an expression he had never shown in front of Minato and Kakashi. At this moment, in a hidden corner, a black figure was watching them quietly. He had long hair, some deep eye bags, and the most noticeable thing was his Rinnegan. Rinnegan, who seems to be able to dominate everything, is hiding in the dark and watching Obaido. There was a slight smile on the corner of the man's mouth, and he said, "Looks very similar to me." Immediately afterwards, the man disappeared into the darkness. Holding kunai in his hand, Obaido rushed towards the three Chunins with fierce eyes. The three Chunins from Longyan village also put on a fighting posture. At this moment, Lin, who was behind, was rescued by Obaido's clone, and the two Obaido and Lin rushed towards the three Chunins. Obaido made a fire-style gesture with his hands, fire-style fireball. A fireball sprayed towards the skinny Chunin. The three Chunins jumped away at the same time, forming madras on their hands and condensed a water knife from the air, Taki and Liu water blade. The three Chunin slashed at Obaido at the same time. Obaido dodged left and right, but his movements were still slow. He was hit by the thin Chunin and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin yelled at Obaido in panic. Another Obaido clone blocked another Chunin's attack with his body and disappeared into the air. Lin had no time to be afraid and was worried about Obaido, but was entangled by the neither fat nor thin Chunin, and she fought with that Chunin. Although Lin is still a genin, she is a student brought by Minato after all. If she fights alone with a Chunin from Longyan village, she will not suffer a disadvantage. It's just that Obaido was seriously injured and he was on one knee, staring at the two people angrily. The two Chunin made it clear that they wanted to bully Obaido. "You are the only one who is still Uchiha. You didn't even open the eyes of the blood wheel." As soon as the thin man Chunin finished speaking, Obaido's Sharingan began to change, and his black eyes gradually turned blood red. There is a hook jade shape in the fundus of the eye. Obaido opened his eyes. Yo-yo. Did I witness the opening of Sharingan's eyes? The skinny Chunin seemed to be unable to see Obaido clearly and began to form seals on his hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A water dragon appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Obaido. Obaido was hit, looking very embarrassed, stood up after falling down several times. "I will not let you take Lin away." At this time, Lin was also at a disadvantage. Their strength was already far behind those of the Chunin in Longyan village. Not to mention age, but in terms of combat experience, they were far behind. Although Obaido is a member of the Uchiha family, his talent is not good. He doesn't master both eye-opening and fire style very well. He looks optimistic, but he actually has another side. The thin man Taki Shinobu was going to give Obaido the last blow. "It's unlucky for you to meet me today, goodbye." During this time, he stabbed Obaido's chest with a sword made of water. Obaido was not reconciled, but now he was so injured that he couldn't move, and Lin was also knocked down, lying on the ground and vomiting a lot of blood. After a few seconds, Taki Shinobu's water sword didn't pierce Obaido's heart, but the man seemed to have seen something particularly terrifying and turned his head in horror. "You." The thin man Chunin suddenly had a short sword surrounding the white chakra on his chest, and the blood dripped from the blade. As he fell, Kakashi appeared behind the thin Chunin. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi quickly moved in front of Chunin, who was about to attack Lin, and ended him with a single blow. There is only one Chunin left. I don't know when Kakashi played lightning-style Rasengan suddenly appeared and hit the remaining Chunin. He was relieved to see Kakashi. "Obaido, I thought I was about to confess my life." Obaido smiled at Kakashi and fainted, passed. Kakashi took Obaido and Rin to a relatively safe cave. Rin's injuries were less serious than Obaido's, barely able to walk. After a short break, Lin began to stop the bleeding and treat the wound for Obaido. "Kakashi can't help you with medical ninjutsu, you can only rely on Lin." "Rin, what the hell happened?" Kakashi asked Rin. Lin frowned. "I just went back and found someone hiding in my room." Have you seen who that person is? Kakashi asked. Lin shook her head. I can't see his face clearly, but half of his body is white and half is black. Lin tried hard to recall. What Kakashi didn't know was that just a year later, he led the team on a mission for the first time as Jonin, and both Rin and Obito died tragically because of what happened today. Obito was stoned. Lin became a tail. Jinchuriki's containers were all planned during this mission. Many people lost something because they were thrown under the collapsed houses. No, he just took one look at me and disappeared. Lin shook her head and continued, after he disappeared, the 3 Chunin broke in and took me away. It's called Chomai and it's 7 tails. For some unknown reason, 7 tails suddenly lost control and ran away. Among the ninjas in the village, there is no one who can control Chomai. After a bit of adjustment, when Obito woke up, Kakashi decided to go out and give a sign to Sensei Minato, telling him where we were. The houses in the village were blown to pieces by the wind from Chomai's wings and turned into ruins. Chomai has a big mouth and countless scales are released from its mouth, and those who are touched will be temporarily paralyzed and unable to move. Asking for flowers? Just when he was at a loss, something happened in Longyan village. 7 tails became angry because of Minato's attack. What appeared to be only 4 wings turned into 7. Buzz Minato makes an angry sound door. The fighting students I heard clearly came from teacher Minato's room. Kakashi has not been able to use the existing clues to analyze what happened to teacher Minato. A huge insect ran away suddenly. It has a huge body, several unknown horns on its head, 6 claws as sharp as a sickle and 2 wings on its back. The wings are orange-red and the head is blue-gray. The body has a strange green glow. So did he do anything to you? Kakashi asked. Moreover, Kakashi couldn't figure out the purpose of taking Lin away. Teacher Minato is nowhere to be found and the elderly escort is also missing. Kakashi guards Obito and Lin and cannot leave for the time being. He only knew that teacher Minato would definitely notice that Lin was taken away, but it seemed that no one heard what happened in Lin's room. There was a lot of crying in the village and it seemed that Longyan village would be destroyed because of Chomai. Minato rushed out and a yellow flash surrounded 7 tails. Kakashi didn't know that that person was Ju. But I feel that things are not that simple and I think I will report this matter to Li Yue when I go back. The giant Rasengan hits 7 tails. Rasengan slid past Chomai's wings. Although Chomai's attack power is average, his speed is extremely fast and his evasion skills are outstanding. Minato seemed to guess that Rasengan would miss, and the moment Rasengan flew past Chomai, the huge Rasengan suddenly turned into kunai. The next second, Minato grabbed kunai and appeared, grabbed Rasengan in his hand and hit Chomai on the back. Of powder. Minato covered his mouth and nose and teleported behind a tree with Flying Thunder God, panting. Although he had dodged fast enough, he was still hit. The body already had a paralyzed reaction and his judgment began to decline. He frowned, quick. The blow just now has completely pulled down 7 tails Chomai's hatred. Chomai howled 967 and searched for Minato's trace with compound eyes. Chomai opened his mouth and the huge-tailed beast bombs quickly gathered from small to large, hitting the ground indiscriminately. There was a loud bang and a large area of villages was destroyed. Minato jumped out and flew towards Chomai with several kunai with blasting talismans. The kunai hit 7 tails. Chomai's wings exploded. Chomai turned to Minato and flew towards Minato quickly. Minato ran into the woods with Chomai, turning his head and flying towards Chomai from time to time. Due to the effect of the paralyzing powder, his body's motor function has declined. Even so, he still relies on the speed of the yellow flash to dodge when Chomai is about to attack him time and time again. Chomai was a little annoyed and chakra slammed into Minato with the huge horn on his head. Teleported away, eyes began to slack. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have been unable to move, but Minato can still maintain this calm judgment and fight. Minato gritted his teeth and stopped after making sure that 7 tails had been led away from the village by him. He held the trident kunai in his hand and stabbed it at his arm. He kept awake with the pain, staring at 7 tails deeply. 7 tails was completely out of control and slammed into Minato again. Minato flew out of kunai when he hit him. Kunai hit Seven Tails in the stomach, and when he was about to hit him, Minato appeared, grabbed the Rasengan in his hand and hit Seven Tails in the stomach. Seven Tails screamed, gathered the tailed beast bomb on its mouth and hit the ground. After Minato attacked Seven Tails, he disappeared in midair and appeared behind a tree. I don't know if it was a coincidence that the place where Minato appeared was exactly where the tailed beast bomb fell. Minato flew out of the kunai egg and teleported himself to the location where kunai fell. The tailed beast bomb wreaks havoc and turns a large forest into charcoal. Minato was standing on the edge of the charcoal, almost dead. The three of Kakashi also rushed over and stood beside Minato. "Sensei, we will help you." Obito was seriously injured and his chest was still bleeding. Minato glanced at the three of them without rejecting them, and double images had already begun to appear in front of his eyes. Without time to explain, he ordered to Kakashi, "I'll distract Seven Tails, you attack from behind." Kakashi nodded and jumped away. Minato stabbed himself with kunai again. This time it was harder, and he cut a long gash in his flesh. Minato gritted his teeth in pain. Big drops of sweat gushed from his forehead. Teacher, Lin looked at Minato worriedly. Minato glanced back at Lin and Obito. "You attack according to the situation and protect yourself." Obito was more serious than ever. He turned on the Sharingan and stared at the giant insect Seven Tails. This was the first time he saw a tailed beast. The inner shock was unprecedented and his calf was trembling involuntarily. He doesn't know that Kakashi is so dangerous every time he performs missions. In front of Seven Tails Chomai, the attacks of Obito and Rin are negligible, and the reason why Minato didn't stop them is because the Konoha genin who graduated from the ninja school are Konoha's hope. Their growth is related to Konoha's future, which is what the Will of Fire has always insisted on. As the successor of the Will of Fire, Minato will sacrifice his life to protect the safety of the children if something unexpected happens. Minato rushed towards Chomai, and after entering kunai's range, he immediately flew kunai out. When he touched Chomai, Minato appeared with a Rasengan in his hand. While Rasengan was hitting Chomai, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Chomai. Chidori and Rasengan had the chance to hit Chomai at the same time. Chomai screamed, spitting out countless scales from her mouth. Kakashi and Minato dodged at the same time. The scale powder flew into Kakashi's performance. Kakashi felt uncomfortable and inhaled a lot of scale powder in his mouth. He knelt on the ground with one knee. Kunai stuck into the soil barely stopped. "What is this?" Kakashi frowned. The shell of Seven Tails is very hard. Even if it is hit, it does not have a greater impact on him, but the stimulating Seven Tails Chomai is even more irritable, and the huge chakra doubles his destructive power. While Kakashi and Minato alternated attacks, they managed to get Chomai's attention. Seven Tails twisted around and suddenly found Obito and Lin standing in the distance. Obito had just thrown a shuriken at Chomai. "Teacher Minato." With his appearance, the surrounding air twisted. Minato disappeared with him at the same time. Seven Tails Chomai rushed to the ground, knocking down several trees by their roots with a bang. Minato's body was at its limit and he pushed water away with his last bit of strength. There was a double image in front of Minato's eyes. He resisted to launch the flying thunder god to appear beside Obito and Lin, grabbing their shoulders and flashing past. In the next second, Li Yue brought Minato and appeared beside Kakashi not far away. Obito and Lin tactfully hid. Minato 0.6 took the opportunity to bring Obito and Lin out of Chomai's attack range. "Miss Minato." A white chakra wolf ran towards Chomai quickly. Because Chomai was in a manic state, he lost his original judgment and was hit by White Fang before he had time to dodge. His body was paralyzed for a while. In order to cover Mr. Minato, Kakashi quickly sealed, lightning-style White Fang. Kakashi heaved a sigh of relief and felt a cold sweat in his heart. "Teacher," Minato was surprised. Chomai flickered and appeared in front of Obito and Lin in an instant, and the huge-tailed beast bomb hit them. "I thought it was safe, but I didn't expect another Chomai to appear behind Minato." Chomai flapped its huge wings and swooped over from the air. Obito and Lin screamed. Kakashi also ran over from a distance. Seeing that Chomai's huge horn was about to collide with Minato, Uchiha Li Yue suddenly appeared. "Oops!" Kakashi yelled, and it was too late for the two of them. A golden flash was fleeting and the huge-tailed beast bomb exploded on the ground, blasting out a large circular black crater. Li Yue patted Minato's shoulder. "Leave it to me." Abido and Lin looked at Li Yue adoringly. At this moment they felt that Li Yue had light on her body. The Hokage cloak on Li Yue's back was blown away by the wind and it looked like a flame was burning. With Li Yue, the hearts of several people were relieved at once and they felt an inexplicable sense of security. Kakashi's chakra has been consumed to the limit and Minato is also paralyzed and unable to move. Li Yue took them to a safe place. Back in front of Seven Tails again, this Seven Tails seems to have endless chakra and keeps sending out tailed beast bombs. After a while, the surroundings of Seven Tails have been destroyed by tailed beast bombs and the original appearance cannot be seen. Li Yue actually came here because he received an urgent notification when he was doing the daily check-in of the system. This is a very important system in Konoha that will be activated when people encounter danger. The main function is to prevent Li Yue from changing the past and saving people from dying because of other things. 31. Li Yue was floating in midair, looking at the manic Seven Tails. When he signed in a few days ago, he obtained the ability of the Thunder Fruit in Pirate. Now he can freely float in midair and transform a part of his body into lightning anytime and anywhere. Most of Takian village was destroyed by Seven Tails because Minato has not yet learned the sealing technique, so even if he fights against Seven Tails, he is just constantly consuming chakra, and when chakra is exhausted, the only thing waiting for him is death. Seven Tails released tailed beast bomb everywhere without a target. Li Yue floated in midair when he raised his hand. The sky was suddenly clouded with dark clouds and slashed towards the tail. Seven Tails was hit and twisted crazily, charging towards Li Yue, spraying nerve-paralyzing powder from his mouth. Li Yue's Rinnegan suddenly appeared in the Sharingan pattern while using Kamui to avoid the powder attack. Seven Tails slammed towards Li Yue again. Li Yue's Rinnegan turned and disappeared in midair in a flash and reappeared behind Seven Tails just after disappearing. He raised his hand and the color of Rinnegan gradually turned golden. Rinnegan coercion. In an instant, with Li Yue as the center, a 360-degree blade shock wave was released to the surroundings. The huge shock wave destroyed the two wings of Seven Tails and Seven Tails howled in despair, gathering tailed beast bombs to hit Li Yue. Li Yue activated Kamui to transfer the tailed beast bomb to another time and space. Then point to Seven Tails, Tiangsubo Meteor Life Jade Box. Countless purple lights of different shapes gathered in Li Yue's palm and hit Seven Tails. After several consecutive attacks, Seven Tails began to show signs of fatigue. In the village in the distance, the ninjas of Takian village all looked at Li Yue, and the logo of 4th Hokage on the back of the cloak stood out impressively. Unexpectedly, when Takian village encountered a big crisis, it was Konoha's Hokage who came forward to save them. The shocking and powerful big move shocked the ninjas in Takian village. Li Yue's name has long been spread in the ninja world, but these are just rumors that Li Yue is very powerful, but I have never seen how powerful he is. Seeing it today is simply beyond their imagination. Kakashi stood in the distance, also watching Li Yue's every attack. For the first time, he understood how powerful the pupil power of the Uchiha clan is and they can push Seven Tails to a desperate situation. That is a tailed beast? He had already seen the strength of Seven Tails during the fight just now. Li Yue was just testing his skills with Seven Tails and seeing that the Seven Tails were almost consumed by him, he threw a black box at Seven Tails Chomai. It's about Seven Tails Chomai. Chomai's time was frozen by him. At this time a little girl's cry came from a tree hole. She looked to be only 3 years old and Li Yue recognized her at first sight with her green hair. She is Feng. That's Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Li Yue sealed Seven Tails in the girl's body with sealing technique. The girl didn't know what the fever was, she just felt another chakra surging in her body. Li Yue patted Feng on the shoulder, looked at her with a smile. Get along well with it, you will become very strong in the future. I seem to have met Uchiha Madara, Minato said uncertainly, maybe it's him. Li Yue nodded, is he the one who released Seven Tails? After returning to Konoha, Minato continued to teach the three people. The growth rate of the three people is very fast while Obaido's progress is much slower. He is often late and he doesn't care much about ninjutsu and practice. Obaido's Sharingan has also been going nowhere. Instead, Kakashi is already taking Jonin's upgrade exam. During this period, Minato's deputy director Lin and Obaido walked on the water and climbed trees. These skills allowed them to quickly control chakra in their bodies. That's what Li Yue taught Minato and the others. A ninjutsu has to be practiced many times before it can be mastered. Most of the time he misses the point. Minato frowned. In the beginning 7 Tails was controlled by someone. That person should be Uchiha Madara, but when I got into a fight with 7 Tails that person suddenly disappeared. In fact, this is all an illusion for others to see. The real reason for being late is that he is working hard to practice ninjutsu, but he doesn't want people to know that he is working hard because he really doesn't seem to have much talent. Learning everything is slow. Minato has recovered, but he still looks a little tired. When he saw Li Yue, he told him what happened in Longyan Village. Longyan Village 7 Tails Jinchuriki doesn't even have a name and it doesn't even exist in Li Yue's memory. The old man was found dying by Minato. Minato sent the old 280 back to Longyan Village and the old man's family was very grateful to him. Li Yue can probably guess why Uchiha Madara left in his heart. He probably just wanted to see if he could separate the tailed beast from Jinchuriki. The 7th class seems to be a cursed class and only Minato and Zin Jianai are left alive in the 7th class led by Li Yue. As for the 7th class taught by Minato, which is Kakashi's class, an inevitable thing will happen soon. Li Yue didn't explain and opened Huenquan by Liangsaka and teleported to Minato. Now this person is dead and 7 Tails was sealed in Feng's body by Li Yue with a sealing technique. From today onwards, Takian Village and Konoha Village will never betray each other. After dealing with 7 Tails, Li Yue directly used Kamui to return Konoha first. Minato took Kakashi and others to live in the old man's house for a day and they went back when Obaido recovered. The old man was taken away by Uchiha Madara and Ju, who forced the old man to get the hero's water. Don't know what to use it for. The old man was discarded in the woods of a waterfall where there is a particularly huge tree. This tree is the key to obtain the hero's water. The girl blinked her big eyes, not understanding what Li Yue meant. After a series of exams and comprehensive judgments, Kakashi got the title of Jonin. Konoha's genius ninja got the Jonin qualification at the age of 12 and no one has done it before. Recently, the war between Konoha and Iwagakure has intensified. The village has sent many ninjas to the frontline missions. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are all fighting on the frontline. And the increasingly feared Golden Flash Namikaze Minato. On this day, Obaido and Guy were sitting on the roof basking in the sun. Kakashi had just won the title of Jonin and his friends of the same age were very envious of him. Obaido is happy for Kakashi in his heart, but deep down he is also dissatisfied with Kakashi. Why is he so powerful? Obaido frowned a bit depressedly with an idiot in his mouth. Kakashi is so powerful, I'm afraid I can't compare to him in my whole life. I'm sure I can. Guy leaned on his arms and grinned. Obaido gave Guy a sideways look. Where did you get the confidence? I'll catch up to him someday. Guy gave Obaido a wink with a thumbs up. Obaido shuddered. Guy, are you still challenging Kakashi? Obaido asked. Of course, Guy took it for granted. One day I will beat him. I really admire your blind self-confidence. Obaido stood up, spat out the mustard, looked at the distant leaves on the roof and the village was peaceful. Everything is beautiful and comfortable. But he started to get anxious. There has never been a person as stupid as him in the Uchiha clan. He pretends to be indifferent and cares about Kakashi all day long, but in fact he cares about Kakashi very much and he also wants to be as powerful as Kakashi. This kind of emotion will make him dislike Kakashi, but he hides this emotion because it is more about his bond with Kakashi. During those days when Kakashi was eating at home, Kakashi taught him how to master the essentials of the clone technique while speaking venomously. There are too many things that make him jealous but can't hate Kakashi. Not long after Obaido, Lin and Kakashi received the mission. Kakashi took Obaido, Lin and another Chunin to perform the mission together. This was the first time that Kakashi led the team to perform the mission alone as a Jonin. The mission went well at first but then met Rock Shinobi's elite Jonin and Obaido was crushed under a rock. Before he died, he gave Kakashi the Sharingan as a birthday present. Lin was captured and turned into Three Tails Jinchuriki, but Lin couldn't control the tail beast in her body at all. Before the tail beast ran away, Lin begged Kakashi to kill her. Lin died, Obaido was rescued by Uchiha Madara, and Madara arranged for Obaido to see the scene where Kakashi killed Lin. Everything is arranged by Madara. What made Madara think this way was in the Seven Tails runaway mission in Takian village a year ago. Madara is running out of time and needs someone to inherit his will and complete his unfinished business. Madara picked Obaido. Have Black Zetsu possess Obaido and give him a Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara can see the essence of Obaido at a glance, his dual personality. He has a talkative, kind, and enthusiastic side, but also a paranoid and dark side. The paranoid and blackened side is exactly the same as Madara. When Li Yue gave Kakashi this task, he already knew the result. He had the chance to prevent everything from happening, but he didn't. Rather than stopping him, he would rather kill their plans little by little on the premise of understanding their next step-by-step action plans. That stop stimulated Kakashi a lot. He seemed to grow up overnight. Zhuge's right eye was replaced by Obaido's Sharingan. He vowed to continue living with the will of his companions. After recuperating for a month, Kakashi returned to the battlefield. This time Konoha launched a general attack on Iwagakure led by Hatake Sakumo, assisted by Minato, Kakashi and other Konoha Jonin. Attacking Iwagakure from 4 directions, the sound of fighting is everywhere, the rocks are cracked, and the sound of explosions continues. After a while it was flooded again with lightning and thunder. With all the Jonin fighting with all their strength, Li Yue gave the order to end Iwagakure. The 4th Hokage himself went into battle, wearing the clothes of the Uchiha tribe and the Hokage cloak. His long black hair fluttered in the wind and the broken hair on his forehead was blown away, revealing his handsome face. His pupils were bright red like blood, his skin was fair and he had a sun wheel knife on his waist. He pointed his finger to the sky and the sky was filled with dark clouds instantly. Countless lightnings gathered in the clouds. He pointed down and the lightnings struck the rock shinobi on the ground, causing countless casualties. Li Yue was floating in midair looking down at Iwagakure and his gaze fell on 3rd Tsuchikage. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan on his eyes began to change, turning into Goyu Rinnegan. Rinnegan's roulette started to spin. Li Yue spread out his hands and gathered 10 grams of black particles around him floating, and the volume of the particles increased rapidly. Li Yue's eyes showed a murderous look. Letter 3005 Planetary Devastation. Letter 3005. Li Yue's planetary devastation is not the same as the planetary devastation in the ordinary sense. It is not the power of the seal, but some kind of tiny quantum absorbs the natural ability and then explodes on the ground. The destruction effect continues the effect of the black particles. It should be an enhanced version of his previous black particles. 10 black particles exploded on the ground, destroying everything affected. In an instant, more than half of Iwagakure was destroyed by Li Yue. 3rd Tsuchikage jumped out and launched the dust escape boundary stripping technique to surround the rock shinobi around him with him. Blocked the planetary devastation's particle blast. Immediately afterwards, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi quickly changed the seal Earth-style earthquake core, Hao Zhao. As soon as the words fell, a square of ground appeared under his feet and rose rapidly. And at the same time, a yellow earthquake core was produced from the top of his head, and the earthquake core was expanding and getting bigger. Call Uchiha Li Yue. Li Yue did not dodge and also gathered a black particle with the effect of lightning on his hand. Yellow earthquake nuclei and black particles of lightning were in the sky, bursting out with a loud noise like a nuclear weapon, and a hole was blown out in the sky and a little sunlight came out. Li Yue stood in the sunlight floating in midair looking at Dayemu standing on the earth block. Dayemu was just like Li Yue's impression. He is very short and doesn't look as old as he remembers, but his nose is still red. He looked at Li Yue with his hands behind his back. I knew you and I would have such a fight, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Li Yue laughed. I don't think so, but I think it's too late. Oh. Really? Onogi looked around. Uchiha Li Yue's destruction is really amazing, so let's fight for our lives today. I want you to pay back the life that Iwagakure died. Anoki was aggressive, with a murderous look all over his body. Li Yue's fighting spirit was aroused by Anoki, and his eyes became serious. I, Konoha, have suffered countless deaths and injuries over the years, so I should settle this account properly. Onoki's hands intertwined, changing the knot seal on the hands, Earth-style gangly-style technique. A huge rock giant climbed out from the ground in front of him, and the rock giant waved its fist and roared towards Li Yue. Li Yue's Rinnegan turned blue in an instant, transformed himself into thousands of paper cranes, flew away while fists were hitting him, and appeared in another direction. At the same time, he was carrying countless lightning effect. Li Yue's blue Rinnegan began to change like ripples on the water, back in time. The time went back to the moment when the boulder monster punched Li Yue. This time, when the fist checked him, Li Yue turned himself into a thunderbolt and dispersed, converging in another direction and appearing 290 again. And Li Yue activated the blue Rinnegan's skills, turning time back again. This time he had completely mastered Onoga's attacking routine. After dodging the attack in the form of lightning, he suddenly appeared in front of Onogi with a bolt of lightning like Kakashi Reikiri in his hand, which hit directly at Onoga's chest. Mew took a step back, made a fist with one hand, and put the index finger and middle finger together. Tuyi's clenched arm suddenly turned into a hard rock and was extremely huge, and he approached Li Yue Tianyi. The fist that has increased hardness and weight has inertia when it is swung. Once hit, the internal organs will burst open. Li Yue did not flicker and looked at Anoki with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The moment his fist touched Li Yue's body turned into a thunderbolt, crawled over Onamu's arm and hit him straight to his whole body. Onogi was shocked. How could it be? Could it be that the person fighting me is a clone? Of course not. Li Yue once appeared in front of the boulder monster, floating in midair, looking at Yemu under the boulder monster. Of course he is not a clone. This is DBB, the devil fruit ability he obtained. Now his whole body is composed of lightning, and he can control lightning at will. In the world of Hokage, what is similar to his state is probably the secret technique of the ghost lamp family. Onogi quickly realized, could it be the lightning-style secret technique? Li Yue smiled without saying a word. The color of her eyes changed again and became a blood-red Sharingan color, and the 6 hook jades were arranged opposite each other. Reincarnation Amaterasu. A huge black flame burned on the boulder's body in an instant, and the flame spread rapidly and spread to Anoki's body in no time. Anoki didn't have time to dodge and activated the empty escape original realm stripping technique in his hand to separate himself from the fire of Amaterasu. Seeing Anoki block Amaterasu's fire, Li Yue's Rinnegan changes color again. This time the left eye is red and the right eye is blue. The blue Rinnegan launched a time retrospective, going back in time to the second before Onoki activated his skills. Watching Onoki activate the barrier, Li Yue suddenly appeared in front of him and raised his hand, sealing technique suction. His palm suddenly appeared to absorb Chakra's ability, absorbing Onoki's enchantment into his body. At the same time, Li Yue's other hand released the cover of Dust Escape Original Realm Stripping Technique, covering himself. Amaterasu's fire burned to third Tsuchikige's body and he rolled on the floor in pain. The fire of Amaterasu is different from other flames. It is a flame that cannot be extinguished by any water. Then the cocky stone monster was burnt to Kurizumi in an instant. As soon as the wind blows, it disappears and Yemu is burned to death. If Li Yue hadn't controlled the speed of the fire spreading, Yemu would have disappeared in an instant just like the boulder monster. Li Yue fell down and used the reincarnation Sharingan to extinguish Amaterasu's black fire little by little. Anoki was dying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were also burned, but it was not fatal, but he had already lost his fighting ability. Li Yue frowned. I wanted to fight for a while, but this move seems to be too strong. With the check-in of these few years, Li Yue has fully acquired all the skills of Rinnegan from gray to golden yellow. Not only that, but also opened the reincarnation Sharingan that not only has the function of collective Rinnegan, but also has the function of Sharingan. He hasn't fought for a long time, but when he meets a character like Third Tsuchikage, he naturally wants to try his ability to open eyes. This move shocked all the rock shinobi who were still fighting. They never expected that Konoha would not kill them all but healed their Tsuchikage-sama. Tsunade understood, stepped forward and summoned Katsuyu to heal Anoki. For future peace? Li Yue knelt down and looked at Anoki with a smile. War is not the only way to become stronger, Li Yue said lightly. He just respects that people don't offend me and I don't offend others. However, in the later development of Iwagakure, it is a trend to form an alliance with Konoha. Thank you. Li Yue got up and called Tsunade behind him and gave him a wink. His title became louder and louder and no one didn't know it. Anoki sighed, "You are more powerful than I imagined and you deserve to be the one who destroyed half of Cloud Shinobi Village by yourself." In the eyes of outsiders, Li Yue is like a prophet who can predict, accurately judge the opponent's actions and react immediately after the opponent's actions. In fact, Li Yue has already calculated every detail by going back in time. Anoki clutched his chest and knelt on the ground on one knee, seeing that their master Tsuchikage had lost, and the other rock shinobi also stopped fighting. Li Yue's blue Rinnegan's time reversal combined with Rinnegan's sealing spell is the nemesis for third Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage shook his head and sighed, "That's all." Anoki wiped the blood from his mouth. "You could have burned me to death, why did you spare my life?" Minato has become the golden flash that makes opponents fear by virtue of his powerful combat analysis ability and the use of Flying Thunder God as a sign of flexible combat. But unexpectedly, one Amaterasu burned half of third Tsuchikage's life. In fact, this cannot be blamed on third Tsuchikage. For a long time, the 5 major countries and the small countries around us have been fighting against the weak and the strong have become our survival rule. Now it seems that Konoha is not the same, Anoki. They all looked at Li Yue and Anoki. On the other hand, Kakashi followed Konoha's ninjas to fight at Kana-kun Bridge. This time Kakashi received the task of cutting off the Kana Bridge and retreating to support rock shinobi in the village. Li Yue started to attack Iwagakure directly with a large force. Kakashi, Minato and others received the blocking task. Namikaze, Minato, Kakashi and 5 or 6 Konobi Jonin intercepted the rock shinobi Jonin on their way back to the village. A few people stood on one side of the cliff. They had just cut off the bridge that rock shinobi must pass. Thousands of rock shinobi were blocked on the other side of the cliff, but for them, the cliff could not stop them from returning to the village. On the contrary, looking at Konoha, he sent 7 people to stop them, showing contempt. "Just a few of you want to stop us." A somewhat ferocious rock shinobi looked at several people opposite, and suddenly his eyes fell on Kakashi, who was only 12 years old. "Another child. Stop you, we are enough." Namikaze Minato smiled slightly and made an offensive gesture to the Konoha Jonins behind him. There are many members of Konoha's clan. The few behind them are 2 supercilious eyes from the Hyuga clan and 2 insect-controlling ninjas from the Aburame clan. The remaining one is a member of the Uchiha clan. Several people jumped over the cliff and fell to the opposite side and started a battle with rock shinobi on the opposite side. Although there are few Jonin in Konoha, each of them is a powerful character with 1 enemy against 100. With one big move, one hit, Namikaze Minato was even quicker and only a yellow flash could be seen. In an instant, more than half of the thousands of rock shinobi on the opposite side were killed or injured. Kakashi didn't jump over but intercepted rock shinobi who was fleeing in the chaos, probably because of Yuanjialu Nero, and the fleeing rock shinobi was a trio of Huaguang, Oishi and Suma Garen. There is also a man named Majai in the Battle of Kana Bridge. Obito lost his life because of them. Lin also died in that battle. Kakashi recognized them almost immediately. Without even thinking about it, he launched Chidori in his hand and ran towards them. As soon as the 4 of them jumped, they saw Kakashi attacking them. Sumashi hurriedly activated his skill, Earth-style crack the soil and turn the palm. He gathered chakra on his palm and hit the ground, causing the ground to split open and block Kakashi's movement. But Kakashi didn't stop. On the cracked ground, he jumped back and forth in front of Sumashi. Sumashi thought that Kakashi would attack him, so he quickly performed a body replacement technique. changed himself to the other side. Unexpectedly, Kakashi teleported behind him. Chidori shot in from behind him, scorched his whole body. His internal organs were split and shredded, and he vomited blood. You. What? Before he could finish speaking, Tsumaji fell to the ground without breathing. This blow stunned the other three people. Are you that kid? Why did you become so powerful all of a sudden? This is impossible. Hade Kakashi, the leech called out Kakashi's name. One of Kakashi's eyes is blocked under the forehead protector. He wears a mask on his face and the Konoha logo on his arm is striking. Kakashi stared at the remaining three people coldly, raised his finger slightly, pointing to the firelight. Next, you. As Kakashi said, Kakashi flew a shuriken towards Huo Guang. Huo Guang squatted down instinctively to avoid the shuriken. Kakashi suddenly appeared above him, half-crouched, holding the shuriken upside down. The other hand grabs Rasengan. Lightning-style Rasengan? Rasengan with lightning attributes appeared and disappeared. Huoguang jumped away from Kakashi and launched a ninjutsu not far away, Earth-style rock house collapse. This is the ability to kill Abido. But this time, before he can use it, lightning-style Rasengan is in front of Huoguang. When he realized it was too late, Rasengan punched a big hole in his chest, killing him instantly. Dashi launched ninjutsu camouflage hidden, disappeared into the air, waiting for the opportunity to move. The leech quickly formed a seal on his hand, shadow clone technique. 20 clones exactly like him split out in an instant, surrounding Kakashi. Kakashi stood still with an indifferent expression and slowly pushed away the other eye that was blocking the lower part of the forehead protector. That is Albido's eye, which has opened the three-hook jade. The bright red pupils stared at the leech like a demon. These avatars are assigned to chakra, a part of the magic leech, and each has a certain fighting ability and the ability to withstand damage. It has the independent ability to perform spells, and it also has the same judgment ability as the main body. The attack of the magic leech increased by more than 20 times. Each leech has a katana sword in its hand. It was the knife that cut Kakashi's eye. The leech, who thought he had the upper hand, smiled slyly. Kakashi, today is your death day. Asking for flowers? Kakashi squinted his eyes and also used the shadow clone technique, splitting out the same number of clones as the magic leech, and each Kakashi grabbed a cloud of blue lightning in his hand. Attack towards the shadow clone of the leech. 20 Kakashi and 20 leeches fought. The clone of the leech was defeated by Kakashi's clone and disappeared within 2 hits. Kakashi withdrew his clone and found that the leeches were gone too. The East Dead Man on the opposite side ran into Namikaze Minato, who was the leader of the Rock Shinobi army, and the East Dead Man fought with Minato. Earth-style soil stalagmite. The leech suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, squatting on the ground, pressing the ground with both hands. Kakashi sneaks a Rasengan in front of Shiro, and calculated the direction where the big stone will be hit. This is impossible. The bearings are calculated correctly, and the Rasengan appears at just the right time. Kakashi looked at him indifferently. Sharingan began to turn red and the roulette wheel of Sangoyu began to spin. Just let you forgive and forgive Sharingan's true ability. Kakashi turned around and walked towards the leech. It's your turn. Kakashi jumped up and looked at the leech, but his hand was forming a seal quickly, impressing the skill, Reikiri White Fang. Moli collected himself. Even if you have some skills, you are not my opponent. Dashi couldn't believe it and wanted to hide and wait for an opportunity, but was hit by lightning-style Rasengan 1 second before he became invisible. He told me you were there. The magic leech was a little dazed. How could a child who was beaten by him so hard that he couldn't even protect his companions suddenly become so powerful? In an instant, only the magic leech was left. Sharp stalagmites emerged from the ground and stabbed Kakashi. A huge hole was punched in Dashi's chest and he fell down on the spot. I only heard Dashi wailing in pain and was blackened by the electric shock from White Fang and appeared in front of Kakashi. How did you see me? Zero, a white chakra's wolf ran out of his hand and chased to the other side, which is the direction where Dashi is invisible. Kakashi looked at Oishi, pointed to his eyes. This eye belongs to my most cherished companion who was killed by you. The magic leech looked at Kakashi with disdain, quickly formed a seal on his hand, and Kakashi followed him to do the same. How come? I saw that Kakashi's seal movement was behind the magic leech at first, and then became faster and faster, in sync with the magic leech, and finally faster than the magic leech. Kakashi said the name of ninjutsu first, Earth-style Chinese letter technique. I saw him squatting on the ground, holding the ground with both hands. The ground began to split from the inside, the earth's crust moved violently, and the two lumps of earth and stone raised up on both sides of the magic leech and clamped tightly. The leech's skills were interrupted and there was no chance of escape. The living people were squeezed into meatloaf by the earth and rocks. Kakashi stood up, patted the ashes off his hands and looked back at Minato and the others. During this time, several people from Minato also ended the battle, and the entire army of thousands of rock shinobi was wiped out. Several people nodded to each other and headed towards Iwagakure to meet Li Yue. Li Yue has also defeated 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and left him a 303 life. Konoha village and Iwagakure officially ceased fighting. Iwagakure took the initiative to give Konoha a large sum of money and signed a peace agreement with Konoha village. Since then, Iwagakure and Konoha have embarked on a long road of peace. Not only that, Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage has begun to imitate Konoha's management mode after the battle with Konoha, created Will of Stone and contributed greatly to the development of Iwagakure. Iwagakure, like Konoha, began to be divided into several departments which were managed by Tsuchikage. With the end of the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, Kirigakure also retreated and stopped harassing Konoha. Konoha ushered in an unprecedented period of peace. Li Yue has been looking for Uchiha Madara, but Madara only appeared in the battle between Longyan Village and Kanakunkyo. His purpose in Longyan Village should be related to the tail beast. It was also during the Seven Tails runaway in Takiyan Village that Uchiha Madara discovered Albedo. In the Battle of Kanakunkyo, he twisted Albedo and let him inherit his unfinished business. Albedo was taken away. Li Yue didn't go into this matter deeply. He knew that even if he stopped Albedo and was caught with the characters of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, they would not give up their plan. At that time, the 2nd and 3rd Albedo will definitely come out. If the tone is changed to an unfamiliar plot, it is better to let the plot be in his own hands. According to the current plot development, Uchiha Madara will die between Lin's death and the Nine Tails Rampage event. Of course, the Nine Tails event probably won't trigger because there is no condition for Nine Tails to run amok. However, it cannot be ruled out that other things will happen to make Nine Tails run amok and destroy Konoha. How will it develop in the future? Li Yue himself does not know. All he has to do now is to get rid of Kirigakure and let the figure change back to true peace. Because of the truce with Iwagakure, Konoha ushered in a rest period and all the ninjas were given a holiday by Li Yue. Hatake Sakumo can finally stay at home with Kakashi for a while. Hatake Sakumo is very satisfied with Kakashi's progress recently. He is very proud of his son. In order to relax, Li Yue held a large-scale barbecue meeting, and Li Yue sent people to arrange enough barbecue tables in the central square of Konoha. Then I prepared endless meat and wine, and in order to keep Konoha's safety, the Uchiha clan was not in the yakiniku meeting. They are also responsible for protecting the people of Konoha village. Tsunade was the happiest one when she heard that there was a barbecue meeting. Everyone knows that Tsunade loves two things: one is gambling and she has a physique that loses every gamble, and the other is drinking. As long as there is alcohol, she will happy. Li Yue also let her go, just quietly watching Tsunade doing what she likes. Her eyes are full of doting. Kushina has grown up like a big girl, shed her teenage immaturity and added a bit of beauty. She watched Li Yue quietly, following him with adoring eyes. All the ninjas in Konoha who made outstanding contributions on the battlefield have all returned to Konoha, especially the main house and branch house of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi. This barbecue meeting is also a commendation meeting, and Li Yue gave out medals to all the ninjas who paid on the battlefield, especially ones with outstanding performance. White Fang Hatake Sakumo of Konoha, Konoha Sanin Tsunade, Jirya Orchimaru. There are also Inyuzukachu, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Haiichi of Butterfly Kazuma. Konoha has a lot of talents and is getting stronger and stronger. Everyone finds friends who are familiar with each other to sit together to barbecue, punch and talk about interesting things, sing and dance. During the third Hokage period, there were few such activities. After Li Yue became Konoha's Hokage, Konoha felt more at home. Everyone regards Konoha as a big family, no longer starting from the interests of the race. Everyone will give priority to the interests of the village. The Uchiha family is different from the Uchiha family that Li Yue remembers because there is no provocation from Danzo. This year, Fugaku already had a 3-year-old son. His name is Uchiha Itachi, and Li Yue walked around the village in order to hide himself and came to the alley of the Uchiha clan. This picture looks so warm. The light from the fireworks gently shines on the faces of the two people, reflecting their happy smiles. Just in time to see Uchiha Mikoto setting off fireworks outside the gate with his 3-year-old son. Mikoto and Itachi squatted on the ground facing each other, holding a fireworks string in their hands. Mikoto laughed. "Okay, I'll give birth to a younger brother for you in 2 years, but..." Mikoto paused with feigned hesitation. The beautiful fireworks are burning from bottom to top. Itachi's eyes are bright and he smiles happily at Mikoto. "Mom, I just made a wish. I hope to have a younger brother." "Then you have to grow up quickly and become very powerful." Mikoto smiled gently at Itachi. This is what Li Yue wants to protect. He wants to protect Konoha, protect the Uchiha clan, and make everyone smile happily. They are like water. When the enemy is strong, they will lower their heads and never confront directly, but they will make a lot of small moves behind the scenes. Itachi nodded sharply and followed Mikoto's smile. Itachi nodded sharply, looking at Mikoto longingly. Mikoto rubbed Itachi's little head. "Do you want a brother?" "Yeah, no problem, Mom, don't worry, I will always protect my brother." Itachi patted his chest and said. Itachi is protecting Sasuke in his own way, making Sasuke grow up. Presumably that initial promise also started around this time. The little ferret immediately became nervous. "What's the matter, Mom?" "However, the task of protecting my younger brother will be entrusted to you. You have to become stronger to be 0.7, Mikoto said with a smile. Li Yue didn't approach them and watched the mother and child talking from a distance. Suddenly, the plot in his mind came to mind. Li Yue didn't drink because there was still Kirigakure unresolved and he couldn't completely put down his guard. Kirigakure is the best ninja village to sneak attack. Without the death and pain brought by war, Li Yue wants to build Konoha into the most powerful ninja village. After more than a month of rest in Konoha, all the ninjas have recovered, but Iwagakure is not so lucky. Cloud Shinobi Village learned the news that 3rd Tsuchikage was injured by Li Yue through some channels and started a conquest heart. Taking advantage of the fire and fighting with Iwagakure. The war is changing day by day. The ninjas of Iwagakure are seriously injured and the battle between the two countries is very anxious. Unwilling to be lonely, Kirigakure started to wage war against Konoha again. This time, Kirigakure's war was a bit bigger, probably because he wanted to catch Konoha by surprise not long after Konoha had just ended the war with Iwagakure. Li Yue originally wanted to solve Kirigakure, so he decided to attack Kirigakure immediately. Kirigakure also changed his previous guerrilla style of tactics and fought with Yi head-on. A few days later, Li Yue received the news of the death of 3rd Raikage Ai Zhan. Just like what he had learned, in order to let his companions get rid of 31, he fought alone against more than 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas, consuming a lot of physical strength alone. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights and exhausted all his energy to die. In order to get rid of Kirigakure as soon as possible, Li Yue put Sanin Tsunade Orochimaru Jirya. There are also Hyuga Hizashi Hadake Sakumo Narayashino Abur Imjiwe Inuzuka Claw Akamichi Choza Yamanaka Haiichi Nara Shikuhisa Yuhai Meiko etc. These ninjas who have gone through experience and are all on their own. Battlefield. Now Konoha is thriving and getting stronger and stronger, and the younger generation of Kakashi's same period are also sent to the battlefield. The younger generation of ninjas have graduated from ninja schools and are led by their teachers to complete missions on the battlefield. Minato's 7th class died because of albedo, leaving only Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi is already Jonin, and more often he is completing individual tasks. And Lin will be sent to work together in a team without medical ninjas. Tsunade was appointed by Li Yue as the commander-in-chief of the campaign. Not long after the battle, Tsunade received a report from the ninja who was responsible for collecting intelligence. A secret team in Kirigakure had collected information about Konoha's battle. They must intercept that team before dawn tomorrow, otherwise it will be very unfavorable for the next battle. Tsunade handed over the interception task to Hyuga Hisashi, Inuzuka Zuo, Aburame Shiwei and Kakashi to go together. These four ninjas are ninjas who are good at obtaining information and tracking, the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga family, the ninja dogs of the Yin family, and their own sense of smell. The insect-repelling technique of the Aburame family and the Sharingan of Hadake Kakashi are the strongest tracking configuration. In addition, Kakashi's summoning technique is also a very strong tracking method. After receiving the task, several people set off immediately, and Hyuga Hisashi opened his eyes to search for the trail of Mist Ninja in the jungle. Inuzuka Zuo took his ninja dog, Aburame Jiwei, and scattered the pursued insects. Kakashi used the summoning technique to summon the 8 ninja dogs, and the 4 used their own methods to track in different directions and soon tracked each other's traces. There were 3 people on the other side, and they ran very fast. From time to time I will lose track in the jungle, but chakra will stay. Several people looked at each other and chased out tacitly. The 4 of them ran quickly in the direction of the 3 fog ninjas. Hyuga Hisashi led the way with his eyes open, and used gestures to tell each other's direction from time to time. "It's getting closer," Inuzuka Claw said, smelling the smell. Kakashi's ninja dogs have already gone 1 step ahead, and their marks can be seen on the road from time to time. In this way, several people quickly chased each other and determined the escape direction of the other party. Hyuga Hisashi and Inuzuka Zuo detoured to the front to intercept. Kakashi and Aburame Jiwei chased after him, blocking one person in the middle of an open field. The 3 were stopped by Hyuga Hisashi, who appeared in front. They didn't want to fight, so they decided to chase in another direction, but they were stopped by Inuzuka Zuo. Stepping back, Kakashi and Aburame Jiwei appeared one after another, and the 4 stood at the 4 corners, looking at the 3. Ghost Lamp Full Moon kept looking at Kakashi. "Are you that Konoha's little white fang?" Another ninja with orange-red hair has a large tonnage and long hair. These 2 buns are tied on both sides of the head. The teeth are jagged fangs, the neck is bandaged, and the 2 fat cheeks are painted green. Stripes. Of course, this is the experience gained through past battle data. It is said that he is a genius ninja of Kirigakure who has the same extraordinary strength as Kashi, and he has the strength to control 7 ninja swords when he was very young. That is the mask of Kirigakure Anbu. A white bandage was wrapped around his neck. Seeing Hyuga Hisashi and the others, he sneered, "Here comes the death." Kakashi was carrying the short sword that Hadake Sakumo gave him on his back. The forehead protector was half put down, covering one eye, and he also noticed the ghost lamp full moon. Kakashi at this time does not have the title of Sharingan Kakashi. People in the ninja world know him because he is Minato's apprentice and because of his Reikiri skills. This person's name is Yishaukashimaru, one of the 7 Kirigakure ninja swordsmen and the holder of the long sword and stitch. The character is ruthless and cruel. He likes to use needles to penetrate the enemy and suture them in place, making them tortured to death in pain. The other one, who looks the youngest, has white hair, wears a mist shinobi forehead protector on his forehead, a bandage around his neck, sharp teeth, and looks a little weird. Chestnut Kushuan enjoys this and never tires of it. Ghost Lantern Moon is 4 years older than Kakashi and is currently above Kakashi in terms of strength. In the fight not long ago, Kakashi used Reikiri to directly cut off the thunder in the sky. Because of this, Kakashi has become a little famous in this station. He is the successor of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon and the 7 ninja swordsmen. As long as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen dies, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon will inherit his sword. These 3 Kirin are all very distinctive. One is long and slender, looks like he is in his 20s, has long and fluffy light yellow hair, and wears an expressionless mask on his face which looks like he is squinting. Squint. Ghost Lantern Full Moon jumped directly in front of Kakashi, pointed at Kakashi and said, "I'll fight him, don't fight me." Ghost Lantern Full Moon is the key figure drawn in Konohakai's strategy meeting. Even though he is only 16 years old, he is already a character that no one can deal with. Not to mention the terrible hydration technique of the ghost lamp family, but his powerful chakra and omnipotent ninjutsu learning ability are very troublesome. No one knows the true strength of Ghost Lantern Full Moon. His name is Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and he is also one of the 7 Kirigakure ninja swordsmen and the owner of Reach Sharkus. Has a very strong strength. Kurisaku Kushimaru sneered, "I'm not interested in spanking this kind of kid." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Hyuga Hisashi. "Hyuga clan, let me sew your white eyes back today." Hyuga Hisashi looked at Kurisara Kushimaru lightly, "Then let's see if you have the ability. If you want to fight, you can fight, there are so many words." On the other side, Ziguashin Puffer Ghost drew his big sword and shark muscle and rushed towards Aburame Jiwei and Inuzuka Chu. The 3 of them fought. Hyuga Hisashi and Kurisara Kushimaru also fought. What Kakashi and the others got was an interception mission. No matter what means they used, they had to prevent the intelligence from falling into the hands of the enemy. Ghost Lantern Full Moon tilted his head and smiled at Kakashi, raised his hand, gestured for a pistol, and fired 2 shots at Kakashi. The fluid that actually shot bullets from between his index fingers hit Kakashi. Kakashi quickly dodged the must-see Ghost Lantern Moon's attack, pulled out the short sword on his back, covered the blade with white chakra, and ran towards Ghost Lantern Moon. Ghost Lantern Full Moon shot 2,000 at Kakashi quickly, and Kakashi's figure flickered along the way. Just when Ghost Lantern Full Moon's water bullet was about to hit him, Kakashi suddenly disappeared. In the next second, it appeared directly above the full moon of the ghost lamp, and a sharp short sword with a white chakra slashed straight at the full moon of the ghost lamp. Ghost Lantern Moon couldn't dodge in time, and his body was hit by a split, but his body melted into 2 like water and then turned into 2 puddles of water with a splash. 2 puddles of water pooled on the ground and then slowly revealed half of the head of the full moon. The hydration technique of the ghost lamp family. Kakashi squinted his eyes. The ghost lamp full moon slowly turned into a human form from a puddle of water. "You actually knew. It seems that I underestimated you." Kakashi was lazy and took a look at the ghost lamp full moon, put the short sword in the scabbard, and replaced it with the kunai with the style of flying thunder god written on it. The hand of the ghost lamp full moon quickly seals, water-style mist shinobi art. The mist in the air instantly condensed and the moisture began to increase, and Kakashi's eyes became white and the direction remained unchanged. The figure of the ghost lamp full moon flashed and disappeared. At this time, water bombs were fired at Kakashi from all directions. Kakashi stood motionless, seeing the water bomb hit him and turned into a piece of wood. And the real Kakashi appeared on the other side, half-kneeling, quickly formed a madra, pressed the ground, summoning technique. 8 ninja dogs appeared out of thin air and quickly dispersed. In the next second, these 8 ninja dogs appeared in front of Ghost Lantern Moon, biting different parts of him. The full moon of the ghost lamp will hydrate the bitten body and the ninja dog will bite the sky at this time. Kakashi appeared holding the blue lightning in his hand and hit the ghost full moon's chest. With one blow, the ghost lamp full moon suddenly turned into a body of water and the real him appeared behind Kakashi. Ah! Mitsuki's index finger was facing Kakashi's temple. The water bomb was fired without hesitation, and Kakashi turned into a thunder clone. When he was attacked again, the thunder and lightning climbed onto the body of the ghost lamp full moon. "Damn it!" Ghost Lantern Full Moon frowned, feeling paralyzed all over her body. Lightning style is the nemesis of the hydration technique of the Shuyu family. If it is clicked, the body will temporarily lose the ability to hydrate. Shuyu looked around and continued to hide her figure, trying to hide herself and survive the time when she couldn't be hydrated. Just after being invisible, Kakashi's 8 ninja reappeared and bit his body. This time, the ghost lamp full moon was bitten by the 8 ninja dogs and blood flowed out of his body. "It's too late, I already know your weakness." Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Mizuki and activated Chidori again. This time, the full moon of the ghost lamp was hit by Shishi, spit out a mouthful of blood and escaped using the water-style technique. Next to the place where they fought was the lake and the ghost lamp full moon ran towards the lake. Kakashi quickly chased after him and stopped him when the ghost lantern was about to jump into the lake. The fog gradually faded away. Extraordinary. Talking about the ghost lamp, full moon looked at the forehead protector that Kakashi lifted up. The scarred eye turned out to be the bright red Sharingan. Ghost Lantern Moon squinted his eyes. You actually have a Sharingan. Today, there is a high probability that you won't be able to go back alive. Kakashi's eyes were serious, with two eyes of different colors, and there was a murderous ferocity. As Kakashi said, put the index and middle fingers of both hands together, gather chakra to the chest cavity, fire-style fireball. A huge fireball burned towards the full moon of the ghost lamp. In just a few rounds of fighting, Kakashi has already judged the weakness of the ghost lamp full moon. The hydration technique of the ghost lamp family, which seems to be a bug in battle, can be immune to ninja physical attacks. Even if it is knocked down by ninjutsu, it can quickly turn the body into water to avoid attacks. There is also a certain healing ability which can be regarded as having a real immortal body. In an instant, water like a large waterfall rose from the front of the ghost lamp full moon, rushing towards Kakashi. After being hit, Ghost Lantern Moon's whole body was covered with thunder and his body was paralyzed and unable to hydrate. Can only use chakra to stand on the water pool. Although Kakashi's judgment is accurate, Ghost Lantern is definitely not a character that can be defeated with one or two ultimate moves. Seeing Kakashi's great fireball calling, the ghost lamp full moon quickly formed a seal on the hand, letter 3005 water-style water dragon bomb technique. Kakashi's expression was a little strange. As long as there is someone, the full moon of the ghost lamp can quickly recover and let him enter the lake, that is simply letting the tiger go back to the mountain. A huge water dragon sprang up from behind Kakashi and rushed towards him. Great fireball was extinguished by the water dragon before hitting the full moon of the ghost lamp. Kakashi stepped directly on the water, pressing Reikiri into the water. Kakashi jumped out of the way quickly to avoid being attacked. Oops! Ghost Lantern Moon thought that Kakashi was going to use Reikiri to attack him directly, but he didn't expect him to use the characteristics of water to complete a perfect attack. At this time, the fully restored Ghost Lantern Moon slowly crawled out of the water-style great waterfall technique. Quickly transformed into a shadow clone exactly like him, and the two clones stood on each side, with Love Escape Reikiri gathered on them. But his weakness is also obvious. Afraid of lightning style, the paralyzing effect of lightning style will make them temporarily lose their hydration ability. Afraid of lack of water, it can be seen from the ghost lamp full moon desperately trying to run to the lake. Combat gets tricky. Kakashi also seals quickly, shadow clone technique. Water itself is a conductor, and thunder and lightning quickly rushed along the lake water to the full moon of the ghost lamp. And the ghost lantern full moon took the opportunity to run into the lake and formed a pool with the lake. The two Reikiri attracted each other and connected into a lightning line. I saw two Kakashi running towards the big waterfall and cutting off the waterfall in the middle. It's still an attack that the ghost lamp full moon can't dodge at all. Even if you can't turn into water for the time being, you are no match for me. Manzuki Hazuki made seals with his hands, water-style water clone technique. A clone that was exactly like Manzuki Hazuki appeared beside him. Unexpectedly, Kakashi did the same thing as him and summoned a water clone. Manzuki Hazuki was a little surprised and began to make seals quickly with his hands. Kakashi also did the same thing with him. If the two people were one after the other in the water clone technique, then the two people completed this ninjutsu almost at the same time. Water-style water dragon bomb. Water-style water dragon bomb. Water waves rose around the two people at the same time, and 4 giant water dragons rose from the lake and attacked each other. Regardless of size and purpose, the power of the two ninjutsu is exactly the same. Few ninjas with Sharingan can reach this level. As we all know, Sharingan is a spell that can copy actions, but it also has relative disadvantages, that is, the limitation of the ninja's own chakra. Even if they have Sharingan, each ninja generally has 1 or 2 chakra attributes at the same time. The gifted ones may have Yang chakra or Yin chakra. Few ninjas have chakras of many attributes at the same time. There are only a handful of them in the human world. Even if they have cage level or super cage level abilities, they may not have chakras of all attributes. Li Yue has it and Kakashi also has it. In the ninja world, besides Li Yue and Kakashi, there is also the long-dead second Hokage Senju Taburama. Orochimaru will also have it in the future, but she has to wait until she changes her body several times through the research of forbidden technique. The other three people are Uchiha Madara, Black-White Zetsu, and Otsutsuki Kaguya. It can be seen what it is like to have all the chakra attributes in the Hokage world. Kakashi is a terrifying ninja who can use the copy function of Sharingan to ultimate. This is the second time he has used Sharingan after killing Rock Shinobi who killed Obito last time. Manzuki Hazumi didn't have this item in his understanding of him, but when Kakashi could use water style to do the same ninjutsu with him without any sense of disobedience, he was more shocked than anyone else. How could it be? This is impossible. Kakashi smiled slightly under the mask. Of course, Mangetsu Kazuki wouldn't notice. Perhaps because he didn't believe in evil, Mangetsu Kazuki used another skill that only high-level Jonin of Kirigakure could use. Except for the second Mizukage, no one used this ninjutsu to the ultimate level. Water-style water ball technique. Countless bubbles rose from the lake's surface. The bubbles were like living things controlled by Mangetsu Kazuki and flew towards Kakashi. Kakashi used this memory to quickly seal and activated water-style waterfall technique to block the bubbles on the other side. Mangetsu Kazuki's bubbles would burst when they touched the water of the waterfall. Bang, 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 and countless water splashes were blown up. Kakashi jumped back. There was only Mangetsu Kazuki left in front of him and the other person was nowhere to be found. Kakashi was trapped in the water prison and could not move. A few days later, during a mission, Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu were surrounded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Might Dai arrived, and in order to protect the 3 people, he started the 8 inner gates formation with the awareness of death, and fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. I thought Kakashi had been caught by the water prison, but I didn't expect that there was a water clone above Kakashi in the water prison. Shadow Clone was taken back by him. Suddenly, a pool of water grabbed her feet and a hand suddenly appeared. A huge force pulled her to the bottom of the lake and Kakashi was caught off guard. At this time, Rin was plotted against by Uchiha Madara, captured and made into the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and set up a mechanism that would cause her to go berserk once she returned to Konoha. Manzuki turned his body into water and became one with the lake. Kakashi stood on the water surface and observed the situation underwater. CCFB. A lightning bolt was shot from his gesture, and the huge lightning bolt formed a running wolf. The lightning wolf bit all the water bombs and disappeared with the water bombs. At this time, the real Kakashi was the one who appeared behind him using Chidori. Another Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Manzuki Hazuki, lightning-style Chidori. With one slash, Mangetsu Hazuki fell on the water surface and gradually sank, with blood flowing from his chest. Manzuki's hands were frequently opened, and it was almost impossible to see his shooting movements. The dense water cannons were sweeping towards Kakashi. Several people searched for the letter of intelligence from Kurify Kushimaru. Hyuga Hisashi put away the letter and several people returned to the camp. Kakashi jumped out of the lake. Manzuki Hazuki appeared on the water surface, and at the same time a huge water ball slowly rose from the water surface, and Kakashi was locked in the water prison. Kakashi stood in front of Mangetsu Hazuki, holding the White Fang short sword in his hand, and slashed at Mangetsu Hazuki's chest. Hazuki Mangetsu, whose strength increased greatly, became the first chair of the second 7 ninja swordsmen. The huge fireball surrounded Mangetsu Hazuki, who could not be watered, and burned him. A circle of chakra lightning rose from Kakashi's feet, and lightning quickly gathered in his hands. Although Manzuki turned his body into water, he could not avoid Kakashi's attack. At this time, 2 Manzuki appeared behind Kakashi at the same time, and he made a pistol gesture with his 2 hands, water gun technique sweep. It seemed that he was about to be killed by Manzuki Hazuki. Manzuki suddenly disappeared on the water surface. His paralysis time was over and he could show his true strength again. In addition, Kakashi's retraction of Shadow Clone was just a trick. In fact, Kakashi's Shadow Clone received the information of the main body and hid and waited for an opportunity to move. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost escaped and his whereabouts are unknown for the time being. Kakashi launched lightning-style Thunder Tiger Kill. I admit that you are very powerful, but you are still young after all. Manzuki Hazuki bared his teeth and showed a mouthful of jagged teeth. As a result, the opponent muttered about his strength and a big battle was fought in Jinduo. Might Die died. Except for Biwa Ju's a Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Black Ho Rega, all the 7 ninja swordsmen died in this battle. So there was a perfect attack just now. Mangetsu Hazuki was completely burned and knelt on the water surface. I underestimated you. At this time, another Kakashi appeared in front of Suijutsu, fire-style great fireball technique. Water-style water prison technique. Kakashi looked around, and 2 Kakashis stood in front and behind of Manzuki. His brain was working fast, thinking of a way to defeat Manzuki. On the other side, Hyuga Hisashi's battle was over, and Kurashai Kushimaru fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Manzuki Hazuki quickly formed seals on his hands, and rows of water walls rose from the water and exploded towards Kakashi. It was also after this that Hazuki Mangetsu collected 3 swords. Long Sword Sewing Needle, Blunt Sword Doge, and Explosive Sword Famo, and Hazuki Mangetsu was also the successor of the Double Sword Flatfish. In order to protect the village from being affected, Lin bumped into Kakashi's Chidori. This scene was seen by Albedo in the dark, and Kakashi and he saw Lin die in front of him. The 2 people who were stimulated at the same time activated Mangekyo Sharingan. After the war began, Konoha was very strong. After several battles, Kirigakure was no match at all. Not long after, Kirigakure surrendered to Konoha. With the end of the war between Konoha and Kirigakure, other countries also ceasefire. The Third Ninja War ended. The ninja world ushered in a long period of peace. Li Yue had been asking Jiraiya to investigate the Akatsuki organization and asked Namikaze Minato to pay attention to the movements of Uchiha Madara. After Lin's death, Kakashi was depressed for a long time and Guy was also depressed for a while. In the 3 ninja wars, Guy lost his father and Kakashi lost his 2 most important friends. Although Li Yue knew that Albedo was not dead, he could not say it. Just like knowing that the secret cannot be leaked, he can only watch the subsequent events slowly emerge. Only by making changes at the most critical moment can he recover Konoha's losses. The war is over, leaving people with only fatigue and pain. Kakashi and Guy are in the war cemetery looking at the people they cherish and they can't tell what they are thinking. Guy cried, wiping his tears with his sleeves again and again, crying very sadly. Kakashi looked at Guy, motionless and silent. Guy is a positive and optimistic person. Whenever he sees Kakashi, he either challenges him or smiles confidently with his teeth bared. He will also make some declarations in a passionate and second-year way. Kakashi knows his efforts and progress very well. Because he knows it clearly, he will feel even more sad when he sees Guy crying like this. There are 3 people in Team 7 and now he is the only one left. Is this really a curse? Li Yue stood in the distance looking at the backs of the 2 people. Suddenly I understood why Konoha advocated peace later. There were 3 ninja wars even though Konoha was much stronger than before because of Li Yue's governance. But there will still be inevitable death and injuries. Tsunade's brother died in front of Orochimaru. Today is the day for Konoha to commemorate the comrades who died in the war. The memorial ceremony has ended. Kakashi and Guy still refused to leave for a long time. Another person was Tsunade, the woman who always looked strong. She stood quietly not far from Li Yue, looking at her brother's tombstone. Looking at the back of this woman, Li Yue suddenly felt distressed. He slowly walked towards Tsunade and stood behind her. Tsunade felt Li Yue coming and looked back at him. Her eyes were red but she didn't cry. Tsunade like this made Li Yue feel even more distressed. Li Yue, did I do something wrong? Why do you say that? Li Yue looked at Tsunade gently. After a month, Guy gradually recovered. He wanted to challenge Kakashi every day. The 2 of them became a landscape in the village. It seemed like something was missing if they didn't see the 2 of them fighting fiercely every day. Gradually, Minato began to take charge of his own affairs and became the successor of Uchiha Li Yue. Of course, the other successor was Orochimaru. But Minato suddenly hesitated, paused and said, Kushina's sister was captured. If he guessed correctly, the creator of this laboratory was Orochimaru, but this laboratory was still harmless. and Orochimaru's research at this stage had not reached the point of being crazy. This is Kushina rushing in. Teacher, you have to save my sister 5. Li Yue received information about the appearance of Uchiha Madara. He was very active in the 5 major countries recently. Tsunade nodded and shed tears. Jirya and Tsunade both believed that no matter how skilled in the art, human life is limited and will not last forever. Oh. Because everyone's attention was on the war at that time, no one paid attention. Namikaze Minato collected information about Uchiha Madara in a remote village in the Land of Fire. Seeking flowers 0.088409522, Falu 21,171,051. Peers of the same period as Kakashi were all doing their own training, hoping to become stronger. Do you believe in fate? Li Yue hugged Tsunade's shoulders. Just like you and I will meet, the death of some people is also destined. Tsunade frowned and closed her eyes. Tears slid down her cheeks. She leaned against Li Yue painfully. Promise me there will be no more wars. I don't want to see my relatives and companions die in front of me anymore. It's really painful. Li Yue raised her hand and touched Tsunade's hair. Her hair was as soft as rabbit fur. Perhaps the seeds were planted at that time. During the 3 ninja wars, Namikaze Minato found something strange when he passed through the land of fields on a mission. I found a very mysterious laboratory inside Tianguo. I know, leave this to me. I promise you that I will never let the people you cherish leave again. Even Li Yue overlooked that recently Li Yue sent Minato to investigate the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, and Minato accidentally discovered the secret of Tianguo. There is a place sealed by magic and ordinary people can't find it at all. Once after the Second Ninja War, Tsunade, Jirya, and Orochimaru asked each other a question. Li Yue was surprised. Recently, Orochimaru was a little mysterious and could not be seen. Li Yue frowned immediately when he heard the word laboratory because he remembered the reason why this laboratory appeared. Orochimaru was very powerful. Although there was still a certain gap between him and Li Yue, everyone privately said that Orochimaru's strength had reached cage level. If I didn't let him not go on that mission, he wouldn't. Tsunade's words suddenly choked. Thinking of her brother's death, she felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Even though Li Yue knew that Orochimaru would betray Konoha one day, he still wanted to give Orochimaru a chance. At that time, Orochimaru said that Jirya was looking for something to do. Jirya asked Orochimaru what his plans were, and Orochimaru said that his only wish was to learn all the techniques of this time. Konoha was not peaceful either. During the 3 great ninja wars, there was always a Chunin hospital in Konoha, and what is happening there is related to Orochimaru. The 3 of them came to the victims together and paid tribute to them. Tsunade asked Jirya what his plans were next. Jirya said that he was going to embark on the path of training and maybe he would meet a disciple who could change the world again somewhere. Li Yue taught Minato the sealing technique. So far, Li Yue has basically taught him all the skills that Minato has mastered. What? Orochimaru had Mitarashi Anko as her apprentice and gave her many techniques. Anko was the only ninja in Konoha village who could fight with snakes like Orochimaru. Kushina looked very anxious, rushed to Li Yue and handed him a letter. Li Yue took the letter and opened it, and found that it was a letter of help sent back by the Uzumaki family through secret techniques. The content of the letter was probably that she was attacked while performing a mission and the whole army was wiped out, only she survived but she was captured. Kushina was anxious and almost cried. Li Yue couldn't bear it, frowned and put the letter on the table. When he took the letter, he found a little Uchiha Madara's chakra on the letter. The letter of help was sent in a hurry and she should have been attacked by ninjutsu at that time. Only the people of the Uchiha clan can feel these hidden messages. This operation will definitely be very dangerous. He has to stay in Konoha and can't leave easily. Tsunade, Jirya, and Orochimaru were all sent by him to perform missions, and Hatake Sakumo was not in the 427 village. Fugaku had to lead the guard team of Konoha village and couldn't leave either. Li Yue was not sure whether he would meet Uchiha Madara in this operation. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Madara, he was in a period of decline and faced death at any time. Before he died, he handed over all his great undertakings to Uchiha Daiwang. In this case, he would definitely avoid unnecessary consumption, but it was not that he would not fight. Who would he send to carry out this mission in this case? After thinking about it, only Namikaze Minato could be sent. He should be able to rescue Uzumaki Kushimi with Kakashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and Aburame Jiue. Thinking of this, Li Yue asked Fugaku to call Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and Aburame Jiue to assign tasks. Kushina saw that she was not included in the task. She was a little anxious and stepped forward. Teacher, let me go too. I am worried about my sister. As a ninja, what is the first rule to follow? Li Yue asked sternly. Kushina frowned, suppressed her anxious mood, and recited the first rule of ninja. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Even if your loved ones die in front of you, you must keep your calm thinking and judgment. Have you done it now? Li Yue asked Kushina. Kushina hesitated but soon calmed down. I can do it. Li Yue shook her head and showed everyone the letter that Kushina brought over. Kushina, tell me first, what information did you get from reading this letter? Kushina lowered her head in shame and gritted her teeth. I only know that my sister is in danger and may lose her life at any time. If it weren't for this situation, she would not use the secret technique. There is definitely no way out. Li Yue turned her eyes from Kushina to Kakashi. Kakashi, what about you? Kakashi thought for a while and said, when she launched the secret technique, there were at least 2 or 3 enemies on the opposite side. And the chakra was strong and there was a person. Kakashi looked at Li Yue hesitantly, and after receiving Li Yue's affirmative eyes, he continued, there was a person from the Uchiha clan. I don't know who it is. Kakashi, who had only obtained Abido Sharingan for a year, could sense that it was someone from the Uchiha clan. He had already impressed Li Yue. Obviously, Uchiha Fugaku also discovered it. He lowered his head and thought hard. Brother, I didn't find any traitors from the Uchiha clan. Li Yue knew, of course, that it was not someone from the current Uchiha clan. He knew who it was, but he couldn't say it because he couldn't disrupt the current plot. And Kakashi said that there were 2 or 3 people, including Abido, but Kakashi only felt the chakra of one Uchiha clan, which means he didn't know that Abido was there. Li Yue asked Aburame Jiue again, Aburame Jiue, what did you find? There are traces of moisture on one corner of the letter. I just used a bug to analyze the water quality. It is a mineral hot spring unique to the country of soup. There is a substance in this hot spring that my bug likes very much. Li Yue nodded with satisfaction. The Aburame clan is the most mysterious clan in Konoha. Since joining Konoha, the Aburame clan has been very low-key. They fight enemies by controlling insects. In Li Yue's opinion, they have never shown any powerful ninjutsu, nor are they a race famous for their bloodline limits. However, the Aburame clan is the most comprehensive clan, smart, and can perform various roles in the team well. They are the type of jack of all trades. They are usually inconspicuous but very reliable when they are in trouble. In Li Yue's eyes, they are also the most comprehensive auxiliary, very suitable for assisting ninjas with strong auxiliary abilities. Li Yue asked Nara Shikaku what he found. On the back of the letter, there is a graffiti of a monster with a head like a pufferfish and a body like a horse. I wonder what it is. Li Yue was stunned for a moment, picked up the letter, and turned to the back. There was indeed an amateurish monster graffiti. Obviously, this graffiti was drawn before. Probably when Uzumaki Kushimi and the others were on a mission, they accidentally discovered it and then Kushimi drew it down. This piece of paper was used when sending a distress letter through the secret technique. As expected of a member of the Nara clan, he was able to find information that Li Yue himself had overlooked in a short time. Others did not recognize it, but Li Yue did. This was Five Tails Kokuo. Li Yue remembered that Five Tails was Iwagakure's tailed beast, and the first ninja war ended with the division of the tailed beast. Sunagakure was supposed to have 2 tailed beasts, 1 tail Shukaku and 7 tails Chomai, but their abilities were limited, and even 1 tail Shukaku had a hard time defending it. 7 tails Chomai was obtained by Takagakure. In addition to its powerful chakra, 7 tails is actually not strong in the ranking of tailed beasts. Its combat power is basically the same as that of the 2-tailed Matatabi. But it is strange that Iwagakure's 5 tails. How could tails appear in the Kingdom of Hot Springs? The Kingdom of Hot Springs is different from other countries and is basically a clean stream. They have not participated in any battles in any country for a long time, and their combat capabilities have gradually declined, but the tourism industry and various side businesses have developed very well, and it is a holy place for ninjas to take a hot spring bath. Let's put aside the question of why 5 tails appeared in the Kingdom of Hot Springs in 1.7. Regardless of why Chiha Madara, Zetsu, and Dai appeared in the Kingdom of Hot Springs, it must be related to 5 tails. Li Yue issued the task and Namikaze Minato, Abur Imjiwe, Naralujiu, and Kakashi received the task and went back to prepare and set off soon. Kushina lowered her head, a little unhappy. Li Yue shook her head and did not agree to let her go with him but did not assign her a new task. After leaving Li Yue's office, Kushina began to prepare dry food and ninja tools for the mission and secretly chased Minato and the others. Li Yue stood at the window and watched Kushina's bright red figure go to the village entrance and sighed. Fugaku was standing next to Li Yue and saw Kushina sneak away. "Big brother, you guessed that Kushina would follow, right?" Li Yue nodded and made a seal on his hand, shadow clone technique. He created another clone beside him and asked the clone to handle his business in the Hokage's office, intending to go there in person. "I'll leave it to you for the time being." Li Yue patted his brother Fugaku. "Tell my clone if there is any situation, I will be back immediately." Fugaku nodded and patted his chest. "Don't worry, big brother, Konoha will be fine with me." Li Yue nodded with relief and followed him out. Along the way, Li Yue followed behind Kushina and protected her silently. She originally wanted to catch up with Minato and the others to join forces, but she changed her mind halfway through the chase and distanced herself from them. Kushina kept a distance from them that would not be discovered and followed them all the way. Li Yue hid behind Kushina and was not discovered by her. Kushina has grown up a lot and is no longer the girl who went on the mission with him. She can already stand on her own. The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan is best at sealing. The Uzumaki clan used to be a country called the Uzumaki country. However, because the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki country caused other countries to be attacked and destroyed, the survivors were incognito and scattered around the world. There are very few Uzumaki clan members with pure blood, and Uzumaki Kushina is one of them. She also has a younger sister named Uzumaki Kushimi, who was discovered by Li Yue after she came to this world. In Li Yue's original world, she had never appeared in the anime. She looked very similar to Kushina, but she was 2 years younger. She was more lively than Kushina and had always admired Namikaze Minato, but Namikaze Minato himself didn't know it. The Uzumaki clan had powerful chakra and was a Jinchuriki that could perfectly combine with the tailed beasts. There were very few pure-blooded Uzumaki clan members. When Kushina Uzumaki and her friends were on a mission, they would be attacked by Uchiha Madara and her friends. There was only one possibility: to use Kushina as a vessel to attack Konoha. Li Yue planned to hide and follow Kushina all the way to observe Uchiha Madara and their plans, and he made up his mind not to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. He only needed to ensure that the ninjas of Konoha and Kushina could return safely, and he would not do anything to eliminate them. Kushina didn't notice that Li Yue was following her at all. Her attention was all on Minato and his friends. Minato and his friends really didn't find any trace of Kushina. In fact, Minato noticed it, but he pretended not to know. After all, he was like Kushina. Kushina is in the same class, so he knows what kind of personality Kushina has. When teacher Li Yue did not allow her to participate in this mission, Minato knew that Kushina would find ways to keep up with them. After running around for days and nights, several people came to the country of hot springs. The country of hot springs is a country with a very developed hot spring tourism industry, and there are hot spring hotels everywhere. The cultures of various countries gathered here to form the unique hot spring culture of the country of hot springs. In order to appear less abrupt in the country of hot springs, several people changed into kimonos and took off the clothes and forehead protectors of Konoha Jonin. They found a hot spring hotel and stayed there. In the country of hot springs, a hotel without hot springs cannot be called a hotel. If they were not on a mission, Minato and his friends would really like to have a good vacation here. After checking in, several people gathered in one room and Minato assigned tasks to everyone. Because they only received Kashinmi's letter for help, they knew that she was in danger in the country of hot springs, but they didn't know where she was and what her current situation was. They could only rely on the ability of the four people to collect information and track her bit by bit. Minato assigned each person an area. First, search for places that Kushina and his friends have been to, like looking for a needle in a haystack. The area that Minato was in charge of was a remote hot spring resort. There was only one hotel built on the mountain. It was summer, but the mountain was still covered with snow. In addition to the hot springs in the public area of the hotel, the resort also had private hot springs in the courtyard of each room. The most distinctive feature was the hot spring in the middle of the snow on the mountain. This was the most distinctive place in the kingdom of hot springs. The resort was really a summer with scorching sun and chirping insects and cicadas. The top of the mountain was indeed covered with snow and ice, and the hot springs were steaming hot. It was a world of ice and fire. Namikaze, the reason why Minato locked the search range here was because there were many hot springs here and it was far away from the city. If Kushina and the others were attacked, it would definitely be in a place where there were relatively few people and surrounded by mountains. In the Kingdom of Hot Springs, there were 4 other places that were almost as remote as this place. Aburame Shiwe, Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi went to investigate the other 4 places respectively. Before departure, Namikaze Minato learned that the mission that Kushina and several others had received was to collect intelligence. Recently, Chunin had disappeared not only in Konoha but also in other countries. Li Yue sent them to investigate the cause. Kushina and others followed one of the clues to the Kingdom of Hot Springs. They stayed here for a few days. I wonder what they found out, but they were suddenly attacked by a mysterious person, and then Kushina sent a letter of help to Kushina through secret techniques. Several people suddenly disappeared in the Kingdom of Hot Springs. According to the instructions in the letter of help, the 3 Konoha Jonin who came with them were all killed. 2 of the Konoha Jonin who were on the mission with Kushina were from the Uchiha clan and 1 was from the Hyuga clan. The eyes of the Uchiha clan can be transplanted, so since Li Yue took office, he has been keeping a close eye on the bodies of the Uchiha clan ninjas. As long as someone died, he would do everything he could to bring the bodies of the Uchiha clan back to Konoha and bury them. The Hyuga clan attaches great importance to their bloodline limits, so they also care about the bodies. In addition, in order to prevent information from being leaked, the bodies of Konoha's ninjas will be collected. In addition to saving Kushimi, Minato and his team also found the bodies of the 3 ninjas, sealed them in scrolls and brought them back to Konoha. Minato searched the resort and found the vortex marks drawn by Kushimi on a tree outside the courtyard of a remote room. That is the unique symbol of the Uzumaki clan. It is also reflected in the Konoha mark. Minato recognized the symbol at a glance. Because of this symbol, his attention was immediately diverted to the courtyard. Minato found that standing on this tree was just convenient for observing the courtyard, and he could also hide himself well without being discovered. Minato hid his body and secretly observed the courtyard, and a shocking scene appeared. Orochimaru appeared in the courtyard wearing this yukata. He sat on the corridor of the courtyard to cool off, and in front of him was a hot spring of medium size. There is a maple tree next to the hot spring which can just block Minato's hiding place. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His appearance was unclear and his head was buried in a pitcher plant-like plant. It was unclear what this person said to Orochimaru, but it was certain that Orochimaru was not doing a mission for Konoha. He met this person completely out of the village. Could it be that Orochimaru had the intention to betray the village? Namikaze Minato looked at the 2 people in shock. After waiting for more than an hour, the 2 finished talking. It seemed that they were planning something. At this time, Aburame Jiwe rushed over. He discovered that Orochimaru was conspiring with the mysterious man at the first time, so he secretly released a bug to find out what the 2 were talking about. They didn't know that the lantern grass man was Zetsu, nor did they know that Zetsu was bringing a message to Uchiha Madara. The bug flew over and Aburame Jiwe heard the content of the conversation between the 2 people. Orochimaru drank his tea slowly. "What good will you do for me? Akatsuki is just a small group of war orphans. What is there to be afraid of?" Orochimaru said carelessly. He didn't take such a small character seriously at all. Have you heard of Rinnegan? Zetsu said. Orochimaru was stunned and there was something strange in his eyes. Rinnegan, don't you want to study what is so powerful about Rinnegan? He knows that you are studying Hashirama's cells recently. His Rinnegan was opened by taking 10 Hashirama cells many years ago. Zetsu spoke slowly and seemed to be very sure that Orochimaru would be interested in what he said. Seeing that Orochimaru had indeed changed, he immediately said while the iron was hot. He also promised to give you a set of secret techniques. With this secret technique, you can master a technique that uses the body as a container for immortality. Sure enough, Orochimaru was persuaded. Orochimaru wanted to learn all the techniques, but Tsunade and Jiraiya thought it was impossible. But if he could be immortal, he would be able to master all the techniques in the ninja world. Okay, I agree, but... Orochimaru lowered his head and thought for a while. I have to go back first, report to our Hokage, and then take people with me. You are not alone, Hanzo of the Salamander will be with you. Zetsu looked at several people and turned his gaze to Minato. I will come to you, Namikaze Minato. A sinister smile came from the black half of the man. Then the man slowly disappeared into the ground and disappeared. Li Yue secretly watched Kushina in the crowd. Kushina was very beautiful with fiery red hair that made her skin fair. Her gentle and well-behaved face always had such stubbornness that she refused to admit defeat. Li Yue liked her very much. Hearing this name, the little boy's eyes lit up. Are you someone around Yellow Flash? She and Kushimi grew up together. The two sisters had a private agreement that no matter where they were performing the mission, as long as they felt the existence of danger, they would print a vortex mark in a hidden place. Following the traces, they should find the bodies of the dead Konoha shinobi. Minato and Jiue did not tell the conspiracy between Orochimaru and the mysterious man. This confidential information related to betrayal of the village must be reported to the Hokage before it can be decided. Kushina shook his head. My name is Uzumaki Kushina 10. Minato had gone through many battles, big and small, but he had never seen this man. Who is he? What is his relationship with Uchiha Madara? Kushina followed the sign all the way to the hot spring resort on the mountain. Orochimaru looked at the disappearing Zetsu and sneered. Everything is planned. What is your purpose? Uchiha Madara. Tisk, didn't I just steal some of your food? That's all. When I get stronger, I'll raze your lousy hotel to the ground. What a lousy place, ba ba ba. The little boy looked disdainful. Just as the few people were about to separate, a person suddenly appeared from the shadows. It was the lantern straw man. I have found you a long time ago. Several people still searched according to the original plan. Nara Shikaku frowned and stared at the place where Zetsu disappeared. What is this? Does he have a grudge against you? Shikaku looked at Minato. Zetsu's voice gradually became smaller and he disappeared into the shadows. Minato and Aburame looked at each other and quickly evacuated. He was wearing a black suit and had a lantern grass dragon date on his head. His eyes were round and half black and half white, which was very strange. They stopped after finding a secret place in the woods. Nara Shikaku and Kakashi also found them. They met and reported the investigation. Minato divided the team into two groups. Jiue and his team continued to search for Kushimi's whereabouts, while Kakashi and Shikaku searched for the bodies of Konoha shinobi. Nara Shikaku said that he found traces of a fight a few days ago. Kushimi and the others disappeared from this mountain. Nara Shikaku told his investigation and analysis. Minato shook his head. I don't know. Ju smiled sinisterly and looked at the few people. Minato and his men immediately got into battle mode. Minato first observed the man's surroundings and found that he was the only one there. On the other side, Kushina had also arrived at the land of hot springs. In order not to be discovered by Minato and his friends, Kushina transformed into a different appearance and checked into the same hotel as Minato and his friends. Kushina frowned and suddenly found this kid interesting. He walked over, squatted down and brushed off the dust on him. Kid, what's your name? Aburame Jiue had no expression on his face, but his expression was very solemn. He saw that this man was the one who talked to Orochimaru. As soon as he arrived at the resort gate, he saw a 9-year-old boy being thrown out. The boy was pretty, with delicate features and sharp corners. He was a child from the land of hot springs. I don't know if Kushina is smart or stupid. In order not to be discovered by Minato and his friends, she knew to transform into a different appearance, but she didn't know to cover up the color of her hair. With such fiery red hair, she would be noticed wherever she went, right? Li Yue shook her head helplessly. The little boy stared at Kushina with a vigilant look on his face. Who are you? You have to give your company name before asking someone's name. Don't you know this principle? You are so uneducated, Tilda. Kushina knew that Minato and his friends went everywhere to search for Kushimi's whereabouts, and she also used her own method to find the mark left by Kushimi. He had silver-gray hair which he had fixed on his scalp in some way. He looked mature for his age. Of course, it was just his appearance. The boy didn't seem to be thrown out at all. He patted his butt and jumped up from the ground. Although there was a little episode when they encountered a strange guy, the mission of several people this time was to save Kushimi, so there was not much time to delay, and the time they fought for was Kushimi's life. Uzumaki Kushina. That awesome medical ninja, I know you. The little boy was full of admiration and he circled around Kushina excitedly. Can you take me away from here? Can you teach me ninjutsu? I want to be stronger, I want to fight. I want to fight like you guys? The little boy pretended to make a few ninja seals, dubbing with his mouth while fighting. He looked very good when he smiled, as if he was a child who dreamed of being a ninja and fighting every day. Kushina rubbed the little boy's head. You haven't told me yet, what's your name? The little boy grinned. My name is Hidden. Do you come here often? Kushina asked Little Hidden. Little Hidden nodded. I come here even if I don't order. There are delicious food here and there are many awesome ninja dishes. Have you ever seen a big sister with red hair like me? Kushina asked. Little Hidden thought for a while and looked at Kushina. At this time, Kushina had removed her disguise and was her true appearance. Hidden's eyes lit up. I remember, I did see a big sister who looked like you a few days ago. They were Jonin, right? I saw the clothes they were wearing. Kushina nodded. Where did you see them? Do you know where they went? Little Hidden pointed to the back mountain. Here we went. There is a spring there. There are rumors of a water monster there recently. Little Hidden said mysteriously. Kushina's eyes lit up. Water monster. Yes, there is a monster that looks like a pufferfish and has the appearance of a horse there, Hidden said. Isn't that what Kushimi drew on the back of the letter? It seems that Kushimi and the others were in danger because they were looking for the water monster. Thinking of this, Kushina wanted to look in the direction that Little Hidden pointed. I can lead the way for you, follow me, Little Hidden said and ran to the back mountain. Kushina had no choice but to follow Little Hidden. This child was so enthusiastic that he seemed to want to become a ninja. But in the country of hot springs, the profession of ninja is useless and the most leisurely profession. It has no effect on the country. Kushina was stunned. This is my sister's favorite hairpin. Kakashi nodded. Well, I found out as soon as you left the village. In fact, teacher Minato also found out. Minato left it here because he was afraid you wouldn't be able to find us, Nara said. Just like Lin's death, because Lin's plan failed, the other party has set their sights on Five Tails. The two people didn't seem surprised to see Kushina. Nara said casually, you finally stopped hiding. Especially the guy named Nara, who looks ordinary. Why is he so annoying? Didn't you notice the mark he secretly drew when you didn't keep up with us? Nara shook his head and said. At this time, a man wearing an orange mask secretly observed them in the dark. Kushina frowned. Isn't that the mark left by my sister? The mark of the vortex has always been the mark she and her sister leave when they act. But there was no trace of Kushimi, which meant that this battle had nothing to do with Kushimi. Where did Kushimi go? Kushina drove Little Hidden through the woods and soon came to a hot spring. The water in the whole lake was hot. There was a huge spring in the center of the lake and hot water gushed out from the center of the water from time to time. CCFG, the lake was misty as if there was fairy air. Several people went back to meet Minato and Shikamaru reported the information he had collected to Minato, which was similar to what Kushina had investigated. There should have been a battle in that lake not long ago. Hidden struggled. Who is the kid? You don't look much older than me. Hidden looked at the short sword behind Kakashi and suddenly shouted excitedly, you are the little white fang of Konoha. The one who uses Rakiri. Minato thought about it and decided to take Shikaku back to Konoha to report the information obtained and bring back the body of his companion. They found traces of the Five Tails there. There are no outstanding people in the Uzumaki clan, and the powerful ninjas are all Jinchuriki. Of course, at this time they didn't know the existence of Nagato. Kushina smiled and shook his head. I met this kid at the entrance of the resort and he brought me here. But why 5 tails appeared in the land of hot springs is unknown. Who knows what happened to Iwagakure? How did Uchiha Madara and the others get 5 tails? Although Little Hidden wanted to follow these people, Kakashi and the others didn't want to take him, so they quickly treated him and left. But they still didn't know where Kushimi went. If it is confirmed to be a tailed beast, Kushimi should not be in danger for the time being, Minato analyzed. Little Hidden hid behind a tree and secretly watched the two people. Kakashi noticed the gaze and appeared behind Hidden in a flash, pulling him out from behind the tree. Who is this kid? Kushina found another place along the bloodline that had solidified and weathered for several days. There he happened to meet Kakashi and Nara. Minato and others quickly guessed that the mysterious person who took Kushimi away wanted to use her body to make Jinchuriki. The purpose of being a Jinchuriki is probably related to attacking Konoha. Kushina looked for traces of Kushimi everywhere. He found that a battle had taken place near this lake. Hidden was fighting fiercely. It seemed that something in the lake was fighting with the people on the shore. Kushina found the hairpin that Kushimi had left on the lawn. Minato looked a little strange when he saw the hairpin. I gave it to her. Kushina suddenly felt a little frustrated. You found out that I was following you a long time ago. We should report this news to the Hawkage first, Aburame Jiwe said. Hidden left the hot spring resort in a huff, secretly thinking that one day he would find a way to stand in front of them and fight them once. Kakashi felt strange. How could a child know him so well? Because the most powerful thing about the Uzumaki clan is sealing techniques, which is a ninjutsu that ninjas from all countries are afraid of, and the people of the Uzumaki clan are also the most suitable candidates for Jinchuriki. The bodies of the 3 people were not far away. They must have died at the same time. What Hidden didn't know was that in the near future, more than a decade later, he would be buried alive by Nara's son, Shikamaru. 2 people were sealing the bodies with scrolls. 2 bodies of the Uchiha clan and one of the Hyuga clan. Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and Jiwe continued to look for Kushimi's whereabouts. Several people returned to the vicinity of the lake and continued to search. Minato took the hairpin from Kushina's hand and put it on his chest, as if he was talking to Kushina, or as if he was talking to himself. I will never let anything happen to Kushimi. Kushina stared at Minato blankly, and then she understood why Minato always went to see Kushimi. It turns out that they both have feelings for each other. No wonder her sister blushed when she heard her mention Minato. Kushina suddenly thought of Li Yue, and the teacher would probably never understand her feelings. Just as Kushina was stunned, the orange mask hiding in the dark in the only gap exposed by the mask, the color of the eyes suddenly turned red and changed into a unique pattern. At this time, the water in the lake began to churn and the heat continued to rise. From the churning spring, a white giant of a pufferfish slowly emerged. Minato reacted first and pulled Kushina back and jumped away. As they jumped away, a huge amount of hot air sprayed towards them. It was exactly where they had just stood. The heat from this hot air is enough to burn human flesh, which is more terrible than strong acid and alkali. Fortunately, Minato and the others dodged it. Minato stood still and Kushina also picked up a kunai and made a fighting posture. Aburame and Kakashi also took out their weapons and several people faced the 5 tails in a fan shape. 5 tails slowly rose from the lake and stepped on Minato. It turned out that the reason why the lake water was so hot was not because of the hot spring but because of 5 tails. Hot air sprayed from 5 tails' body. At this time his pupils were blood red, exactly the same color as Sharingan. 5 tails was controlled and the person who controlled him was the orange mask. 5 tails jumped into the air and hit Kakashi with the 5 huge horns behind his head. The impact was so great that a huge hole was created in the ground and layers of rocks and soil were knocked up by him. All 4 people dodged the attack and scattered to one side. 5 tails had a huge hatred for Kakashi. Seeing that the attack failed, they simply opened their mouths to gather tailed beast bomb and hit Kakashi. The huge tailed beast bomb fell towards them. Kushina immediately made a seal to defend, but the tailed beast bomb's attack was too fast. Before she finished making the seals on her hands, the tailed beast bomb had already arrived in front of them. Minato on the other side wanted to save them, but it was too late. At this time, Kakashi suddenly jumped in front of Kushina. Kushina thought Kakashi wanted to attack her and shouted, "No." The tailed beast bomb approached Kakashi. Just when it was about to touch them, Kakashi opened his eye mask and revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next second, the space in front of him twisted into a vortex, and the huge-tailed beast bomb was sucked into another time and space by him. Kushina looked at Kakashi in shock. "You activated the Mangekyo Sharingan?" She couldn't believe it. She knew that Kakashi's subordinate was a gift from Albedo to be promoted to Jonin. From then on, he had the title of Copy Ninja Sharingan Kakashi. Point 0. Kakashi looked at Minato with a complicated expression, fighting Five Tails alone. Minato had already rushed towards Five Tails with a kunai, and the kunai flew towards Five Tails' head. At this time, Minato had come to Kakashi's side. "Don't be so arrogant, that technique just now consumed a lot of chakra, right?" "Secret technique insect tornado." Aburame Jiue opened his hands slightly, and suddenly a dense black insect gathered from all directions to form a tornado that surrounded Five Tails. Tails? The trees that came into contact with the hot steam were instantly scalded, and the leaves instantly turned yellow and softened. In order not to be affected, Minato and several others ran to the periphery of the lake. At this time, Five Tails went berserk. It scalded all the bugs that attacked it and made the lake water evaporate quickly, forming hot air which sprayed in all directions. At this time, Kakashi's lightning-style Rasengan just arrived in front of Five Tails, and with a bang, it hit its chest. They ran far away and avoided the hot air. Behind them, the Orange Mask, the Lantern Straw Man, and Uchiha Madara appeared at the same time. Madara glared at the Orange Mask. "You are too reckless." This is the first time that a ninjutsu can be used among outsiders after leaving the Uchiha clan. Li Yue saw the three people but did not attack. As long as they did not harm the people of Konoha, he was willing to let the plot develop. The attack was successful and Minato disappeared from the air and appeared on the ground. Like Kushina's hair, it was red, but Kushina's hair was longer. Minato recognized Kushina's hair at a glance. Five Tails was in great pain, struggling to spray steam. The huge steam killed many bugs, but there were still bugs crawling into his body. Albedo said nothing in gloom. Uchiha Madara sealed Five Tails and quickly took Five Tails away. After Uchiha Madara sealed the Five Tails, he left quickly, and the heat gradually dissipated with the disappearance of the Five Tails. Minato and others noticed something strange. When they returned, the lake's surface had calmed down. There was no rising enthusiasm, no springs, and it became an ordinary lake. Controlling Five Tails and quickly gathering the tailed beast bomb, Kakashi pulled Kushina away. "Run, we can't beat it." Just as he guessed, even if the initiators of many events died early, Zetsu would have a way to let another person take his place and continue to complete his plan. However, Minato found 3 footprints in the bushes and found Kushinomi's hair not far away. Five Tails was hit and howled for a long time. Steam was sprayed from his body in all directions, especially from its nostrils. The huge steam was accompanied by an extremely fishy smell. The key point is that Kakashi is only a teenager and he is so powerful at such a young age. It was he who blocked Kakashi. "With the teacher here, how can you get ahead? Go with them quickly. Push the events forward step by step until Otsutsuki Kaguya is resurrected." Kakashi closed his eyes. "You guys go quickly, I'll hold it back." He picked up her hair from the leaves of the grass and frowned. She just pulled it off herself, right? In fact, Li Yue also saw that Orochimaru met with Zetsu and was encouraged to attack the Akatsuki organization. It seems that even if he solved Danzo, some things would still happen. "Please give me flowers." The lake's surface was calm as if nothing had happened, but she didn't expect that he would actually know the Mangekyo Sharingan. His other hand grabbed the huge wind-style Rasengan and hit Five Tails. Hidden behind the orange mask, there was something strange in his eyes, but it soon turned into hatred. The move he just took can be Tailed Beast Bomb, the ultimate move of the Tailed Beasts. S-level ninjutsu. Kushina put out the 4 red yang formation to protect Minato and the others. "How could we let you fight alone?" Kushina smiled at Minato. Five Tails sprayed steam to hit Minato. Just when the steam was about to hit him, his figure flashed and appeared above Five Tails' head holding a three-pronged kunai in his hand. Kushina bit her lower lip, frowning. "My sister will be okay, right?" Minato found Kushimi's hair not far away, this way. He followed Kushimi's hair all the way. The clues suddenly broke at a steep cliff. There was no road ahead and there were no traces of Kushimi left on either side. The clues were suddenly gone. Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs and took the hair collected by Minato and let the 8 ninja dogs smell it. "Where did the people go?" Kakashi asked his 8 ninja dogs. The 8 ninja dogs quickly dispersed and gathered back in a short while. The 8 ninja dogs pointed to the steep mountain wall at the same time inside. "But there is no road ahead," Kushina was puzzled. Kakashi nodded, took back the 8 ninja dogs and pointed to the cliffs in front. "It's inside." Aburame 857 Jiue released the insects and flew towards the cliffs. "My insects may find the way." At this time, inside the cliff there is a hidden cave where Uchiha Madara, Zetsu and Obaido are hiding. Madara is bewitched by Zetsu and thinks that he will become the savior who saves the Uchiha clan and brings world peace, and the way to bring world peace is infinite Tsukiyomi. These are all because Zetsu tampered with the Sage of Six Paths, but Uchiha Madara didn't know that at this time. He still thought that Zetsu was the product of his will. His time is running out. He wants Dai Wang to inherit his will and continue. This is the last thing he did before he died. Uchiha Madara sealed the 5 tails into Kushimi's body and set a curse seal in her body. Zetsu came over. "It's almost time we should go." Of course, Uchiha Madara didn't tell Obaido about this but just said that the 5 tails were sealed into Kushimi's body, and when they brought Kushimi back to the village, Obaido would control 5 tails went berserk and destroyed Konoha. In order to prevent Obaido from doing things he could not control again, he buried a curse seal in Obaido's body and attached Black Zetsu to Obaido's body. Obaido nodded, and the two were about to leave when Minato and several others rushed in. Obaido used Kamui to leave at the moment Kakashi was around. Kushinmi is not as good as her sister. Her talent is also average. She learns everything very slowly, and she is always laughed at by her classmates because of the color of her hair. At this time, Minato had already rushed to Ju and started fighting with him. Kushimi has reached her limit. Her blurred vision finally turned into a blurry yellow, and she called out, "Minato." Kushimi is Kushina's sister. They grew up together. Kushimi is 2 years younger than Kushina, so she is 2 years younger in Jonin's school. When she was still learning basic ninjutsu, Minato had already graduated from the ninja school. Every time her sister came back, she would mention Minato, saying that he was a weirdo, very much loved by teacher Li Yue. Kushimi knew that her sister liked teacher Li Yue in her heart, but she didn't say it. She remembered that when she was very young, her sister was almost captured and it was teacher Li Yue who saved her. Kushimi also encountered danger and the person who saved her was Minato. At that time, Minato praised her beautiful hair. Because of this sentence, Kushimi was very Minato has a different feeling. There will always be a chance to revive. Watching Uchiha Madara die, Obaido's face was not sad at all. In his eyes, the world would cease to exist without Lin. She was not worthy of existence. Obaido noticed her abnormality and used Sharingan to temporarily calm the 5 tails. They say her hair is red like an old witch and it is ugly. They dare not bully her sister, so they bully her. There are always children pulling her hair. And Madara wanted Zetsu to carry out the next mission to facilitate Yahiko's death, to let Akatsuki develop according to his will, and to completely become a tool for preparing the final infinite Tsukiyomi. As long as Kushimi returns to the village, the 5 tails in her body will go berserk. And Kushimi can't commit suicide, which is exactly the same as the method used to deal with Lin. "How dare you say I'm an aloe?" Ju was so angry that he almost went berserk. If he knew that he would be called an aloe by a boy named Naruto in more than 10 years, would he think of Minato today? If it doesn't work this time, look for the next opportunity. Kushimi frowned and stared at the orange mask. "You are not a good person if you are hiding something." They didn't seem to have any comradeship, so he didn't see anyone. Kushina found Kushimi lying weakly behind Ju. All the plans were going on as Li Yue understood. Even though there were some deviations in some places due to Li Yue's changes, they were still developing in the same direction. Ju didn't leave, staring at a few people strangely. His eyes fell on Minato. You came to me instead of waiting for me to find you, Namikaze Minato. Obito narrowed his eyes, put his hands behind his head, and suddenly said casually, what do we want? I don't know. Kashimi was sealed with 5 tails and fainted. At this time, Uchiha Madara was exhausted and finally closed his eyes and died. According to Uchiha Madara's plan, Obito was going to control 5 tails to go berserk and cause heavy damage to Konoha. Then Yahiko was forced to death according to Uchiha Madara's opportunity, and then stimulate Nagato to activate the Outer Path Rin Tensei technique to revive Uchiha Madara. Madara thought that Black Zetsu was the product of his will and would watch over Obito to complete his plan on his behalf. He did not know that Black Zetsu was actually the son of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and the only meaning of his existence was to revive his mother. This attracted Uchiha Madara to seal 5 tails and take people away. Originally, he did not need to show up for these things. Minato didn't like pitcher plants, and after a long time he suddenly asked, what is this guy? Hello. Kashimi looked at the 3 people in shock. One of them was lying dead on the bed, and the other 2 looked like they were looking at an unrelated person without any sadness. Obito walked in front of Kashimi. I'm just doing the same thing as him for my own benefit. Who are you? Kashimi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What are you going to do? Today he saw Kakashi again, and the scene of him killing Lin reappeared in front of him. Obito could not control his hatred and controlled 5 tails to attack Kakashi without authorization. Kashimi felt something was wrong with her body. She found that she couldn't control the tailed beast in her body at all. The power of the tailed beast was running around in her body, which was particularly uncomfortable. Minato will appear at this time, scare away the bullies, and then bend down to touch her hair, praising her for being beautiful and having beautiful hair. Obito smiled. What is a good person? What is a bad person? Are Konoha's people good people? Are Namikaze Minato good people? Ask him how many people he killed. Kushina's eyebrows jumped and he looked at Minato. Is it a pitcher plant? Kakashi didn't see Obito. He came in at the same time Obito disappeared. Because Minato started to grow long hair and kept her red hair long. When it fluttered in the wind, it looked like a ball of fire. Zetsu held them back because Obito wanted to take Uchiha Madara's body away and bury it. Because Uchiha Madara's traces could not be exposed. In the current ninja world, except for Zetsu and Obito, everyone thought that Uchiha Madara was dead. Of course, Li Yue knew, and he asked Minato to investigate secretly. The one left was White Zetsu. When Minato rushed over, Zetsu split into 3 identical versions of himself from his body. They were all white with lantern grass-like hair and no internal organs. It could only be seen as a humanoid monster. The 3 Zetsu rushed towards Aburame, Kakashi, and Kushina. Facing this Zetsu, Kakashi quickly formed a seal with his hands and used Chidori, but when he hit the Zetsu in front of him, he was wrapped by another white Zetsu behind him. Instantly, he felt the chakra in his body was losing. Kakashi used all his strength to perform Reikiri, smashing the white Zetsu that was wrapped around him. He was also seriously injured, but because too much chakra was absorbed from his body, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. A B-U-R-A-M-E Chinese letter 22 Chinese letter crawled out of his body with dense insects, wrapping the white Zetsu. In an instant, the white Zetsu was bitten to pieces and finally lost the ability to move and died. But only one of the white Zetsu died, and a constant stream of white Zetsu crawled out from the ground. If it weren't for the limited area of the cave, I'm afraid the white Zetsu would summon more. Namikaze Minato made a seal with his hands, duplicate trapped. Another Minato appeared next to him. The 2 Minato gathered 2 huge Rasengan in their hands and rushed towards the 2 white Zetsu. In an instant, the 2 white Zetsu were smashed and melted on the ground. Kakashi also launched Chidori to knock down a white Zetsu. At once, 3 people started fighting with Zetsu. Kushina, who was hiding behind, used medical ninjutsu to cut white Zetsu from time to time. Kushina was trying to run towards Kashimi to rescue her, but there were too many white Zetsu which held back several people. In this way, the 4 people fought with the endless white Zetsu, which was simply endless. Even if Minato was powerful and fast, he could not resist the endless white Zetsu which kept coming out. What exactly was this thing in front of them? All four people saw it for the first time. White Zetsu's moves were not limited to these. He was born with wood style and huge branches grew out of his body continuously. Kakashi used fire style to burn the branches. The temperature of the cave rose instantly. White Zetsu itself was a resinous gel-like substance which would deform when exposed to high temperatures, and its movements were a little sluggish for a while. At this time, Kushina seized the opportunity and rushed towards Masanami. Kushina hugged her sister and tried to run out. Kushina on her body seemed to fade and turned into a humanoid White Zetsu. The next second, White Zetsu wrapped Kushina, and the mouth of the pitcher plant embedded her whole body in its body. A large amount of chakra was quickly extracted, and Kushina immediately felt limp, and her strength also quickly drained away with the chakra. Minato, Kakashi, and Jiue were trapped by the White Zetsu that kept popping up, and there was no way to rescue Kushina. Kushina thought she was going to die, and suddenly she had the idea of dying in her mind. As soon as this idea came into her mind, she began to despair. She didn't even confess to teacher Li Yue, and she died like this. She really didn't want to accept it. Just when she was desperate, Li Yue suddenly appeared in front of her. He raised his hand slightly and a black hole appeared in his palm. White Zetsu's body was pulled out by the black hole as if there was a huge suction force. This was the ability that Li Yue obtained when he signed in one day during the Third Ninja War, Dark Fruit, but he had never had any need to use Dark Fruit. This time it was perfect for dealing with White Zetsu. White Zetsu wrapped around Kushina's body was peeled off bit by bit without even a chance to resist and was absorbed by the Dark Fruit ability in Li Yue's palm. It was like a black hole which could absorb anything. Li Yue supported his palm and instantly came to Kushina's side, hugging Kushina, who fell down because of weakness. He gently put Kushina on the ground and touched her head. "I will bring your sister back, teacher," Kushina called out weakly and then fell asleep. Li Yue gently put her on the ground and turned to walk towards Ju. His pupils gradually changed from black to red, and the 6 magatama in his eyeballs gradually melted into a unique shape. Then, a vortex appeared around all White Zetsu as if space was twisted, absorbing them into another time and space. Ju stared at Li Yue in a daze with a little fear in his eyes. "Are you Uchiha Li Yue?" White Zetsu asked. Li Yue looked at White Zetsu coldly. "Where is Kushina?" Just now, White Zetsu transformed into Kushina's appearance, and Li Yue knew that Kushina was taken away. He didn't want to intervene, but he had to take action because Kushina was in danger. Ju suddenly laughed. "It's in the woods, you go find it, my life is in danger later," White Zetsu said and slowly sank into the soil. Li Yue let White Zetsu go because he knew that it was not the time to destroy him yet. Hearing that Kushina was in the woods, Minato rushed out first. Now his only remaining reason was to find Kushina. He felt scared for the first time. If Kushina was gone, he didn't even dare to think about it. Minato originally planned to confess to her at the temple fair in Konoha. 233 But before they could wait, something happened to Kushimi. It was the first time that Kakashi saw his teacher so flustered, and he quickly followed. Aburame was also a little worried, but he did not leave. He stayed and walked to Li Yue. "Hokage-sama, are there any other instructions?" Li Yue looked at Kushina. "You go to help Minato, I will send Kushina back." "Yes," Aburame nodded and jumped away quickly. Li Yue picked up Kushina sideways, used Kamui to return to Konoha and sent her to Konoha Hospital, turned around and left again. This time he completely hid his figure and did not expose himself. He was analyzing the motives and purposes of Uchiha Madara's every step. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Madara, any plan must achieve a certain purpose. Giving Rinnegan to Nagato was so that Nagato could revive him in the future. The purpose of turning Lin into Three Tails Jinchuriki was to let Kakashi kill Lin in front of Abido. Only in this way could Abido's heart fall into darkness. Only in this way could he think that Zetsu, who was created by his will, could completely control and monitor Abido and let him follow his own plan, which was actually the plan induced by Black Zetsu, step by step, including controlling 9 Tails to attack the village a few years later in order to send 4th Hokage Minato to the west and weaken Konoha's strength. Of course, because the current 4th Hokage is Li Yue. Yue himself didn't know whether the Nine Tails incident would happen. Moreover, the Five Tails incident was not in his memory. On the surface, Uchiha Madara wanted to put Five Tails into Kashimi's body and set a curse seal that would make her go crazy when she arrived in Konoha. The purpose was to attack Konoha. However, with Li Yue's current strength, even if Nine Tails went berserk, it might not destroy Konoha, let alone Five Tails. Now that Konoha has Li Yue in charge, its strength is many times stronger than before. Uchiha Madara would know that Li Yue destroyed half of Cloud Shinobi Village by himself. In this case, why did Madara have to put Five Tails into Kashimi's body? He must have another purpose. If they want to weaken Konoha's strength but can't touch Li Yue, who will they attack? When Minato made the last seal on his hand, an invisible force suddenly burst out from around Five Tails. This invisible force comforted Five Tails' chakra and forced its chakra into Kashimi's body. Quickly searching for Minato and his location, Li Yue used Kamui to come near Minato and his friends. Li Yue signed in every day during the Third Ninja War and gained a lot of abilities. The Byakugan is one of them. In fact, there are many abilities that he has not had time to develop. Perhaps the person you love will inspire Minato's potential. Minato did not delay and looked at Kashimi, who was increasingly blurred by the chakra of Five Tails, and his heart ached. Thinking of this, Li Yue suddenly understood the purpose of Uchiha Madara and others. What Five Tails injected into Kashimi's body, their real purpose was to kill Namikaze Minato. Minato will bring Kashinmi to the hotel and take care of her wholeheartedly. After a day and a night, Kashinmi woke up and saw Minato guarding her bedside as soon as she opened her eyes. Kashimi had fainted, and a four-symbol seal pattern appeared at her belly button, because someone had used the sealing technique to seal Five Tails in Kashimi's body before. When the last of Five Tails' chakra retreated back into Kashimi's body, Minato rushed out. The four clones that opened the barrier disappeared at the same time. Minato jumped up to catch Kashimi, brought her down gently, and then stood on the ground. He has captured too many people for experiments, but they have never succeeded. What is the problem? That person must know. Five Tails howled in pain and wanted to break free. He kept sending tailed beast bombs around him, but tailed beast bombs could only explode inside the barrier. At this time, Five Tails controlled the gathered tailed beast bomb and hit Minato and his friends. They quickly dispersed, and the tailed beast bomb fell to the ground and cracked, destroying a large area of trees. As long as they touched the edge of the barrier, it felt like a burn. It is a sealing technique used to seal powerful enemies or monsters, using the four-element cycle to make a sealing technique to seal evil. Suddenly feeling a little shy, Minato grabbed her hand and fell asleep beside her bed. Li Yue originally wanted to jump out, but seeing Minato activated four red yang formation alone, he stopped wanting to help Minato. Of course, people with cage-level strength such as Namikaze Minato, such as Orochimaru. Orochimaru will most likely be instigated by Zetsu and Uchiha Madara and finally betray Konoha. Li Yue had already guessed this. In the ninja world with him, the people that Li Yue wanted to protect would never die. A huge red barrier appeared around Five Tails. Five Tails were controlled in the barrier and could not escape. Li Yue did not stop it because this was Orochimaru's original plot. He would gradually be led to a dead end because of his research on Hashirama's cells. It's just that because Danzo died early, it would be Orochimaru who forced Yahiko to death together with Sancho Hanzo. Except for consuming chakra, it would not have any effect on him. Li Yue saw that Minato had controlled the Five Tails in Kashimi's body and sighed with relief. Use Kamui to return to Konoha. Then the person that Zetsu and Uchiha Madara wanted to get rid of the most was Namikaze Minato. Li Yue's apprentice was outstanding, reaching cage level at a young age, and the one who was most likely to inherit the position of Hokage in the future. He has been studying Hashirama's cells recently, and he hopes to use the Lost Wood-style technique through this method. Minato could not tolerate losing Kashimi like this. Minato used up all his chakra and activated the sealing ninjutsu, which was given to him by Li Yue. This sealing ninjutsu techniques originated from the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, Minato's four-symbol seal just now was considered a reinforcement seal. Minato's chakra was only enough to open a small area of 4 red yang formation. Fortunately, the tailed beasts in Kashimi's body had not yet fully transformed and their abilities were limited. They were still within Minato's control. On the other side, Orochimaru secretly observed all this. He was actually there when Minato and the others were fighting White Zetsu, but when he saw that White Zetsu could use the wood-style technique, he decided to make a deal with me no matter what. But he was still constantly forcing the chakra in his body out of his palm. Once the seal was opened, he had to persist to the end. If he couldn't persist to the end, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. Minato and his friends faced Five Tails and kept attacking it, but all the chakra that hit Five Tails was offset. For a while, there was a stalemate. Kashimi closed her eyes and had completely lost consciousness. At this time, Kashimi had already transformed into a half-tailed beast. Huge chakra gathered around her like a monster with 5 chakra tails behind her. The dark red chakra looked like the fur of an animal. At this time, Minato and his friends were facing the rampaging Five Tails. Five Tails was inside Uzumaki Kayukimi's body and had become the master. Chakra was exposed and wrapped around Kashimi. Thinking of this, Li Yue opened the Byakugan and searched quickly in the jungle. He must save his apprentice, and he must not let Namikaze Minato die at a young age again. Namikaze Minato asked Kakashi and his friends to dodge, and Shadow Clone came out to kill himself. Everyone stood at a corner of Five Tails, forming a square, and they began to quickly seal their hands at the same time, 4 red yang formation. Minato's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at Kashimi floating in the air. Five Tails' chakra was gradually retreating back into her body, and Five Tails' chakra was forced back into Kashimi's body by that powerful force, gradually becoming thinner and smaller. Minato's palm controlled the power of the seal and gritted his teeth to persist. His chakra was already at its limit. Kashimi pulled her hand away, and this movement woke up Minato. Minato looked up and saw Kashimi waking up and smiled gently. "You're awake. Do you want some water?" Kashimi called out softly. "Minato." She was about to sit up, but Minato held her down nervously. "Don't move, you're still injured," Minato said worriedly. Kashimi suddenly thought of her teammates who were on the mission with her. "They are all dead." Tears welled up in her eyes. Minato touched Kashimi's head. "You should take good care of your injuries first, and then we will go to investigate together." Kusinmi nodded. They stayed in the land of hot springs for 2 weeks before they returned to Konoha. Kakashi and Aburame had already gone back to report intelligence to the Hokage. Kusinmi gradually recovered and Minato took her back. The two had a lot to say to each other, but they didn't say anything. For so many years, Minato was either on a mission or on the way to a mission. This was the first time he spent so much time taking care of someone. Kusinmi was flattered and felt extremely happy. Minato had a special talent in ninjutsu, but he was like a primary school student when it came to love. He didn't even know how to say the most basic sentence, "I like you." Even if his actions had fully expressed his love, he couldn't say it out loud. Not only that, he would start blushing without warning when he saw Kusinmi, a pure herbivore boyfriend. Kusinmi might be tough and aggressive at ordinary times, but when facing Minato would be completely silent. After the two people understood each other's 347 love in their hearts, they suddenly became awkward. When Kashimi saw Minato, her movements would immediately become stiff and she even stuttered when she spoke. Minato was even more speechless. After returning to Konoha, I thought the two were already in the passionate love period, but I found that Minato and Kashimi's love had not yet begun. The curse seal in Kashimi's body was triggered in advance, so there was a scene where Minato and the others fought with the Five Tails that ran wild in Kashimi's body. Minato was more reliable than Li Yue imagined, and he completed the task perfectly. Konoha has been very peaceful recently. Most of the ninjas are on vacation, and Li Yue is also rushing to plan the future development of Konoha. He wants to plan everything before the 4th Ninja War begins in the future. Li Yue is the only one who knows what will happen in the future. The resurrection of Otsutsuki Kaguya is not the end, but another starting point. Otsutsuki Kaguya is going to launch Infinite. The real reason for Tsukiyomi is that she is a traitor of the Otsutsuki clan. She knows that someone from the Otsutsuki clan will come to her in the future, and that will be the biggest disaster. Kushimi Siki even thought that Minato had no intention of her at all and everything was her illusion. Early in the morning, Kushina found a reason to ask his sister to help her go to the commercial street to buy some things. Kushimi complained, but she still went for her sister. Fugaku lowered his voice and said mysteriously, planning how to help flat men propose. Kushimi was stunned looking at Namikaze Minato standing under the rainbow against the tide. He walked slowly towards her with a bouquet of flowers. Then Yamanaka released the control and Kushimi found that her wallet was missing and began to panic. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto came over with his son Itachi, pretending to meet the Ball Zinai How the house. Recently, Minato has been avoiding Kushimi, which has made Kushimi sad. Not long after Minato and Kushimi got married, the two held a wedding in Konoha. Li Yue is planning the future development direction of Konoha in the ninja office. He is considering teaching potential Jonin more ninjutsu to make them stronger than before. Kushimi was depressed looking for her wallet. Itachi said that he saw Kakashi running away with her wallet. On this day, Minato had to muster up the courage to propose to Kushimi. It was too crazy to think about it without the process of dating. Everyone felt strange. After this mission, the two should understand each other's feelings and should be in love. Li Yue frowned strangely. What? Kushimi's cheeks suddenly turned red. I thought you didn't like me. And the friendly assistants of Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Inuzuka Tsumugi, Akamichi Choza, Hadake Sakumo and other ninjas who were almost the same period as Minato. Minato knelt on one knee and raised the flower in front of Kushimi. Please, please marry me. Everyone was congratulating them, but these two awkward people suddenly became strangers and Minato didn't even dare to see Kushina. Li Yue laughed interactively, Minato and Kushimi. The thing is, after Minato brought Kushimi back to Konoha, he suddenly stopped talking to Kushimi. Kushina was particularly smart and questioned Minato, but Minato suddenly said shyly that he wanted to marry Aomei. Although Minato was nervous, he had practiced countless times for today's proposal. This was why he had been hiding from Kushimi recently. Kushimi smiled and took Minato's flower. There was a ring hidden in the middle of the flower. Minato stood up, took out the ring and put it on Kushimi's hand. At this time, applause and whistles sounded around them, so all the ninjas of the same period as Minato came out. Seeing his sister sad, Kushina could only keep silent. Several people have planned a perfect proposal plan. When she heard that it was Kakashi who took his wallet, Kushimi chased after him angrily. At this time, Hyuga Hizashi appeared and used the white eyes to tell Kushimi the direction of Kakashi's escape. So Kushina found Konoha's strongest brain Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Heiei who was already the best at reading minds, and Uchiha Mikoto who was already a veteran and had a child. Kushimi continued to say that the people she met on the way of chasing were actually arranged and everyone would lead her to the destination. It was a place full of flowers. Minato was waiting there, behind him was a gurgling stream. At the moment when Kushimi ran over, Kakashi used water style to create a water bridge. The water droplets in the air formed a beautiful rainbow in response to the sunlight. Kushimi suddenly felt dazed and was stunned. She never thought that on a day that she thought was the most ordinary, the person she loved suddenly proposed to her. Minato was anxious. How could it be? I have never liked anyone as much as I like you. I want to spend my whole life with you. I want to keep you by my side. Fugaku knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as he came in, he had an expression of eating a big melon. Brother, do you know what a kid like Shikaku is doing recently? Kushimi had never felt that Minato was handsome at this moment. His handsome face, gentle smile, everything about him made Kushimi's heart beat. When she arrived at the commercial street, she found that her wallet was missing. Of course, the wallet was secretly taken away by Kakashi. At the moment when Yamanaka was secretly controlling her, Kakashi took the wallet from her hand and disappeared on the spot. Kushina was stunned for a moment and then realized that Minato's IQ in love was 0. At this time, water columns rose again on the water surface. High and low water columns like fountains. Minato and Kushimi are married. Unlike the yellow lightning during the battle, Minato is quiet and gentle at home. He will prepare dinner with Kushimi and clumsily cut vegetables. After frowning and using the kitchen knife for a few times, he pulled out the kunai, threw the potatoes into the air, and then cut them into pieces. Kashimi looked at Minato helplessly. Husband, kunai is not used to cut vegetables. Minato frowned depressedly, but I think kunai is more convenient. Please cut the vegetables carefully, Kashimi said sternly. Yes, Minato obediently grabbed the kitchen knife and continued to cut vegetables. The Akatsuki organization is growing stronger and stronger, and what should have happened during the Third Ninja War still happened. It's just not the same as the original plot. There was an internal conflict in the Rain country, and the Akatsuki organization led by Yahiko became more and more powerful, which made Hanzo of the Salamander feel the crisis. Of course, he was also bewitched by Albedo, who appeared in the image of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru brought a team of Konoha Anbu to the Land of Rain in the name of carrying out a mission. Li Yue's original order was to help the Land of Rain resolve internal strife, but it turned out to be Orochimaru helping Hanzo of the Salamander to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo of the Salamander and Orochimaru attacked from both sides, forcing the members of the Akatsuki organization into a dead end. Hanzo of the Salamander used poison gas to release a large number of Akatsuki members, and the remaining part was eliminated by Orochimaru. In the end, only Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko were left. Konan was captured by Hanzo of the Salamander, who threatened Yahiko with Konan's life and let him die. Yahiko chose to die at the hands of Nagato in order to save Konan. Nagato was stimulated and ran away, killing everyone. Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain and killed Hanzo. Orochimaru escaped. From then on, Cloud Shinobi Village was controlled by Nagato. 6 Paths Pain was also born on this day. Then, Albedo joined Akatsuki with Zetsu under the name of a Fae. Akatsuki entered another stage under the leadership of Nagato. The ninja sent by Li Yue brought back the information. Li Yue looked at it and found that the first half had some changes due to Orochimaru's promotion, but most of it was still developing according to the plot he knew. In this case, he only needs to send people to secretly observe Akatsuki's things. Jiraiya went out to practice again. Minato also followed Jiraiya to practice Sage Mode. When there is no mission, these ninjas of Konoha are doing their own practice. No one is willing to fall behind. In terms of practicing ninjutsu, these ninjas of Konoha are more active than each other. Kakashi is also starting to train his eye skills and looking for ways to enhance chakra. Li Yue is also familiar with his eye skills and the new skills he has acquired in his spare time. For the time being, he doesn't want to use all of them. Only staying in the country can make him unfathomable. He just wants to give his opponent the feeling that he is unfathomable. Although it is not 9 tails, there is a tailed beast in Kashimi's body. Therefore, when the child is born, the seal of the tailed beast will loosen and Minato needs to help seal the tail into the child's body. However, it takes some experience points to max out the talent. These experience points can only be obtained through battles, and they are difficult battles such as fighting with tailed beasts or fighting with 10 tails Jinchuriki, etc. Uchiha Madara was stunned and looked at Li Yue in surprise. But after a moment, his expression became cold. Minato followed behind him. Recently, he has been studying the auxiliary function of the system, which is something similar to a talent tree. If you get a certain number of talent points, you can activate Kirin Blood. In this year, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina died to seal 9 tails. However, because Minato married Kushina's sister Kushina. Without the opportunity for 9 tails to go berserk, perhaps what happened before would not happen. That was the ability of Dark Fruit. Li Yue looked at the fake Uchiha Madara in front of him indifferently. Activate Mangekyo Sharingan and activate the complete Susanoo. Li Yue floated in front of Susanoo's chest, and the huge Susanoo shot Kamui Shuriken at 5 tails. He forcibly peeled the tailed beast from Kashimi's body and controlled 5 tails to attack the village. It turns out that Uchiha Madara was waiting for this day when 5 tails were sealed into Kashimi's body. Albedo, disguised as Uchiha Madara, suddenly appeared and captured Kashimi. Li Yue thought so, but he still couldn't take it lightly. He stepped up the guard outside the village. The meaning of his words was very clear. Where is the curse seal in your body? In order to save the child, Li Yue threw away Kashimi's belly and took the child out. Always be vigilant against uninvited guests coming to Konoha. Kirin blood is immortal blood. If activated, he will live a long life and keep his appearance in his 20s. He controlled 5 tails to fight with Li Yue. Li Yue led lightning to strike 5 tails. Li Yue checked the year table and found that this year was the year when 9 tails went berserk in his memory. Kushina and Mikoto are pregnant together, and Mr. Mikoto gave birth to Uchiha Sasuke. In a few months, Kashimi will give birth, but something went wrong. With the strength of 5 tails, they were no match for Li Yue. Uchiha Madara had a premonition that something was wrong and drove Kamui away directly. Although others left, 5 tails was still in rampage mode. Li Yue was flying in the air. When he raised his hand, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning struck the person standing on 5 tails. In peaceful days, time always flies fast and a year has passed quickly. Li Yue was still a step late. When he arrived, Kashimi was already dead. Minato hugged Kashimi's body in grief. Susanoo held Kamui's shuriken in his hand. Li Yue handed the child to Kushina. Kushina looked at her sister's child and cried in pain. The shuriken hit 5 tails and cut a hole. The place cut by the shuriken was directly twisted by Kamui to another time and space. Please give me flowers. Point 0. Uchiha Madara, I know who you are. Li Yue floated in the air, looking at Uchiha Madara opposite. Uchiha Madara controlled 5 tails to launch Tailed Beast Bomb, but Tailed Beast Bomb was absorbed by the black hole that appeared in the air before it fell. Tsunade, Minato, Kushina and Jiraiya stood in each direction and simultaneously formed a seal to open the 4 red Yang formation. Not only that, the Tailed Beast Bomb just absorbed by Li Yue came out of another black hole and hit 5 tails. Li Yue ran out with 5 tails without saying a word. 4 red lights set up a red barrier around 5 tails and 5 tails was trapped in it. Li Yue did not seal 5 tails in anyone's body but sealed it in a scroll. In order to keep the original plot, Li Yue can fight 10 tails Jinchuriki in the future and finally fight Otsutsuki Kaguya. 5 tails must return to Kyuin village. Li Yue sent ninjas to Iwagakure and received the news that Li Yue was going to return the 5 tails. Third Tsuchikage himself did not expect it. Although he was surprised, losing the 5 tails was indeed the most entangled thing for Iwagakure. Losing the 5 tails was equivalent to losing a powerful fighting force. The ninja world had just restored peace, and who knew if there would be a war? Konoha had become increasingly powerful since Uchiha Li Yue was replaced as Hokage. Iwagakure suffered a lot of losses in the battle for so many years. Originally, Iwagakure had an indissoluble hatred with Konoha, but because Li Yue took the initiative to return the 5 tails, Third Tsuchikage had a new understanding of Konoha's Hokage Li Yue. He suddenly felt that Li Yue was a person who could accomplish great things, and his mind and decision-making were unmatched by ordinary people. So Third Tsuchikage signed a non-war agreement with Konoha, and Iwagakure and Konoha would no longer be enemies in the future. From then on, the hidden village in Konoha formed a permanent alliance. Minato was depressed because of the loss of his loved ones, so Li Yue gave him a vacation. Kushina was a member of the Uzumaki clan and knew advanced sealing techniques. In order to prevent 5 tails from escaping from the scroll, Li Yue sent Kakashi and Kushina to accompany rock shinobi sent by Iwagakure to escort 5 tails back to Iwagakure. After preparing, several people set off immediately. They learned from rock shinobi that the original 5 tails Jinchuriki of their village was stripped and died at the entrance of the village by a mysterious person. 5 tails was lost and Iwagakure had sent a large number of ninjas to search for the whereabouts of 5 tails. Unexpectedly, 5 tails was obtained by Konoha. In fact, they knew it when Kashimi became 5 tails Jinchuriki. If it weren't for coveting Konoha's strength, the hidden village might have fought with Konoha because of 5 tails. This is probably one of Zetsu's purposes. Since Zetsu discovered Uchiha Madara, he has been inducing Uchiha Madara to do bad things in the dark. It was Zetsu who secretly provoked the ninja wars. His most powerful ability is his ability to disguise. As long as Zetsu wants to disguise himself, even his companions who are with him day and night can hardly detect it. Now it seems that the Five Tails incident is another conspiracy by Uchiha Madara and Zetsu to provoke Iwagakure and Konoha. After coming to this world, Li Yue found that Zetsu was more sinister than he thought. One thing leads to another. Even if Five Tails did not cause any harm to Konoha, as long as they sealed the stolen Five Tails into Kushinomi's body, they were already provoking a war. Fortunately, Li Yue decided not to destroy the plot he knew so that he could better monitor Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. Their plan was more meticulous than Li Yue thought. When the incident happened, even if Li Yue solved it well, it was still in their trap. Compared with not knowing what they would do, following the plot saved a lot of trouble. This is also the reason why Li Yue must hand over Five Tails to Iwagakure. Facts have proved that his decision was right. Because of his decision, he not only got a solid alliance but also completely destroyed the purpose of Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. It also laid the foundation for the alliance for the Fourth Ninja War in the future. Iwagakure sent 5 Anbu, each of whom was a top master of Iwagakure, plus Kushina and Kakashi. It can be said to be a foolproof team. However, if the other party really wanted to make trouble, how could they let it go easily? As soon as a few people left the territory of the Land of Fire, they entered an unknown border. There was no designated border or name here, and the rule was also very chaotic. It was a gathering place for rebellious ninjas from various countries, and if you want to get from the Land of Fire to the Land of Earth, this is the shortest way. In fact, this place used to have a name, which was the Land of Grass, but now the politics is chaotic, and it has fallen into a chaotic period without a unified leadership, and even the name of the country is constantly changing. When a group of people first arrived here, it was still very calm. Suddenly, 3 people wearing black-bottomed auspicious cloud pattern hoods came here. The 3 people quickly dispersed, and then each went out to find an attack. Right before Kushina's eyes, she saw countless huge creatures appear out of nowhere and destroy buildings everywhere. Layers of houses collapsed suddenly, killing many people. Instantly, the village was filled with wailing. A long-haired man with a strange black stick stuck in his face put his big hand on a man's head and read the memory in his brain. After a moment, the long-haired man narrowed his eyes. There is no useful information. This way, his hand grabbed the man's soul from the top of his head. The moment the soul was pulled out, the man stopped breathing and fell to the ground. Another fat man, like a hungry ghost, grabbed people and gnawed them, swallowing the other's chakra into his stomach. 3 people attacked indiscriminately in the village, and it seemed that the most important one was the long-haired man who was looking for suspicious people everywhere and getting information from their brains. These 3 people were none other than 3 of the 6 paths of pain: the animal path, the human path, and the hungry Kaido. "Let's evacuate here quickly," several rock shinobi said to Kushina and Kakashi. They nodded to each other and planned to evacuate, but before he could go out, he was blocked by 3 pains. The long-haired human path pain looked at the Iwagakure ninjas and his sight moved to something in Kushina. The human path pain narrowed his eyes and raised an evil sneer at the corner of his mouth. 9 Tails Jinchuriki. I didn't expect to meet 9 Tails Jinchuriki here. Another animal path pain glanced at the human path. We are not here for 9 Tails Jinchuriki this time. The animal path said and focused his sight on an Anbu rock shinobi carrying a scroll. Take 5 tails! Hungry Kaido said nothing and jumped directly onto a rock shinobi. The man was bitten on the neck by the beast, his body softened, and his chakra was quickly drained. Several people had a bad feeling, and an Anbu rock shinobi shouted to everyone, "Run!" The rock shinobi escorted the rock shinobi holding the scroll to evacuate quickly. After running 2 steps, a huge, multi-headed vicious dog suddenly appeared in front of them, and the dog's mouth exuded this foul and corrosive smell. Each one has its own thoughts, and these 3.3 people barked. This is a vicious dog summoned from hell. A rock shinobi quickly formed a seal with his hand. Earth-style yellow spring swamp. A large swamp appeared under the feet of the vicious dog. The more the hellhound moved, the deeper it sank. At this time, another rock shinobi knelt on one knee with a seal in his hand. Earth-style yellow spring swamp. Style earth stalagmites. Huge stalagmites emerged from around the hellhound and pierced its chest. The hellhound did not dodge and was pierced by the stalagmites, but this guy was like a monster. When it was hurt, it would have an extra head and split. Another hellhound with one head pounced on them. A group of people were forced to disperse, and the evil dog pounced on Kushina. Kushina clenched his fist and used his strange strength to hit the chin of one of the evil dog's heads. The hellhound was knocked away, and the 9 heads on the hellhound that fell into the swamp suddenly separated, becoming 9 separate hellhounds. The hellhound bared its fangs full of saliva and looked ferocious and terrifying. It had wings on its back with dark yellow fur. The hellhound moved flexibly, surrounding Kushina and the others like a wolf catching prey. This kind of hellhound will split into an individual when it is hurt. We must deal with them at the same time. A rock shinobi Anbu said loudly. Then how can we deal with them at the same time? Asked another rock shinobi Anbu. The 4 rock shinobi Anbu seemed to have encountered the same problem. Kakashi frowned, put the index and middle fingers of both hands together and then crossed them. Re-shadow clone technique. Dozens of Kakashi appeared and rushed towards the 10 hellhounds. At the same time, the main body Kakashi quickly formed seals on his hands, suddenly squatted down and pressed both hands to the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. Several rock shinobi Anbu looked at Kakashi in surprise. You can even do earth-style. Kakashi was completely unaware of the surprise of these people and was completely focused on the battle. A huge stone wall appeared around the hellhounds that surrounded them, controlling these hellhounds around him. At this time, the one who rushed towards the hellhounds, Kakashi, threw a kunai at the hellhound. The kunai flew towards the hellhound at a very fast speed like an arrow from a bow. Just when the kunai was about to hit the hellhound, a shadow clone of Kakashi suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each shadow clone held a Rasengan in his hand and hit the hellhound's vitals. The 10 hellhounds were hit at the same time, wailing and splitting into 2 heads. Kakashi's clones disappeared at the same time after the attack, leaving only Kakashi's body. Kakashi frowned. It seems that the Rasengan's attack damage is not enough. This set of cool operations made the 4 rock shinobi Anbu forget the battle. They stared at Kakashi, who was only 14 years old. They had heard of the name of Sharingan Kakashi for a long time, and they thought that this guy was only good at Sharingan. But what they didn't expect was that he was so powerful before he even used Sharingan. Kushina jumped to Kakashi's side. The 5 over there are yours and the 5 over here are mine. She quickly divided the work and the 2 looked at each other and nodded. Then the 2 rushed towards the hellhounds that surrounded them at the same time. The 4 rock shinobi Anbu woke up as if from a dream and also jumped over to join the battle. The 4 stood in front of 2 of them. Leave these to us. In this way, Kushina and Kakashi only need to deal with 2 of them. But their plan was too good. Before they could attack the hellhound magic weapon again, the hellhound that had just split into 2 heads split again, and the 2-headed hellhound became 2 separate individuals. The 10 hellhounds grew twice as long. We can't beat them at this rate. A rock shinobi Anbu was ashamed. The 4 rock shinobi Anbu jumped onto the rock wall at the same time. Kakashi and Kushina immediately understood what they were going to do and jumped onto the rock wall as well. The 2 jumped out of the right wall. Just as they jumped away, 4 rock shinobi made hand seals at the same time and pressed their hands on the stone wall. Earth-style rock house collapse. The stone wall collapsed in an instant and smashed towards the hellhounds. The huge rock smashed towards the hellhounds and the hellhounds fled in all directions. The hellhounds that were not agile jumped on the collapsed rocks, and the hellhounds that could not dodge in time were pressed under the rocks. Most of the hellhounds were pressed under the rocks and only 5 hellhounds jumped out. The 5 hellhounds merged together again and each head had a ferocious expression, staring at the rock shinobi Anbu standing in 4 directions. On the other side, 2 people wearing cloaks with auspicious cloud patterns appeared opposite Kakashi and Kushina. One of the 2 people was square and fat with a black stick stuck in his face. I don't know what it was. The other one had long hair, and when he saw Kushina, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a sinister smile. 9 Tails Jinchuriki. I don't know why Pain's human path and Hungry Kaido are here. And I don't know what their purpose is. At this time, Kakashi and Kushina are both seeing the Akatsuki organization for the first time. Although they have heard that there is an organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, they don't know much. They only know that Orochimaru volunteered to do a mission in the Land of Rain a year ago. They don't know that the Rinnegan potential of a man named Nagato was stimulated in that mission. And because of the death of a beloved companion in front of him, he became an existence that destroyed the world. This is the first mission of 3 of the 6 paths pain, and they were met by Kushina and Kakashi by chance. If Li Yue was here, maybe they could analyze the reason and purpose of their being here, but Li Yue was not here. Kakashi and Kushina knew that the 2 people in front of them were the most terrible opponents they had encountered in the battle. Just now, Kushina saw the long-haired man grabbing the heads of the 2 people, as if reading the information in their brains. He didn't seem to get any useful information, so he grabbed the 2 people out of thin air with his 2 hands, and the 2 people died. Kushina couldn't see his hand grabbing the souls of the 2 people, so in Kushina's eyes, he could only see that the 2 people died suddenly, died very cleanly without a trace of struggle. 817. Kushina didn't know what kind of ninjutsu that was, but instinctively felt the danger. Another fat ninja, Pain's hungry Kaido, was also terrible. He suddenly approached a ninja from the hidden grass village, and then the chakra of the grass Kaido was swallowed. Lost the ability to fight. The terrible 2 people are now standing in front of Kushina and Kakashi. On the other side, a man with a ponytail who had strange tubes inserted into his face and body like these 2 people also came in front of the 4 rock shinobi Anbu. This is Pain's animal way. Animal way. Pain looked at the 4 rock shinobi coldly, put his hands together and summoned a huge crab. As soon as the crab appeared, it sprayed a strong white foam at the 4 Jais. The white foam hit the rock ruins that had just collapsed and the rock was shattered. The 4 rock the shinobi jumped away, looked at each other, and simultaneously launched a ninjutsu, earth-style earth stalagmites. A huge stalagmite emerged from the ground and stabbed at the crab. Beastly Wei Pain stood on the crab and jumped away with the crab. As soon as he jumped away, 5 hellhounds suddenly ran out from different directions and bit the necks of the 4 rock shinobi. The rock shinobi turned into stone as it was bitten. At this time, a ninja of the rock shinobi Anbu appeared under the crab for 2 seconds. The 2 seemed to fight together often and had a tacit understanding. 2 people put their hands together and quickly formed seals, earth-style earth dragon bomb. 2 huge rock earth dragons suddenly emerged from under the crab, roaring and biting the crab. Animal Path Pain raised his hand, spirit technique stone cat. A huge panda blocked the front of Animal Path Pain, and the attacks of the 2 earth dragons were all blocked by the stone panda, completely losing the attack effect. The 2 people of Rock Shinobi Anbu frowned, and at this time the other 2 Rock Shinobi Anbu appeared behind the animal path. The 2 jumped up at the same time, explosion-style landmine fist. The fists of the 2 suddenly became huge and hard like stones. The 2 people swung their fists and hit the animal path. It was unclear whether the attack was successful. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and then the giant crab summoned was blown into red. The body was broken into pieces and collapsed everywhere. The animal path stood on the head of the stone panda again and was not hurt at all. I don't know when the hellhounds merged into a whole and their heads returned to 10. Just a moment ago, the hellhound ran over and deliberately got hurt and split into 5 more heads. The crab was killed and the animal path summoned another summoning beast, summoning technique chameleon. A huge face dragon appeared in front of Rock Shinobi Anbu. At this time, another team of Rock Shinobi Anbu also joined the battle. The number of Rock Shinobi Anbu fighting changed from 4 to 8. However, this battle was not won by the number of people. After fighting for such a long time, it seemed that there was no substantial effect on the man with long hair tied in a ponytail. Several Rock Shinobi Anbu divided into 3 teams and surrounded Animal Path Pain in 3 directions. There was no expression on the face of Animal Path Pain, he just stared at the 8 people coldly. The disappeared chameleon suddenly appeared, spitting out its long tongue, rolled up 2 Rock Shinobi and swallowed them into its stomach. The 2 Rock Shinobi quickly formed seals with their hands while the chameleon swallowed them. Earth-style Chalong gun. Countless huge sharp stones suddenly grew out of the chameleon's belly and pierced into the chameleon's belly. Countless holes were pierced in the chameleon's belly, fixing the chameleon on the rock like a skewer. The chameleon howled in pain with a big mouth, and 2 fat ninjas came out. At this time, several other Rock Shinobi Anbu launched Earth-style Iron Prison. A huge circular iron wall appeared around the hellhound, separating him from Pain Animal Path. The two rock shinobi jumped in, ready to fight the hellhound alone. The other 6 ninjas surrounded Pain Animal Path. One of the rock shinobi activated Earth-style Yellow Spring Swamp. The stone panda was sunk, and the expression of the animal path Pain changed slightly, and he jumped away from the top of the stone panda's head. He put his hands together again, summoning technique Yacha no Tori. A strange-looking giant bird appeared out of thin air and caught the animal path Pain. At the same time, the Yacha no Tori dropped 2 huge eggs to the ground. The giant egg fell right in the middle of the 6 rock shinobi and exploded with a bang. Several rock shinobi were unable to dodge and were blown away and injured. Kakashi appeared behind Renjiando and stabbed him in the back with a kunai. But the rock shinobi Anbu could not see the change at that moment. They thought that the animal path Pain had been solved, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Seeing that the hellhound was not solved, the 2 men sat down limply, covering their wounds. Renjiando narrowed his eyes. "I underestimated you." Then the crack was right, squeezing the hellhound inside. At this time, Kakashi is a genius ninja from Konoha. He is smarter than most people. He stood still because his opponent's ninjutsu looks powerful, but his attack method is very simple. What does this man want? What is he looking for? Although Kakashi didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he had judged his ninjutsu from the way he attacked people just now. Suddenly, a distorted spacetime appeared in the air and a large amount of soil fell from the hole above. The soil just attached to the 8-foot bird and the animal path Pain, and the bird and the animal path instantly lost their ability to move and fell from the air. Renjiando suddenly leaned forward and dodged Kakashi's attack at an incredible angle. Just as the animal path was about to be crushed by the stone, a distorted space appeared around it and the animal path was taken away by Obito with Kamui. Along the way, this man was looking for different ninjas to read their memories. Once he read the other party's memory, he would immediately extract the soul and kill the other party immediately. Renjiando turned his head and body 180 degrees and his hand grabbed Kakashi's arm again. Renjiando was unable to dodge and his whole body felt numb, and then his body was paralyzed. As soon as he started reading the memory, Renjiando's eyes suddenly widened and the Kakashi in his hand turned into lightning style and attacked along his hand. Another rock shinobi cooperated with the ninjutsu, earth-style Chilang Dango. 10 huge stones suddenly rose from the ground and smashed towards the animal path. At this time, one of the rock shinobi launched a ninjutsu, earth-style clay from the sky. As long as you are careful not to be touched by him, you don't have to be afraid of him, but you can't get it, Kakashi said calmly. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a big hole by the 8-foot bird. The 2 rock shinobi in the iron wall were hit by the other 2 eggs and were seriously injured. In addition, Kakashi also noticed that this long-haired man seemed to be able to read people's brains and get information by obtaining their memories. The 2 rock shinobi covered their chests and spit out blood. "What if I get it?" Renjiando, who was in front of Kakashi a second ago, suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, and at the same time his hand had already grabbed Kakashi's head. On the other side of the battle with them, Kakashi faced the human path Pain. The hellhound fell down. The 6 rock shinobi outside were still fighting with the animal path Pain, but their ninjutsu could not do anything to the flying animal path. Kakashi and Renjiando looked at each other and were a little annoyed. "Do you want to get the information in my brain?" "Yes." The 2 had been staring at each other for a long time. Kakashi looked at the long-haired man with black tubes in front of him and felt a little weird. Renjiando smiled. Sure enough, he is a genius ninja, smart. But they did not give up and were moved by earth-style technique together. Earth-style earth core! The ground began to crack where they pressed their hands, and a big crack appeared right under the feet of the hellhound. The previous battle consumed too much of their chakra and they couldn't buffer it for a while. This was different from the opponents he had met before. Although the person on the opposite side could move and speak, he always gave him a lifeless feeling. The hand of the human Wei grabbed Kakashi, and the next second Kakashi turned into a piece of wood. The human Wei Pain narrowed his eyes and a strong lightning suddenly lit up behind him. A huge lightning-style Rasengan hit the back of the human Wei Pain. Pain was hit and staggered and knelt on the ground. The human Wei Pain turned his head and looked at Kakashi behind him. His face was still stiff and expressionless. The chakra receiver inserted in his hand suddenly stretched out and went straight to Kakashi's throat. Kakashi dodged to the right and another chakra receiver stabbed at him again. Kakashi did not dodge. The moment he was stabbed, Kakashi suddenly turned into a lightning and struck the human way Pain along the chakra receiver. Pain was electrocuted and jumped away with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Kakashi. The next second he appeared behind an innocent person and his big hand pressed the top of the person's head. There is no useful information. The human way Pain completely lost interest in prying into this person's brain. Kakashi chased after him. Human Dao pinched the man's head. "I can't touch you, but I can kill everyone here." As he said that, he raised his hand to the air and pulled out the man's soul. The man who was alive just now instantly became a dead person. Then, Human Dao Pain appeared in front of another person. Kakashi followed and pulled out the short sword to chop at the hand that was clawing 837 on the other person's head. Human Dao retracted his hand and stretched out his other hand to Kakashi. When he was about to catch him, Kakashi instantly appeared above Human Dao, grabbed the Chidori in his hand and hit him straight up. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and this hit Human Dao Pain. Pain's body functions were greatly damaged. After being hit, his body shook and staggered back several steps before he stabilized his body. On the other side, the hungry Kaido Pain also fought with Kushina. The two of them fought back and forth, and Kushina did not lose, but the attacks on the hungry Kaido were all absorbed and they couldn't hurt the opponent at all. Kushina was in a tough fight. At this time, Rock Shinobi Anbu was also fighting hard with the animal path Pain. Pain should have 6 paths plus Nagato, it's 7, but I don't know why only 3 Pains came, and I don't know what their purpose is in coming to Kusagakure village. Kusagakure village is a ninja village that changes its survival strategy according to the situation. After the 3 ninja wars, a coup took place in the village. After several changes, even the name of Kusagakure village was gone and the country became unknown. When Kakashi and others passed by here, it was the most chaotic time in Kusagakure village. Pain must have his purpose in coming here. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato has changed a lot. Unlike the original plot, Nagato's leg is not injured. His original body is in charge of Pain's 7th path, the Taju Gaiden. So far, Nagato's original body has not appeared. Li Yue sent Jirya to find Nagato's whereabouts, but to no avail. This time, Kakashi and his team met 3 of Pain here by accident. Because no one had any information about Pain before. This is also the passive side of Kakashi and his team in the battle, and a long-haired man suddenly appeared in front of Kushina and she was a little surprised. Human Path Pain and Hungry Kaido suddenly exchanged positions. Hungry Kaido Pain stretched out his right hand to grab the mouth of the ice whale. A huge whale was twisted and absorbed. The ice text was successfully transformed into chakra and absorbed by Hungry Kaido. Kushina became strange, her eyes were blurry, and her consciousness began to become unclear. She only felt that there was another voice in her body speaking. The raging breath and the violent spirit that wanted to break free from the restraints instantly infected Kushina. Although the hungry Kaido was fat, he was very agile. He ran to Kakashi in 3 or 2 steps and fought with Kakashi with physical skills. On the other side, the Rock Shinobi Anbu were still fighting with the animal Path Pain. It said it wanted to go out. Kushina nodded and stood back to back with Kakashi holding a kunai. Her red hair swayed in the wind. As long as you understand this, be careful not to make physical contact with him, you will not be hurt. At this moment, Human Way Pain dodged back and let go of Kushina, but now it has become the best way to deal with the hungry Kaido. The Human Way was stunned and squinted at Kushina. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and his expression became serious. At this time, the hungry Kaido grabbed Kakashi and pinched Kakashi's neck with his big hand. These people were actually people Jirya met when he was traveling, and Kakashi and the others didn't know them. Kushina reminded him, "This person will absorb your chakra." At this time, Kushina's eyes had turned into a demon fox, and there was a very evil red chakra around her body that grabbed the Human Way. Kushina was stunned. Who are these 2 people? He jumped over in 3 or 2 steps. He was reading Kushina's memory and was suddenly interrupted by a stream of fierce red chakra. Kakashi only felt a chill on his neck. A large amount of chakra was flowing through his body. Kakashi quickly sealed his own chakra and activated 8 inner gates. The water vapor in the air suddenly condensed and turned into a one-horned ice whale that rushed towards the human path pain. Kakashi suddenly hugged the hungry Kaido pain and smashed him to the ground from top to bottom. This method of hurting the enemy by 100 and hurting himself by 8,000 was once despised by Kakashi. The eyes changed from peeping to excitement. I am Nine Tails Jinchuriki and I am escorting Nine Tails. While she was stunned, human path pain had already arrived in front of Kushina and was about to grab her head in the next second. If Kakashi guessed correctly, this person is actually a supporting role in the team, and his function is mainly to obtain intelligence. Kakashi marked Flying Thunder God on Kushina before the battle and teleported Kushina to his side at the critical moment. However, Kakashi's observation and analysis ability is very strong. After fighting for a while, Kakashi found that although the long-haired man in front of him has very deadly skills, he does not know other ninjutsu and his skills can only be triggered by contact. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know, the one with long hair, don't let him touch you, Kakashi reminded. At this time, Kushina was caught by the human way. Her head was in the palm of the human way and the human way seemed to have entered Kushina's brain. This was a skill that he and Guy had learned over and over again. Kakashi stood in front of the hungry Kaido. Kakashi took a step back, formed a seal with his hands and activated the skill, Ice Release. One-horned white whales. Human path pain grabbed nothing and looked at Kakashi and Kushina standing not far away on the other side. Kushina and Kakashi exchanged opponents. Kushina faced this human path pain. Kushina's body was surrounded by Nine Tails chakra. For so many years since she started practicing walking on water with teacher Li Yue, this feeling has not appeared again. And now, it came out just when the human world read her brain memory. Kushina suddenly felt that some seals were loosened and broken. Kushina's eyes slowly turned into Nine Tails and the chakra surrounding her had this other thought: he wanted to rule Kushina's body. Kushina tried hard to overcome this power, but this power was too strong. Finally, Kushina closed her eyes and fell into endless darkness. The Nine Tails chakra surrounding Kushina gradually materialized from the red chakra phantom to the feeling of fur. Kushina's whole body was wrapped in this dark red concrete chakra, and the tail behind her changed from 1 to 2 and then from 2 to 4 and 4 to 8. Finally, all 9 tails appeared and Kushina had become a dead figure. The huge chakra outlined the appearance of Nine Tails and Kushina's body was in the middle with his eyes closed. Nine Tails roared to the sky and waved his claws and the human path grabbed it. The human path dodged and stood behind the hungry Kaido. At this time, the rock shinobi Anbu on the other side defeated the animal path with great effort. They thought that the animal path pain was pressed under the rock by them, but in fact he was taken away by Obito with Kamui. They sat limply on the ground and before they could recover their chakra, something happened on the other side. The 9 tails in Kushina's body went berserk and began to attack the people in the village indiscriminately. A large area of houses were flattened by 9 tails. Many innocent people were smashed in the house and lost their lives. 9 tails lost control and the instigator human path and hungry Kaido pain suddenly disappeared. In order to prevent 9 tails from hurting more people, Kakashi summoned Shadow Clone. The two of them launched Rikiri at the same time and hit 9 tails from 2 directions. Although 9 tails' fur was materialized at this time, it was not yet a physical entity. After being hit, 9 tails did not feel any pain, but he still roared and slapped his claws at Kakashi. Kakashi opened the Sharingan and stood in front of 9 tails. With his current strength, he was not a match for 9 tails, but in order to save Kushina, he had to fight 9 tails even if he was not a match. Kakashi quickly formed a seal with his hands, squatted down and pressed the ground, earth-style earth flow wall. 4 huge walls suddenly rose from around 9 tails, controlling 9 tails within a certain range. 9 tails was surrounded by the stone wall and began to become irritable. He raised his head and opened his mouth. A huge tailed beast bomb gathered from his mouth. The tailed beast bomb was formed and Kakashi rushed over. At this time, Kakashi did not have much chakra, as a lot of chakra had just been absorbed by the hungry Kaido. The Earth style is launched by the explosive power of the moment when the chakra in the body is suddenly opened after closing it. In this case, it is easy to face the situation of chakra exhaustion when launching skills. It turns out that his chakra is almost gone, not even enough to launch Chidori. Kakashi half knelt on the ground and gasped, staring at the 9 tails in front of him with the bloody Sharingan. Tailed beast bomb has come in front of him. Kakashi closed his eyes unwillingly and suddenly felt that he would die here. And the instigator of this matter was standing on the top of 9 tails' head at this time. The rampage 9 tails already had the pattern of Sharingan. The fact that 9 tails ran away did not happen at the right time does not mean that it will not happen. This is probably a part of Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, if the tailed beast is forcibly stripped off, it will largely cost the life of the Jinchuriki. But he found that tailed beast bomb did not fall, but a cloak with the words fourth Hokage appeared in front of him. It formed the reincarnation Sharingan that only Li Yue had. Li Yue stared at the person in front of him coldly and suddenly understood a truth. Even if some things have been changed by him, what should happen will eventually happen. Just when 9 tails' claws were about to grab Li Yue's figure suddenly turned into lightning and teleported behind Uchiha Madara. The color of the pupil of the Sharingan enlarged in circles and finally dyed the white of the eye red. 0.00. Li Yue stared at Abido coldly without exposing his identity. Tell me the reason. This world is over, only destruction can recreate it. The king seemed to believe in Madara's idea. I'm afraid he wouldn't have come so quickly and in time. Abido originally wanted to control the 9 tails to rush to Konoha and make a big fuss. Li Yue shook his head. The savior never needs to destroy the world. Hokage-sama, Kakashi called out and suddenly felt safe in his heart. Li Yue stood in front of him with long black hair. Of course, Li Yue knows that this is not the real Uchiha Madara but the Uchiha Madara transformed by White Zetsu. If I had known this would happen, I would have finished reading the first half of Love Paradise first. Those who stand in my way have only one way, and that is death. Abido stared at Sharingan, and the 9 tails controlled by him also stared, baring their teeth and rushing towards Li Yue. Kushina might also have died because of 9 tails' rampage. If he had been a step later, Kakashi would have died young. Abido seemed to find no opportunity to strip off 9 tails' chakra, so with the help of Nagato he forced 9 tails out of Kushina's body. Unexpectedly, Yue suddenly appeared. The person standing on 9 tails' head is none other than Uchiha Madara. Li Yue floated in the air with his arms stretched out and his 5 fingers open. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds and it seemed to be sinking. What I am doing now is to revive our Uchiha clan, Abido said in the tone of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara used the body flicker technique to avoid the NVC that struck him. Li Yue curled the corners of his mouth and said disdainfully, "Destroy all mankind and then create a new world. Your idea is too naive." 9 tails' chakra ran out of Kushina's body and gradually materialized. Li Yue frowned. Kakashi sighed. Li Yue curled his lips, raised a finger and pointed at Uchiha Madara, and several lightning bolts struck Madara. He raised his hand and a huge black vortex appeared in front of him and tailed beast bomb was swallowed by the black hole. Li Yue's pupils turned red and the 3 Magatama Sharingan became 6 Magatama and finally became the Mangekyo Sharingan of the strange group. In fact, Li Yue didn't know that such a thing would happen. If he hadn't marked a triggering curse seal on the seal when he scared 9 tails away and made him stay in Kushina's body. Abido stood in front of Li Yue in the form of Uchiha Madara. You shouldn't stop me. Thunderbolt struck 9 tails. 9 tails howled in pain and his body shook violently. Kushina, who was surrounded by 9 tails chakra, muttered in pain, but she did not wake up. 9 tails chakra hollowed out, revealing Kushina, who was lying unconscious in the middle. Then 9 tails completely materialized, curled up on his hind legs and lay on the ground, baring his teeth and looking at Li Yue fiercely. Although 9 tails was conscious at this time, his body was not under his control. His last chakra was still in Kushina's sealed body. If this chakra was also extracted, Kushina would definitely die. Uchiha Madara appeared from midair and slowly fell down, standing on Nine-Tails' head again. His pupils turned blood red, emitting a bloody light. He had already activated Fenghu Kaimen before fighting with Nine-Tails controlled by Abido and set up a Kaimen formation with himself as the center. In a large area with him as the center, time, space, and everything are controlled by him. But no matter how he attacked Li Yue, he only attacked a phantom. As he spoke, Li Yue activated Kamui and the space around Abido began to distort. At the moment when Abido was about to be teleported away, Li Yue uttered two words in the ear of Uchiha Madara, Abido. Nine-Tails' speed was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. The huge, sharp claws destroyed everything they slashed. Uchiha Madara, standing on Nine-Tails' head, narrowed his eyes and controlled Nine-Tails to make Li Yue discover the fast attack. Nine-Tails' power was completely suppressed. Nine-Tails, who was still struggling, gradually became powerless and lay on the ground. As soon as Abido was sent away, Nine-Tails began to run away. Nine-Tails' chakra in Kushina's body was quickly withdrawn, and Nine-Tails desperately tried to break free from the shackles of the seal. Li Yue curled the corners of his mouth without explaining. Nine-Tails struggled and howled desperately, gathering chakra from nature and absorbing it into his own body. He wanted to make himself stronger and break free from the shackles. At this time, Nine-Tails had crawled out of the soil, and Abido transformed into Uchiha Madara and decided to completely remove Nine-Tails from Kushina. Konoha cures how strong is the Hokage. The seal ended, and Kushina in the air fell rapidly, and Li Yue teleported over and hugged her. But he found that his hand seal movements were slow, and no matter what he did, he couldn't speed up and complete the last hand seal. "What's going on?" Uchiha Madara, transformed by Abido, showed a surprised expression. His pupils widened and looked at Li Yue with an incredible clue. He slowly fell with her, and the fourth Hokage's cloak fluttered in the wind, and Li Yue landed gently. The skill that should have exploded in an instant and became unstoppable. It just became very slow, slower than slow motion. Nine-Tails struggled in the mud. Uchiha Madara had jumped off Nine-Tails and used Kamui to appear in front of Li Yue, fire-style storm dance. Li Yue felt bad and moved to Nine-Tails' face in an instant. He raised one hand and suddenly a sandalwood with this strange fragrance grew on the ground. The sandalwood bound Nine-Tails layer by layer. Nine-Tails roared and pounced on Li Yue. Nine-Tails' claws with the extremely damaged chakra slashed over. Li Yue saw Abido's surprised expression, and then he was forcibly sent away by Li Yue. In an instant, the ground rose up like a huge wave of stone and soil like flowing water, swallowing Nine-Tails. The 4 seasons change, and the 4 plates are all controlled by Li Yue mastered. Li Yue activated the eye technique, and the 6 Magatama on the Mangekyo Rinnegan appeared and disappeared and rotated rapidly. A circle of huge black particle balls appeared above Nine-Tails. The 2 particle balls continued to oppress 5 tails. 88,409,522, Feilu 21,201,371. From behind Li Yue, a swirling flame burned, but strangely the speed of the flame spread became very slow. No matter how it burned, it could not burn Li Yue. Li Yue's figure suddenly became strange, and he uttered a few words, "Kyan, a sleight of hand, dazzling." Kushina woke up a little, her eyes opened a little, and seeing Li Yue's handsome face, she called out softly, and then she lost consciousness again. Kakashi was watching Li Yue's battle from the ground. In addition to respecting Li Yue, he also had a lot of admiration for him. The 9 tails, which were so difficult to deal with, were sealed by Li Yue so easily. He still used that absolute defense, so how come the fierce fire became slower the closer it got to the Hokage? Is he a god? What was even more shocking was the rock shinobi Anbu. Each of them was the elite among the elites of the land of Earth. They had seen a lot of battle scenes, but none of them could compare to this Hokage. It can be said that he was even more powerful than first Hokage Senju Hashirama. With his current strength, let alone destroying half of Cloud Shinobi Village, it would be easy for him to destroy the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. Li Yue held Kushina and came to Kakashi. "Kakashi, come back after you finish the escort mission." "I'll take Kushina away first," Kakashi responded respectfully. "Yes." Li Yue nodded and used Kamui to leave. Kakashi and several surviving rock shinobi Anbu continued to escort Five Tails back. Li Yue took Kushina back to Konoha and sent him to the hospital. Tsunade checked Kushina's injuries. Chakra consumption is too much, just exhausted, nothing serious, but Tsunade looked at his beloved disciple worriedly, frowning slightly. "What's wrong?" Li Yue asked. Tsunade glanced at Kushina, took Li Yue out of the ward and came to the doctor's office. Tsunade closed the door and made sure that there was no one around before speaking slowly. The unconscious Kushina was in great pain and his life was in danger. Rock Shinobi Anbu not far away was stunned by the scene in front of him because it was impossible for 4th Hokage Uchiha Li Yue to launch such a huge earth-style technique without consuming any chakra. Li Yue flew to Uchiha Madara and said, "I know who you are. With your current strength you are not my opponent. I will let you go today. I will wait for you to challenge me in the future." After Nine Tails' continuous attacks were in vain, he turned around and looked at Li Yue, who was already behind him. "Kun, Earth River Cart." Instantly, Li Yue's figure shook and countless of him appeared. He slashed with a claw but could not catch Li Yue's body. This was Wang Yi's skill that he obtained when he signed in, a skill that can be used for both attack and defense without chakra. Then his body was shrinking from the physical Nine Tails to the hollow chakra, and gradually the chakra became smaller and finally all returned to Kushina's body. The fierce fire, the closer it is to Li Yue, the slower it will become. Li Yue opened his right hand and a huge black hole appeared out of thin air. The black hole swallowed Abido's fire. "I found that Kushina's life was being devoured." Tsunade frowned worriedly and looked at Li Yue. "She seems unable to control the tailed beast in her body. If she cannot fully combine with the tailed beast in her body, her life will resist the tailed beast in her body until all her life is consumed." Li Yue also frowned, thinking about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. It seems that none of them lived long. Nine Tails is like a curse. Anyone who is infected will either die early or be on the way to early death. Nine Tails is a doomed existence. Nine Tails Kurama is the most ill-fated of the nine-tailed beasts. The Sage of Six Paths divided 10 Tails chakra into 9-tailed beasts and sealed the empty shell of 10 tails with Zhuwei chakra on the moon. The 9-tailed beasts separated after growing up and had different destinies from then on. During the Sengoku period, the second Raikage ordered the capture of 9 tails. Kinkaku and Jinkaku were swallowed by 9 tails when they captured 9 tails. The two stayed in 9 tails' body for 2 weeks. So Kinkaku and Jinkaku ate his flesh and blood in 9 tails' body, and finally 9 tails couldn't stand the pain and vomited the two out. Finally, he fights with Otsutsuki Kaguya and defeats his opponent. He can fill up the talent tree and get the ultimate reward. "You like him, but he already has someone he likes in his heart," Nine Tails said disdainfully. "Believe it or not, you are dying anyway, then I will be free." Nine Tails narrowed his eyes and looked at Kushina with contempt. He was forced to fight with Li Yue again. The fight was a fight and the person who controlled him ran away. In fact, Li Yue forced him to go away. The reason is simple, because it is not time to fight with Uchiha Abido yet. Then the scene flashed, Kushina grew up and she became Li Yue's student when she was only a teenager. Li Yue was puzzled. What's wrong? When practicing controlling chakra, Nine Tails came out to make trouble and was scared away by Li Yue. Li Yue stood up and walked towards Kushina. How do you feel? Do you want some water? I don't care about you, Kushina said cutely. You have been in my body since I can remember. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Kushina pouted. Who cares? I can become stronger by myself. I don't need you. How do you know? You are not him. I don't believe it. Kushina stared at Nine Tails. Of course, before that, he has to fight with Six Paths Pain and Seventh Path Nagato at the same time and win. Nine Tails snorted disdainfully. Useless human, you don't deserve my power at all. The next second she returned to reality, slowly opened her eyes and saw Li Yue guarding the bed. Teacher. Where's Minato? Kushina asked. This is an exchange between Kushina and Nine Tails when she was very young. I really don't understand why you trust your companions so much. It was your most trusted companion, Namikaze Minato, who failed to protect your sister's life. Nine Tails was like a bystander watching a play, laughing at Kushina's stupidity. Who is he? Kushina was puzzled. Nine Tails sneered. You like him? Kushina nodded, then shook her head. Nine Tails was very unwilling and he stared at Kushina with resentment. One day I will go out and kill him. In other words, Li Yue had to make the plot develop in the direction he knew. In order to keep this, he couldn't kill Abido now, then Song Neng was lost. Fortunately, Abido was really gone after being sent away. He never appeared again. Kushina was in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights and she had a very, very long dream. At the beginning, she seemed to be walking in a place where she couldn't see her hand in front of her. It was dark everywhere, without edges, without boundaries, and she didn't know where she was. She had no sense of direction and she felt extremely scared. Just when she was exhausted physically and mentally in this darkness, and her chakra was about to be exhausted, a light suddenly appeared in front of her. Kushina ran towards the light as if she saw hope. As soon as she ran out, she saw Li Yue. She called out for the teacher and fainted. This time she saw a place like a prison. The cage was full of seals and a fox with 9 tails was hunched inside. Seeing Kushina, he bared his teeth at her and asked her fiercely, "How long are you going to seal me?" Is that so? Kushina's eyes became deep. The result of the fight was that he was sealed and lost his freedom. This time, 9 Tails finally broke through the seal in Kushina's body, but before he could completely get out of Kushina's body, he was controlled by Daishi again. Kushina called weakly. At this time, Kushina turned into a child, only 5 years old, small and soft with big eyes, looking at 9 Tails in confusion. The scene changed again and it became the present. Confused, Kushina once again walked to the place where 9 Tails was imprisoned. She stood outside the cage, looking at the cage reinforced with black chains, and Kushina frowned. He's not in Konoha, he went to practice with Uchiha, Li Yue said. Kushina frowned and sat on the ground. Uchiha Li Yue, I will kill him, 9 Tails roared angrily. Kushina was a little flustered when her heart was touched. It's none of your business. Kushina became alert. Don't even think about it. I won't let you hurt Master Li Yue. Li Yue has to complete a long-term task that can gain a lot of talent points. As long as he can defeat Uchiha Abido of 10 Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Madara of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. He tried his best. Kushina clenched her fists. She had been trying not to think about her sister's death. They had played together since they were young and they promised each other to find someone they loved and live happily. But her sister died first. Everything seemed like a huge conspiracy. Since her sister was forcibly turned into 5 Tails Jinchuriki, this conspiracy had been going on. If she had known this, she should have asked teacher Li Yue to find a way to remove the tailed beast from her sister's body. Don't make excuses for them. Namikaze Minato is incompetent. He can't even protect his wife. How can he have the face to live? 9 Tails continued. It's not a pity for humans. You are all selfish and shameless people. Namikaze Minato could have saved your sister from death. What did you say? Kushina asked. People whose tailed beasts are removed may not necessarily die, but your sister died. 9 Tails said. Are you saying there is something else going on? Kushina asked. 9 Tails closed his eyes and stopped talking. No matter how Kushina asked or how he kicked and hit the cage, 9 Tails stopped talking as if he didn't want to pay attention to Kushina. After that, Nine-Tails was unwillingly controlled by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan and fought with Senju Hashirama. "Are you worried?" Li Yue asked. Kushina thought for a moment and asked, "Teacher, will the tailed beast in the Jinchuriki's body not die after being stripped?" "Usually the Jinchuriki will die after the tailed beast is stripped," Li Yue said. "Usually," Kushina sat up slowly and looked at Li Yue, "then there are exceptions." Li Yue knew why Kushina asked this question. After all, Kushimi was her sister who grew up with her. So he did not hide all the cases where the tailed beast was stripped and did not die. It is generally known in the ninja world that the Jinchuriki will die after being stripped of the tailed beast, but it is not the case. Jinchuriki will not die immediately after being stripped of the tailed beast. Usually they will fall into a coma and lose their ability to move, but it will take a long time for them to die slowly. In other words, they are waiting to die. But there are also Jinchuriki who can still maintain their ability to move by their own will. In addition, after the tailed beast is stripped, the tailed beast will not die if it is resealed in the body of the Jinchuriki. In fact, the only Jinchuriki who still have the ability to move are the Uzumaki clan, and they are pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. That is, the Uzumaki clan with red hair. Uzumaki Nagato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Kushimi are all pure-blooded. According to my understanding, Kushimi will not lose her ability to move even if the tailed beast is extracted. Kushina frowned. "My sister may be alive, but she died." Nine-Tails did not lie to her. "What happened at that time?" Minato and Jiraiya went to Mount Mayaboku for training. No one except Minato knew what happened that day. When Kushina and the others arrived, Kushimi was already dead and Five Tails went berserk. Since Kushina's death, Minato became very depressed and locked himself in the house for several days. Naruto was taken care of in the hospital. Minato did not go to see him. After that, he talked with Jiraiya for a long time and then decided to follow Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku for training. Kushina recovered quickly because of the 9 tails in his body. After 2 days of rest, he recovered completely. Because Naruto lost his mother right after he was born, he could only be taken care of in an incubator in the hospital. Newborn babies are fragile. Kushina looked at Naruto through the peel for a while. His small face and yellow hair looked very similar to Minato. His nose and mouth looked very similar to Kushimi. Looking at the little baby, Kushina felt complicated. She decided to find out what happened that day. Why did her sister die? Finding the truth is easy to say, but it is very difficult to find it, especially when no one except Minato saw it with their own eyes. Minato can't come back for a while, and Mount Mayaboku is not a place that anyone can enter. Kushina couldn't wait and decided to start with the existing intelligence. In fact, she decided to wonder from the beginning why Kushimi was attacked by a mysterious person when she was on a mission. In addition, the mysterious people who appeared several times wore black and red auspicious cloud pattern cloaks. According to the information she has, she only knows that the organization wearing this cloak is called Akatsuki, and it is inseparable from Rain Shinobi Village. A few months ago, Orochimaru went to Rain Shinobi Village to perform a mission. When he arrived, more than a dozen Anbu died and only Orochimaru came back. After that, Orochimaru rarely went out to perform missions. No one knew what he was doing and few people saw him in the leaves. One day, Kushina had just finished seeing Naruto and came out of the hospital. The doctor said Naruto is in good health and can be taken away from the hospital in a while. Kushina decided to take care of little Naruto during Minato's absence. Li Yue has been very busy recently. He is training his confidants Anbu. Kakashi is also one of them and is highly regarded by Li Yue. Konoha has had Anbu since the 3rd Hokage period, not only Anbu but also root members who obey Danzo. After Danzo's death, the root members disappeared and no one knows how many people were once Danzo's subordinates. Just a few hours ago, a bizarre murder occurred in Konoha. The deceased was a member of Konoha Anbu and an elite Jonin of Konoha. He died in the bathroom of his own home. The bathroom door was locked, and the most bizarre thing was that his death was surrounded by vines. Li Yue went to the scene and followed Konoha's household inspection department to investigate the Juban. Shizune is the head of the autopsy department. The cause of death is suffocation, and the murder weapon is these vines. It should be wood style. When Li Yue heard wood style, she frowned. So far, there is no one in Konoha who can use wood style except Li Yue. Since the death of Senju Hashirama, no one in Konoha can use wood style. If it is the Hokage world where Li Yue did not come because the third generation and Danzo secretly studied Senju Hashirama's cells, the third generation, Danzo and later Yamato would know wood style technique. Then there are Zetsu and Abido. Wood style is very powerful and was lost because of the death of Senju Hashirama. If we look at Konoha now, Li Yue has acquired Wang Yi's Fenghu Kaimenyi because of his own Seinen system, so he has a skill similar to wood style. But it is still different from wood style. The person who killed this Anbu ninja must not be Li Yue. First, Li Yue's skill is to create sandalwood, which has a certain special smell, and it has the effect of confusing the enemy. And this is a vine, definitely not Li Yue's skills. The only possibility, and the one Li Yue suspected the most, was White Zetsu. White Zetsu could transform into anyone's appearance, and it was not impossible for him to sneak into Konoha without being discovered. But Konoha has its own defensive barrier. Except for Konoha's internal personnel who know the password to enter the barrier, Sui should not know it. If it's not Zetsu, could it be Abido? Li Yue couldn't confirm the murderer for a while. Li Yue looked at the scene and asked Shizune to take the body away to see if he could get more important information. Fugaku seems to be in a good mood recently, probably because Mikoto gave birth to Sasuke. Brother, let me investigate this matter, Li Zhao. I promise to catch the real murderer. Uchiha Fugaku patted his chest and assured Li Yue, too. What do you think of this murder case? Li Yue asked Fugaku. Fugaku frowned and thought for a while. The dead man is a member of our Uchiha clan. He opened 3 Magatama. He is the elite of our clan. Not many people can kill him. The most strange thing is the cause of his death. He was obviously killed by wood style, but wood style was lost after the death of the first Hokage. Li Yue nodded. This is also the most strange thing for me. Do you have any suspects? I think it is very likely that someone from our Konoha did it, Fugaku said. What do you mean? Li Yue asked. Now our Konoha's defense system is very complete. If someone from outside sneaks in, we will definitely notice it. Fugaku watched the body being carried away by the autopsy department and suddenly stopped the person carrying the body. Wait. What's wrong? Li Yue's eyes quickly turned to the person who was moving the body. Fugaku walked over quickly and touched the man's body. Strange, this person is dead. Why is his body not stiff? And there is no Madara. Fugaku lifted the arm of the corpse from the sleeve. Why is his skin color 2 different colors? Li Yue leaned over and carefully observed the man's arm, and suddenly understood in his heart. He pretended to be strange and checked with Fugaku. In fact, he already knew why this person died of wood style. Li Yue called Uchiha Fugaku to the office. Today's case must be investigated secretly, don't make it public. Uchiha Fugaku noticed Li Yue's caution and asked more. What does today's case involve? Well, it's related to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Li Yue didn't hide it, but he didn't tell everything he knew. For this memory, Li Yue only knew that Orochimaru was studying Senju Hashirama's cells and captured many Chunin for secret experiments. In the end, only Yamato inherited Senju Hashirama's bloodline limit. In Li Yue's memory, Orochimaru's rebellion should be when Itachi was 8 years old, that is, 3 years later when Naruto and Sasuke were 2 years old. This year was the year when 9 Tails went berserk, and it was also the year when the 12 little strongmen were born around the same time. It was the decade with the most newborns in 497 leaves. If he followed his original memory, nothing special would happen. Relatively speaking, it was a relatively peaceful period for Konoha and even the ninja world. But what actually happened, Li Yue was not sure. Based on his current experience, the direction of the major events was basically the development he understood, but there have always been subtle differences in this. It was Orochimaru who colluded with Hanzo to force Yahiko to death. It was Uchiha Madara who organized the game. Nagato was not disabled. He was operating somewhere in the dark while controlling 6 Paths Pain. 9 Tails did not run wild in the village but was replaced by 5 Tails. The cause of Kushina's death in saving Kushimi is still under investigation. Although Nine Tails did not run wild in Konoha, it still could not stop Obito from transforming into Madara's appearance and plotting against Nine Tails. With the help of hungry Kaido pain and human path pain, the Nine Tails in Kushina's body still broke the seal. Kushina almost died because of the Nine Tails in her body, but fortunately Li Yue arrived in time and saved her. These are all unpredictable parts, all because Li Yue came to this world and changed the original plot. Li Yue asked Fugaku to call Kakashi and Kushina over. "Teacher, what do you want to talk to us about?" Kushina has been in a bad mood recently because of her sister's affairs. She only smiles when she takes care of Naruto. "You can't reveal your identity in this matter." "All of you should investigate as Anbu, right?" Li Yue ordered. Now Konoha's defense system has already been somewhat targeted at White Zetsu and Akatsuki. In fact, Li Yue discovered that there were people with different hearts in Anbu a long time ago. And Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells, it seems to have started a long time ago. Li Yue knew that Kushina was helping Fugaku investigate some things. Fugaku just said that he would report to him after finding out something. Unexpectedly, it was related to the disappearance of Chunin. In recent years, Anbu has been enriching new people. Li Yue is giving he wanted to replace Anbu with people he could trust before Naruto and Sasuke grew up, because before he took office, Anbu was full of root people. Danzo had been cultivating his own power. Li Yue had just sent out the task and something went wrong again. All the missing ninjas were last seen in the land of fields. Therefore, he had to make early plans for the major crisis that Konoha might encounter in the future. According to the original plot, Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells was completely related to Danzo's Hashirama cell plan when he was still in the third Hokage. It was just that too many people died in the research and it was stopped by the third Hokage. Originally, Li Yue judged that once Danzo died, the demise of the Uchiha clan, the research on Hashirama cells, and even the death of Yahiko would not have happened. As soon as Danzo died, the root people regained their freedom. But there were many people who were brainwashed by Danzo and wanted to complete his unfinished business. There are 6 powerful blood limit in the ninja world. It seems that Kushina's death may be related to this matter, but this is just Li Yue's judgment and cannot be confirmed. Li Yue looked at Kushina and waited for her analysis. Even if White Zetsu could transform into a Konoha person or even pass the fake as the real one, he would never know the security code to pass through Konoha's barrier. Recently, Chunin have also disappeared in Konoha, Kushina said worriedly as if she had thought of something. Because Li Yue knew White Zetsu's ability from the beginning, he strengthened Konoha's defense system a long time ago. Sharingan, Byakugan, Ryuchai Cave Senjutsu, Wood Style, Pure Eye, and the Wedge of the Otsutsuki clan. There is also Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells, which seems to be an inevitable event. Chunin are missing in the ninja villages near the Land of Fire. Kakashi told Li Yue the information he had found. The people of Anbu CCBF all wear masks, each with their own code names, and they don't know each other, but Kushina and Kakashi know each other. Because Kakashi joined Anbu at the beginning and worked with Kushina. In fact, this is easy to understand. Orochimaru studied ninjutsu to the point of obsession. Even without Danzo, he would be curious about Hashirama cells. After Hashirama's death, the wood style was lost, which was a great loss for Konoha. Orochimaru, who has always been pursuing higher and more powerful ninjutsu, how could he not be curious about Hashirama's cells? Kakashi is very powerful and completes the task very well. He has always been appreciated by Li Yue, but the fact is that what was supposed to happen still happened. Unfortunately, his plan was killed by Li Yue before it was mature. Seeing Li Yue barely let out a smile, the smile was fleeting. The two nodded. Li Yue did not answer Kushina's words but looked at Kakashi. "Did you find anything new about the investigation I asked you to do before?" But that was also a superficial stop. In fact, Danzo had been studying Hashirama's cells, and for the Sharingan, he provoked the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, which eventually led to the demise of the Uchiha clan. Kushina frowned. "I've been investigating my sister's death recently. During this process, I found that my sister was cooperating with Konoha's security department to investigate the disappearance of Chunin before the accident. Li Yue frowned, knowing that Orochimaru's experiment had begun. At this time, he should send a team to carry out the operation to destroy Orochimaru's plan. How powerful and terrifying the wood style is, I'm afraid only those who have seen it during the first Hokage era know. He saw from Kushina's eyes that she also had doubts. A dozen Chunin aged 11 or 12 have disappeared in a week. Most of them have just passed the Chunin exam. They suddenly disappeared on their first mission. After the Battle of Rain Shinobi Village in Hanzo, Orochimaru got what he wanted. After that, he always left Konoha and no one knew what he was researching. Shizune assisted Tsunade in finding clues in the autopsy department. "Teacher, look!" Shizune cut off a piece of skin that was different from his own skin color and put it under the microscope. Tsunade walked over, approached the microscope and took a look. The cells are still alive. Shizune nodded. The person's own cells have died, but this piece of cells is still alive. Shouldn't the cells stop functioning when a person dies? Tsunade frowned. Someone is researching the first Hokage cells. Is this the first Hokage cell? Shizune looked at Tsunade in shock. Tsunade nodded. My grandfather passed away many years ago, but his cells are still active. The third Hokage in Danzo wanted to study my grandfather's cells to get Wood Style's ability, and they thought I didn't know. So, Shizune looked at the body. Is this person used as a research subject? I'm afraid so. Tsunade lowered her head and thought, with a bad feeling. Tsunade asked Shizune to work with her to get the autopsy report done as soon as possible. Go find Li Yue. Li Yue was still reviewing documents, and when she saw the feeling coming in, she put down the documents in her hand. You come to me so late, aren't you afraid that I will leave you behind? Tsunade smiled and threw the autopsy report on Li Yue's desk. Subconjunctival hemorrhage, severe congestion of blood vessels in the head, and the cells in the capillaries changed due to lack of blood. It is certain that he was strangled to death. Li Yue picked up the document on the table and looked down. These. Tsunade leaned on the table with his hand and leaned close to Li Yue. There is a part of his body with a completely different skin color from his original skin color. These cell tissues are still active even if the person dies and can divide and regenerate. The source of these cells is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Li Yue was not surprised, showing an expression that he had known it for a long time. Tsunade stared at Li Yue seriously for a long time and sighed dejectedly. I should have guessed that you knew it. It's not that I know, but I saw it at the scene on the day of the crime. Li Yue gently rubbed Tsunade's hair. What else did you find? Tsunade put another document in Li Yue's hand. We read the information in his brain and found that he was locked in a glass jar and constantly experimented when he was very young. He was a relic of the war a few years ago. Li Yue flipped open the reports and read them carefully. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. Even though he knew the general idea, the details were still shocking. There are 9 other finished products like him and only one is a finished product. The others will be attacked by the first Hokage cells at any time. Tsunade said his conclusion. Li Yue narrowed his eyes and the look in his eyes began to become unpredictable. I want to stop all this. If anyone conducts this kind of experiment in the future, they will be killed without mercy. Tsunade was stunned. It was the first time she saw Li Yue so angry, but she felt a little happy in her heart. She didn't make a mistake. I won't let him go, Tsunade said to herself. She actually concealed something. Just when she was searching the memory of that person, she saw Orochimaru. Now he is like a mindless program. After being written by someone, he does things according to the instructions of the program. This is forbidden technique. I don't know how Uchiha Madara got it, or is it something Black Zetsu got? Has this been discovered? Orochimaru put down the experiment in his hand and looked back at Yamato. Black Zetsu is the person who least wants peace in the ninja world. He wishes that the ninja world would not be at peace. The more war there is, the more beneficial it is to his plan. Kakuzu had already been in contact with Uchiha Madara at that time. What about collecting hearts? In fact, it was all fake. Kakuzu was taking the orphans after the war to Orochimaru for experiments. Li Yue pulled Tsunade's arm and pulled her into her arms. Leave this matter to me, I hope you are in danger. It turned out that at that time, Orochimaru was studying the cells of the first Hokage. You don't like it? Tsunade was angry. Yamato quietly hid in the woods in the Anbu team and entered the secret experimental base of the Land of Fields one step ahead. Kakashi followed another line of investigation and found the reason why the orphans appeared in the abandoned factory of Konoha. Yes, Yamato bowed his head and retreated. Yamato is also an orphan, the only product of Orochimaru's experiment. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6, became a chunin at the age of 6, and now he is 12 years old and has become a member of Anbu like Kakashi. On the other side, Kushina and Anbu's men have surrounded the experimental base of Tianguo. Minato and Kakashi found this place when they were on a mission, but they didn't do a thorough investigation because they were on a mission. Of course not, Li Yue kissed Tsunade's cheek, tightening her arms. It's really a trouble that my girlfriend is too strong. Yes, Yamato bowed his head and responded, I like it, Li Yue smiled. Kakashi and Anbu surrounded Orochimaru, just waiting for Li Yue's order, destroyed Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru stood up and looked back at Yamato, send a message to the roots, you can act now. Orochimaru began to study curse seals and reincarnation with what he got from Uchiha Madara. 0. He wanted to find a perfect body and then occupy his body so that he could live forever. The orphans that Kakashi and Obito rescued at that time actually ran away from Tianguo. Yamato wants to Kakashi and his team reported this news to Lord Orochimaru before they attacked. This year, the 7-year-old Kabu has also begun to follow Orochimaru. There were a total of 60 orphans after the war who were kidnapped by Orochimaru for experiments, and each person was numbered from 10 to 10. After all the roots should listen to Orochimaru. This is the order after Danzo's death. Yamato doesn't even know why he did this. His root members were just the roots of the Orochimaru organization and they only obeyed Orochimaru. Several people were lurking and one of the Anbu members wearing a mask was Yamato. She knew that everything was done by Orochimaru but she didn't say it. She wanted to ask Orochimaru in person what he was doing. Yamato quickly entered the laboratory and walked to Orochimaru's side, because of Lord Orochimaru. Tsunade pushed Li Yue, are you questioning my ability? After Tsunade came out of the Hokage's office, she jumped onto the roof in 2 or 3 steps and left Konoha quickly. She wanted to find Orochimaru without telling Li Yue and ask everything clearly. They grew up together and took missions together. They experienced life and death together, watched each other grow up and finally stood alone. If she hadn't seen Orochimaru in the memory of the corpse, she would never have believed that the person who was studying her grandfather's cells and catching orphans for experiments was Orochimaru. Tsunade moved very fast and soon came to the territory of the Land of Fields. The Land of Fields is an agricultural country with fields everywhere. The national player quickly found the place where the big snake set up the barrier. There was a heavy snake chakra there and Tsunade followed the chakra to chase it. Tsunade entered the woods and jumped on the branches of a tree, attracted by the sound of 2 people talking. Orochimaru escaped from the laboratory and was stopped by an Anbu. There were flashes of lightning in the dark of the woods, and Kakashi's chakra with lightning gathered in his hand walked all over Orochimaru step by step. He suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, lightning-style Reikiri. A strong flash of lightning flashed in the woods, and when Kakashi's Reikiri was about to hit Orochimaru, Orochimaru leaned back to avoid Reikiri. Kakashi's other hand turned and stabbed Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru's body was as soft as a snake and he turned his body and was just a little bit away from being scratched by Kakashi's kunai. The 2 people staggered and exchanged positions and Orochimaru didn't know when a kunai appeared in his hand. The mask on Kakashi's face split from the middle, revealing his face. Kakashi stared at Orochimaru and his eyes were leaking blood-red Sharingan. The 2 men were back to back. Kakashi kneeled on one leg on the ground and Kakashi tilted his head slightly, as if Orochimaru was not surprised at all that the person who intercepted him was Kakashi. Kakashi, you have good eyes, don't you? Orochimaru turned to face Kakashi with a sinister look in his eyes, but I don't need a fake either. Kakashi was stunned, as if he heard something else from Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru took the kunai in his hand, stretched out his tongue that could become very long and licked the kunai. The bright red blood was on his tongue. A huge python coiled around Orochimaru's body, making a rustling sound. Kakashi turned around and looked at Orochimaru coldly. Orochimaru sneered and glanced at the snake on his body with the corner of his eye. Cute child. Do you want to see him bleeding too? The giant snake suddenly opened its mouth and pounced on Kakashi. The moment the snake's mouth bit Kakashi, Kakashi turned into wood. The real Kakashi appeared above Orochimaru's head, holding a bunch of explosive charms in his hands which exploded the moment they touched Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru's body was charred by the explosion, but the next second he shed his skin in front of Kakashi like a snake shedding its skin, and became completely uninjured again. Orochimaru and Tsunade both showed surprised expressions. A huge lightning illuminated the entire forest, and the tails of all the snakes were cut off by Kakashi's Reikiri. Because of Li Yue's condition, Kakashi's strength is comparable to his 10 years later. Just because he can control Mangekyo Sharingan in advance, he is stronger than most of Konoha's Jonin. The snake's belly was transferred to another space by him. Orochimaru, are you crazy? Tsunade stared at Orochimaru angrily. Kakashi, you are only 12 years old. You are really more terrifying than I thought. Tsunade shook his head. Orochimaru's eyes became serious and he raised one arm, and countless snakes were called back from his arm, rushing towards Kakashi with bites. Stop! Orochimaru looked at Tsunade as if he was watching a joke. Why should I stop? My research will succeed in a little more research. Am I crazy? Orochimaru sneered gloomily. I am crazy, but I did the right thing. I said I want to learn all the techniques in the world, so I must study this. Study my grandfather's cells? Tsunade asked. The black arm exuded the smell of burnt beard. Orochimaru held his arm in pain and his arm trembled because of the paralysis of lightning. The chakra of the Hatake clan is just more than that of ordinary ninjas, and the chakra of the Hatake clan is all attribute. Theoretically, they can activate skills of any attribute. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. The power of Sannin is indeed not to be underestimated. Kakashi jumped out of thin air with powerful lightning gathering in his hands, Reikiri. Tsunade bit his lower lip. Orochimaru, are you really experimenting on people? That cell transplant? Orochimaru seemed to regard this technique as a small discovery. I have a bigger achievement. Tsunade, I will soon be immortal. Orochimaru walked out of the hole without any damage. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. I didn't expect you to come too. Are you here to see me off? Orochimaru frowned and cursed. I was actually injured by a child, what a joke. Orochimaru smiled. I really want to tell you 3.8 not, but unfortunately I am indeed experimenting on people. Kakashi nodded. Under the guidance of Master Li Yue, I can now fully control my Sharingan. Orochimaru was hit because he underestimated Kakashi. Orochimaru thought Kakashi was going to fight the snakes in his hand head-on, but unexpectedly, Kakashi's figure suddenly flashed and appeared outside Orochimaru's arm when the group of snakes surrounded him. It's just that Kakashi rarely uses Kamui because Kamui consumes chakra very much. Even if Kakashi has powerful chakra, it is not inexhaustible. Compared to the chakra of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, there is a gap. Before she touched the big snake, a hole suddenly appeared in the belly of the big snake, and Kakashi's Sharingan had turned into a Mangekyo pattern. Kakashi dodged left and right and activated the Raiden Rasengan to hit the head of one of the giant snakes. The hidden Shadow Multi-Snake hand did not work, and Orochimaru activated the skill again, forming a seal on his hand, released two huge snakes to attack Kakashi. Kakashi had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the place where the kunai flew out. Just as he hit the head of the giant snake, the other 10 snakes opened their bloody mouths and bit Kakashi. Tsunade stared at Kakashi. You open Mangekyo. Orochimaru looked at Kakashi with a colder look. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. What can I do if I learn all the techniques? Tsunade couldn't understand what Orochimaru did at all. Orochimaru, come back to Konoha with me, it's not too late to stop now. Oh no, Tsunade felt bad and jumped out from the dark. Her hands were full of strange power chakra and she hit the big snake that swallowed Kakashi. Eternal life? Tsunade couldn't imagine what she heard. Are you kidding? No one in this world can be immortal. No, there is. As long as I find a satisfactory body, I can start my plan. Orochimaru became extremely excited when he said this. His snake-like pupils flickered. Tsunade clenched his fists and his whole body trembled with emotion. Orochimaru, when did you and I become different? What human experiments, what immortality? This is meaningless. Tsunade said, jumping out of thin air and punching Orochimaru fiercely. Orochimaru dodged with his soft body. Our paths have never been the same. The idea of Jiraiya's disciples looking for a savior world is ridiculous. Tsunade bit and kicked the big snake with his heel. Orochimaru quickly formed seals on his hands, spit out countless snakes from his mouth and pounced on Tsunade. Tsunade's legs were instantly bitten by dense snakes. Tsunade jumped away in pain. Isn't it ridiculous to sacrifice innocent lives for your so-called skills? Tsunade bit her finger, made a seal on her hand, pressed it to the ground, and a huge Katsuyu appeared at her feet. Tsunade stood on the Katsuyu and stared at Orochimaru seriously. 22. I won't let you go. Orochimaru also quickly made a seal on his hand and summoned a giant snake. Orochimaru stood on the snake. In that case, I can only step over your body. Kakashi stood by and found that he could only watch the gods fight. Now everyone knows that Tsunade is the girlfriend of the fourth Hokage Li Yue. This girlfriend is also a very tough character who is not easy to mess with. Kakashi has participated in several battles with Tsunade, and he was impressed by her cool and fierce aura every time. Katsuyu and the snake began to attack each other. Two huge creatures suddenly appeared in the small woods. The villagers of Tianguo were all scared and everyone hid at home and trembled. They don't know what happened in their country. They don't know that in the near future this place will be ruled by Orochimaru and a sound village will be created. At the same time, his neck suddenly became 550 years longer. Perhaps this world never needs Jiraiya to find a savior because the savior of this world has always been Li Yue. And now, Tsunade has to face her former companions and fight to the death. This person is none other than the teacher of her beloved brother. Tsunade made up her mind to stop Orochimaru no matter what. She didn't want to become an enemy with him. If she let him go today, they would be enemies in the future. After the two confronted each other for half a second, Katsuyu and the big snake bit each other. Rumbling loudly, sand and dust filled the sky and trees were crushed one by one. Although it is not yet the time for Li Yue to fight these people behind the scenes, it can be predicted from various details that it will definitely be a battle that will change the world. Everyone who stops me is my enemy. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade and a white snake ran out of his chest. This palm came too fast and fiercely. Orochimaru was hit hard and his internal organs were almost broken. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The white snake bit Tsunade's thigh, but Orochimaru's tongue grew like a lizard's tail. I just want to become stronger. Orochimaru curled his lips, his hands quickly formed seals and rushed towards the feeling. Once upon a time, they stepped on their respective summoning beasts and fought side by side on the battlefield. This world has never been a world of rise and fall. When Konoha's power becomes stronger as a whole, other forces are also changing accordingly. Orochimaru's stomach was kicked and his neck was entangled with Tsunade's upper body. His face was tightly pressed against Tsunade and he was going to her neck. His tongue was getting stronger and stronger, trying to strangle Tsunade. Tsunade gritted his teeth. He gathered his chakra on his arm and cut it hard. Orochimaru spit out a snake from his mouth, holding Tsunade's neck and biting Tsunade's throat with sharp teeth. Tsunade turned on Sage mode and continued the strange power in her hands. She leaned over to avoid Orochimaru's attack in front of her and kicked Orochimaru's waist with her thigh with strange power. Tsunade didn't give Orochimaru a chance to breathe. He rushed forward and slapped him in the chest. They are the real ultimate boss. Are you kidding? Even if it means death, I will stop you. Your path will not work. Tsunade pinched Orochimaru's neck with his backhand and Orochimaru soon felt suffocated as he exerted force on his hands. Although she expected the future, she couldn't stop it. After several rounds, both creatures were damaged to a certain extent. The two stood on their respective summoning beasts and confronted each other. What Li Yue does not know is that in addition to Otsutsuki Kaguya, who will be resurrected later, another more terrifying force is approaching this world. Even if she loses her life, she must stop him. How terrible is the forbidden technique that Uchiha Madara gave him? I am afraid it is more terrible than Li Yue knows. Tsunade's mood is very complicated, but she knows that if more innocent people are not to be hurt, she must stop Orochimaru today. This snake is poisonous. The moment she was bitten, Tsunade felt her limbs go numb and she let go, but Tsunade's idea is too good. Orochimaru still has many hidden forces that have not been exerted. Orochimaru's eyes became more and more fierce, and the forehead protector on his head loosened and fell off. Orochimaru intercepted the forehead protector, stepped on the snake's head and looked at Tsunade. "You can't stop me." Orochimaru picked up the kunai and scratched a deep scratch on the forehead protector. "From now on, I have nothing to do with Konoha." On the other side, Kakashi was going to be a spectator in the front row, but a series of tree roots suddenly entangled him. Kakashi reacted quickly and jumped away. Yamato stood in front of him with a mask. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yamato. "Are you going to be careful?" Yamato had no expression on his face and his eyes were empty. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and launched a ninjutsu against Kakashi again. "Being controlled?" Kakashi frowned and fought with Yamato. Orochimaru scratched the forehead protector, which meant that from this moment on he was a traitor to Konoha. Tsunade was a little sad. "Orochimaru, are we done with our relationship for so many years?" Tsunade and Orochimaru jumped to fight each other. Orochimaru took the opportunity to separate and his neck retracted to its original length. "Tsunade, you are no match for me. Stop now and I can spare your life." Tsunade used his arm to exert his strength and punched Orochimaru in the face. As Orochimaru was knocked away, his tongue suddenly stretched out and hooked onto Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru was shocked and wanted to retract his tongue, but it was too late. Tsunade cut off the whole tongue snake sucking. Tsunade pinched the snake's head and squeezed it hard, and the snake's head was instantly crushed. Orochimaru felt pain and let go of Tsunade's neck and stepped back. Standing on the snake's head, he stared at Tsunade coldly. Tsunade also clenched his fists and stared at Orochimaru. Two of the Sannin, when they fight, it's like Mars hitting the Earth. The two figures kept changing and the two figures intertwined, accompanied by a loud noise, and large areas of the forest were destroyed. In the woods outside the country of fields, two huge summoning beasts stood in it, making the entire forest look much smaller. In a clearing in the woods, Kakashi stood in the middle and Yinhei caught up. Kakashi's mask was gone. Yamato still had the Konoha Anbu mask on his face, but even so, as long as you saw his wood style, you could tell who he was. Wood style silent killing technique. A huge branch suddenly stretched out and tied Kakashi's body. Kakashi couldn't move, looking at Yamato wearing a mask. "Yamato, are you going to betray Konoha?" Yamato's eyes moved but soon became dim and emotionless. The branches strangled Kakashi. Kakashi's face became redder and redder because of suffocation, and he was about to be strangled to death. A Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Yamato. He pinched Reikiri in his hand and hit Yamato's back. Yamato was hit hard without any defense. Just as he was hit, Kakashi, who was tied by the branches, disappeared like air. It turned out that the captured Kakashi was Shadow Clone, who could not only use chakra but also could not withstand certain injuries. Yamato spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered forward 2 steps and knelt on one leg on the ground. Kakashi stood in front of him holding a kunai and quickly scratched Yamato's mask. The mask fell off, revealing a face with a face protector. Konoha's forehead protector was on the face protector. He was wearing a special Anbu outfit with round eyes and looked a little dull. Kakashi knew him, and when he was on a mission in Anbu, he would pay attention to this person intentionally or unintentionally. At first, he only judged that it was this person through his ninjutsu. Because Yamato is the only ninja in Konoha who knows wood-style ninjutsu, it is rumored that he has the blood limit of first Hokage and is a very special person. Yamato is 2 years younger than Kakashi and is also a powerful ninja second only to Kakashi. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6 and became a chunin in the same year. Later, he entered Anbu almost at the same time as Kakashi, but Yamato never talked to anyone and lived in his own world at any time. The meaning of his life seems to be to receive missions and complete them. Kakashi and Yamato had worked together on a mission before, and he found that Yamato was very murderous. Song will kill you if he starts a fight. He will not leave any room for mercy. Kakashi stared at Yamato's face coldly and asked again, "Are you going to betray Konoha tilde?" Yamato seemed to have no idea what Kakashi was saying. At this moment he was like a robot carrying out a mission. The only thing in his mind was to complete the mission. You feel like you are hypnosis or being controlled. Kakashi's eyes showed something strange. Yamato began to make seals on his hands again, and this time Kakashi's Sharingan completely copied his movements. Earth-style Earth Flow Gun! Earth-style Earth Flow Gun! The two people activated their skills at the same time, and a hard rock suddenly sprang out from under each other's body and stabbed at the ground. The two jumped away at the same time to avoid the attack. At this time, Yamato activated his skills again, water-style waterfall technique. Kakashi also did the same action with him, water-style waterfall technique. Two huge waterfalls appeared out of thin air and rushed towards each other. The waterfalls intersected and suppressed each other and finally disappeared. Kakashi stood on a tall tree and dodged the attack. He stared at Yamato coldly, analyzing his fighting characteristics in his mind. Since a ninja in Konoha died of wood style, Kakashi accepted Li Yue's mission to investigate the matter secretly. During the investigation, he had doubts about Yamato, so he had been secretly investigating everything about Yamato. He found that Yamato was brought back to Konoha by Orochimaru when he was very young, and soon he passed the exam of the ninja school and graduated successfully. He was the most powerful ninja that year. In order to investigate Yamato, Kakashi secretly sneaked into Konoha's database to find relevant information, and Kakashi found information about wood style. Before the third Hokage died, he and Danzo had been secretly planning this first Hokage Hashirama cell experiment. First Hokage Senju Hashirama was a very powerful ninja and his body was different from others. When a normal person dies, the cells will lose vitality and die quickly. But Hashirama's cells are still alive and full of vitality. Not only that, they can also divide and replicate, just like giving a living body that never stops. So the third Hokage wanted Danzo to secretly experiment and study Hashirama's cells. However, just when they were about to start the plan, Uchiha Fugaku invited Uchiha Li Yue back, and his return disrupted everything. In the end, because of the death of the third Hokage and Danzo, the plan was shelved. If the plan has been shelved, who is secretly studying all this? When Kakashi investigated these, he locked on Yamato. He was sure that Yamato was inextricably linked to the Hashirama cell plan. Facts proved that his guesses were all correct. In fact, Li Yue deliberately asked Kakashi to bring Yamato with him to this Anbu team. What kind of strategy is to surround the experimental base and lure the snake out of the hole? The purpose is to lead out the mastermind behind the scenes through Yamato, the root. Just like solving a case requires evidence, Li Yue knew in his heart that the person who studied Hashirama cells was definitely Orochimaru. But he was the head of the clan, the Hokage of Konoha, and any order he issued should have his basis. He said that Orochimaru was a traitor and he had to catch him in the act, and through this action he could also lead to the root who obeyed Orochimaru. This helped Li Yue's plan to clean up Anbu. Encircling the laboratory was just a superficial task. In fact, Kakashi's task was to catch the mastermind behind the scenes. With his IQ of 200, he analyzed the only way for Orochimaru to leave the laboratory and intercepted Orochimaru there. Unexpectedly, Tsunade also came and fought with Orochimaru. This made Kakashi a bystander. What Kakashi didn't expect was that Yamato had actually received the order to kill Kakashi a long time ago. It's just that Yamato was sober at that time. After receiving the task, he was always hesitant. He didn't understand why Orochimaru would give him such a task. Kakashi and he are both ninjas of Konoha. Why do they want to kill each other? So Orochimaru has not taken action until now. He received the task of surrounding the laboratory. He knew that Orochimaru's plan was exposed. In order to cover his escape, Yamato sneaked into the laboratory while Kakashi and others were not paying attention and went to Orochimaru to inform him. But Orochimaru used him and controlled his will. He would not stop until he killed Kakashi. "My mission is to kill you, water-style break the flow." Yamato changed the seals with both hands, concentrated the chakra into water and rushed towards Kakashi with a huge impact. Kakashi was concentrated and turned into a block. On the other side, Kakashi appeared in front of Yamato holding the flying thunder god's kunai, and the Rasengan in his hand quickly gathered and hit Yamato's abdomen. The hit Yamato was wood style and the human form quickly turned into wood and then was shattered by Kakashi's Rasengan. The real Yamato has disappeared. The battle between Tsunade and Orochimaru is still going on. A large number of Anbu have arrived. They have sneaked into the laboratory and hunted down the remnants of Orochimaru. On the other side, Orochimaru summoned the Root, who obeyed him to prevent the Leaf Anbu from breaking into the laboratory. So in the land of fields, there were fighting figures everywhere. Li Yue floated in the air, overlooking all this, and his eyes were always focused on the battle on Tsunade's side. He did not intervene in Tsunade's battle because he knew that Tsunade needed to understand once. A companion who grew up with her and experienced life and death together, but in the end, he was using people for experiments and doing things she didn't agree with. It was a big blow to her. Li Yue would not stop what she was going to do. Wood-style big forest technique. Yamato's arm suddenly grew countless vines and branches inserted into Kakashi's heart. Kakashi closed his eyes, spit out blood, and disappeared in the next second. Why do you know wood-style? Kakashi stood in front of Yamato with a Chidori in his hand, flashing with lightning. Yamato's empty eyes shook a little and his mind began to emerge from the experience of being locked in the laboratory for experiments. That was the darkest day of his life, but how could he forget it later? Yamato was a little dazed, shook his head, and his eyes began to converge. Yamato narrowed his eyes. Kakashi. The Chidori in Kakashi's hand had already started, rushing towards Yamato quickly. Yamato was easily pinned down by Kakashi, staring at Kakashi with a dull look. Why I received such a mission? When Kakashi was about to hit Yamato, he stopped. The lightning gradually shrank and finally disappeared in his palm. My hand will not hurt my companions. With that, Kakashi let go of Yamato. Yamato was stunned and Kakashi's silver-white hair in his sight was shining under the moonlight. Kakashi's words deeply hit his heart, will not hurt your companions. Yamato's consciousness recovered a little bit, and it seemed that a certain place in his heart was deeply stabbed and ached. Yamato didn't understand why he had such a feeling, but when he saw Kakashi's painful and desperate eyes full of bondage to his companions, he was touched all of a sudden. Kakashi's companions all died in the mission. It is said that Lin was killed by his own hands. 2 years ago, such words spread throughout Konoha, and everyone knew Kakashi's experience. Just 2 years ago, Obito was killed by a big rock and gave the Sharingan to Kakashi. Rin was forced to become Jinchuriki again and took the initiative to meet Kakashi's Chidori and died in front of him. Of course, only Kakashi himself knew these details. To outsiders, he just killed his companions. He carried out a failed mission. Such a person actually stopped at the last blow to him. Yamato was stunned and recalled the words, companions. His consciousness began to become clear. Kakashi let go of Yamato and turned his back to him. In an instant, the light of lightning illuminated the night sky. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were fighting, were disturbed by the lightning and had a little distraction. Li Yue observed the situation on the ground, distinguishing between the Root and Anbu people. Taking advantage of this plan, Li Yue wanted to eliminate the Root people from Anbu, leaving no one behind. Kakashi turned his head slightly and looked at Yamato with the corner of his eyes. Give up the task. After Yamato regained consciousness, chakra was instantly released like a deflated balloon. He didn't know what happened to him. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He just looked at Kakashi's back and called Kakashi. He was kept in that laboratory and the people around him died one by one, leaving him alone because Orochimaru took him out. What would happen if you were tasked with killing your companions? Yamato asked Kakashi. In fact, he had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. He had been observing Kakashi since he received the task. Then he appeared behind the Root people like lightning and turned into a lightning bolt to strike the Root people. In just a blink of an eye, all the Roots were split into charcoal and fell to the ground. Li Yue suddenly launched a skill in midair and dozens of him appeared at the same time, forming a circle, and the next second everyone disappeared in midair. Tsunade couldn't dodge in time, and at this time Li Yue appeared behind her, hugged Tsunade's waist and took her flying. Orochimaru noticed Li Yue and suddenly lost the idea of continuing to fight with Tsunade. If he was not being manipulated, he really wanted to have a good fight with Kakashi to see who was better. Kakashi. The memories in his mind came out all at once when he was very young, when he didn't even have any memories. The more he observed, the more he was attracted to Kakashi. His powerful ninjutsu, his flexible taijutsu, and his smart and calm mind. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Li Yue. It's just my belief. When the two attacked each other, Orochimaru suddenly dodged and summoned two giant snakes to fly from the air, attacking Tsunade from both sides. All the clues pointed to him. Kakashi stopped running towards Li Yue and witnessed it all. Li Yue appeared in front of Kakashi and looked at Kakashi. I'm relieved that you didn't kill him. Yamato lay flat on the ground, looking at the moon that had changed from full to incomplete. Suddenly, there was something else in his heart. Yamato was the only one who could use wood style in Konoha, but not long ago someone died of wood style. If the task is to kill your companions, it must be the wrong task. Kakashi turned around and looked down at Yamato, uttering a few words faintly. I will give up the task, yeah, Li Yue nodded, I know. After that, Kakashi looked at Li Yue floating in the air and ran towards him. The giant snake missed. Orochimaru stood on the giant snake's head and looked at Li Yue, a hero saving a beauty. Our fourth Hokage is so excited. Li Yue stared at Orochimaru coldly, slowly came down, put Tsunade down and rubbed her head. Leave it to me next. Tsunade frowned, stop him. Li Yue nodded and responded, yeah. Tsunade put away her katsuyu and stepped aside. Li Yue used a skill that he had never used since he signed in to obtain this skill. He made a seal on his hand and pressed it on the ground. Then the unreadable words chakra crawled along his arm to the ground, forming a huge summoning circle, summoning technique Kianki. A winged beast appeared at Li Yue's feet. His head looked like a lion and a tiger, his body was sturdy and his four sharp claws were powerfully clasped on the ground, his fangs turned outward and he looked very ferocious. Kianki is one of the four ancient fierce beasts. Some people say that it looks like a tiger while others say that it looks like a cow with hedgehog hair all over its body and a fishy smell in its mouth. According to legend, Kianki is a vicious beast. When it sees someone fighting, it will pounce on the one who is justifying himself. It will eat a loyal and honest person immediately, but if it sees a wicked person who has done many evil things, it will not only let that person go but will not give him prey every day. Kianki has always been synonymous with fierce beasts. It is only known that it is fierce and abnormal, but no one knows what it looks like. The Kianki summoned by Li Yue is a fierce beast among fierce beasts. It has snow-white hair, a pair of golden dragon horns on its forehead, and its hair is as hard as a hedgehog. It has a pair of black wings. It roared fiercely as soon as it was summoned, scaring the giant snake under Orochimaru's feet to retreat several steps. Orochimaru had never seen such a summoned beast before and looked at Kianki intently. Li Yue squatted down and patted Kianki's head. The little snake on the opposite side is for you to play with. Kianki glanced at the snake on the opposite side with disdain. What's the point of playing with a mud tuna? Li Yue smiled. No way, the opponent is too weak. Kianki bared his teeth and roared again and pounced on the big snake. I thought Orochimaru's snake would go up to fight, but unexpectedly it twisted its body and crawled desperately in the opposite direction. After crawling 2 steps, Kianki held it down. The big snake was pressed under Kianki's feet like a loach. The next second it was torn off 7 inches and the snake gall was bitten out. Orochimaru couldn't stand steadily and jumped on Kianki's head. At the same time, the kunai in his hand went straight to Li Yue's throat. Li Yue leaned back and there was a ball of Rasengan mixed with flames on his hand behind his back. I saw that while his body dodged Orochimaru's attack, the hand holding the Rasengan had already pressed on Orochimaru's abdomen. However, today, at this moment, when Orochimaru hypnosis him and used him as a pawn, he realized that he was just obeying Orochimaru's orders and performing his tasks. Was he going to follow Orochimaru? But the moment Orochimaru hypnosis him, he treated him as an abandoned child. He didn't care about his life or death at all. Kakashi was also inside with short sword on his back. The Anbu people responded with a low yes, turned around and jumped away. Tsunade frowned, her face was a little pale, the corners of her mouth were bruised and there were several scratches on her body. Yamato frowned, staggered to his feet and moved forward with difficulty with the help of the jutsu. Everyone died one by one, right in front of him, and in the end only he survived. Orochimaru hypnosis, he blocked Kakashi and met Tsunade by chance. The summoning snake summoned by Orochimaru had become a corpse, falling hard, smashing a large number of trees. Yamato looked dazed, and the scene of him in the laboratory kept appearing in his mind. There were children floating in the water everywhere, and each one was about the same age as him. Yamato moved forward step by step and suddenly lost his direction. Was he going back to Konoha? But for so many years he was a traitor to Konoha. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and cursed Li Yue fiercely. Orochimaru couldn't dodge and was hit by Li Yue. At this moment, Yamato heard the scream of a girl in the cave. It seems that she was also in a difficult battle with Orochimaru and consumed a lot of chakra. In an instant, Orochimaru felt that his internal organs were burned by fire and he vomited blood. Li Yue frowned and jumped off Kianki's body. After sucking the girl's blood dry, Orochimaru retracted his head into his neck and touched the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Zujian, if you don't show up again, the lives of all the people in the clan will be buried with you. Yamato obeyed Orochimaru's orders, performed well in Konoha, and finally entered Anbu, codenamed Jia, and performed tasks in Anbu. Finally, he was dragged by Tsunade and waited for Li Yue to come over and was injured by Li Yue. Although Orochimaru escaped by underground escape, he was seriously injured and the wound was bleeding continuously. And all this has nothing to do with Konoha. Li Yue looked at Tsunade with some heartache. Don't chase him, leave the rest to me. I don't know how long I walked, there was no sound of fighting around, as if everything had stopped since he asked Hypnosis to do it and Kakashi took back the fatal punch to him. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and quickly jumped to the ground. At the same time he used Earth Style to hit Li Yue. Yue's face escaped from the ground. Damn it! Tsunade hammered the ground unwillingly. Yamato on the other side waited on the ground for a while and quickly recovered his strength, but his chakra had not yet fully recovered. A group of Li Yue's Anbu jumped over one after another. Li Yue stood on the ground wearing the cloak of the fourth Hokage, and the Anbu people wearing animal masks half knelt on the ground waiting for Li Yue's next instruction. Tsunade, who was standing on the ground, wanted to stop him, strengthened his arm and hit Orochimaru. And Yamato, because he was awakened from hypnosis by Kakashi during the battle, recalled many things from his childhood, although he didn't quite understand many things. He quickly chased after her and saw Orochimaru stretched out his long neck and bit the girl's throat. Blood flowed out from her bitten place, but only a small part because most of it was drunk by Orochimaru. The girl wailed in pain. Go after Orochimaru. After Li Yue issued the order, but he was still a second too late. At the moment when Orochimaru was completely buried in the ground, his fist fell up, cracking the ground and revealing a big pit, but there was no Orochimaru in the pit. But he was sure Orochimaru was the one who experimented on him. This made him feel conflicted. The one who experimented on him was also the one who raised him and taught him ninjutsu. It has been 12 years and he always thought that he was the same as all the Anbu in Konoha, performing the same tasks. Orochimaru is also a Konoha person. Yamato clenched his fists and a surge of anger surged from his chest. Yamato's heart sank and he took a step to rush out, but as soon as he moved, he was held by a hand. Yamato turned his head to look at the hand holding him, and it turned out to be a girl with long hair. Her hair was curled outwards and her hair was dark red. She was not pretty but not ugly. There were some freckles on her face and she looked like a girl next door at a glance. Yamato was stunned and he actually felt an inexplicable familiarity with this girl. The girl gestured to him to shut up and then pulled him into a maze of huge tree holes. They crawled in the tree hole tunnel that could only accommodate one person and soon got away from that place of trouble. Yamato didn't know why he followed her, he just wanted to follow. Finally, they stopped in a tree hole where a little sunlight could penetrate. The girl lowered her head and frowned. You will die if you rush forward. She is my last one. 3. The girl's voice was very low and she was a little choked up. Yamato widened his eyes and looked at the girl, but he was wearing a mask so the girl could not see his expression. Yamato looked at the familiar face of the girl and suddenly he looked like the girl who stayed in the glass jar with him face to face every day in the laboratory. What's your name? Yamato asked. The girl raised her red eyes and looked at Yamato, and suddenly there was a different color in her eyes. Tenza. She tried to call out and then frowned, feeling that it was unlikely. Yamato was stunned. He didn't know who the girl was calling at all. He grew up in the laboratory without a name, only a code name. He was a member of Anbu, and every day except eating and sleeping there were only tasks. Endless, endless tasks. Yamato took off the mask and looked at the girl. When the girl saw Yamato's face, her expression suddenly became excited. That kind of excitement was the joy of seeing her relatives again after all of them died. "You are Tianzeng. Tianzeng, you are back." The girl kept shaking Yamato's arm, crying and laughing. "They are all dead because I ran away secretly. They are all dead. They were killed by me." The girl hugged Yamato and cried, heartbroken. Yamato could only let the girl hold him. His hands seemed to have nowhere to put, and finally he patted the girl's back comfortingly. After waiting for a long time, the girl stopped crying. She let go of Yamato and held his wrist with concern. "Where have you been all these years?" Yamato naturally couldn't answer this question because when he had memories, he lived in that glass jar and there were glass jars everywhere. In each jar there was a child as old as him. After a while, a child would die. So many people, so many children they kept thinking about when they would die and how they would die every day. Only the girl opposite him who was smiling every day and alive. What would she do in the future? What would she do? Every day she thought about how she would live. And this girl's face was so similar to the girl in front of him. Yamato had the illusion that they were the same person. "What's your name?" Yamato couldn't help asking. After hearing what Yamato said, the girl was a little surprised. "You don't remember me." Yamato didn't know how to answer her question because, in his memory, this girl and this place had never appeared. It can be said that the starting point of his memory started from that sealed glass jar. Everyone's birth seemed to start from that sealed glass jar. Yamato didn't want to deceive the girl, so he shook his head. The girl's expression became dim, but she soon cheered up. "It's okay, you may just have lost your memory. We will think about it slowly later." The girl walked in front of Yamato and stretched out her hand to him. "Since you don't know me, let's get to know each other again. My name is Zujian. We are best friends." Yamato seemed to hear this word for the first time and he subconsciously frowned. "Friends." Zujian blinked. "Yes. We grew up together until that incident." Zujian told Yamato about her experience. She is from the Ibri tribe. The Ibri clan is the first mysterious ninja clan in the Land of Fire. Each of them can transform their bodies into smoke freely, and they are a mysterious and intriguing clan. Their smoke technique is comparable to the secret water transformation of the Hazuki clan. However, a few years ago, Anbu of Konoha suddenly assassinated them. The entire Ibri clan was rescued by Orochimaru, and since then they have lived in the woods at the junction of the Land of Fields and the Land of Fire. Because of their special bodies, they are particularly afraid of being blown away by the wind when they turn into smoke. Once blown away, they will die, therefore they don't go out often. Only when they are looking for food, they will send a group of people to hunt and pick fruits in the woods and mountains. It was also in the year when they were rescued by Orochimaru that Orochimaru said that he had a way to prevent the Ibri clan from being affected by the wind again. They can get them out of this huge tree hole. They believe in Orochimaru unconditionally because he saved them. So he reached an agreement with Orochimaru and handed over a little boy named Tianzeng to him for experiment. In fact, these plots are similar to what Li Yue knew in the original world. In short, Orochimaru took advantage of their trust and experimented on the children of the Ibri tribe. The boy named Tianzeng was not Yamato. I'm afraid he had died in Orochimaru's experiment long ago. Orochimaru had been secretly studying Hashirama's cells very early. It is said that Hashirama's cells cannot be transplanted into the body of an adult. Once transplanted, they will be backfired by Hashirama's cells. Later, he started to attack children. That's why there are so many war orphans near the Land of Fire. It's just that during those years of war, Li Yue was so focused on the war that she didn't care about these things. Orochimaru had been doing experiments secretly at that time. Zujian said that she sneaked into the body of a stranger who accidentally entered the cave, used his body and played outside for a while. When she came back, she saw Orochimaru sucking the blood of her people. She drank all the blood of everyone. Yinhe saw what Zudao saw. Zujian looked down at the saplings under her feet. The saplings grew densely here. "Do you see these saplings? For every person who died, a sapling will grow here. They all died and only you and I are left." Yamato wanted to say that he was not Tianzeng, but he couldn't speak, so he didn't say it in the end. He touched Zujian's head comfortingly. "Let's go, I'll take you away from here." Zujian looked up at Yamato, her big eyes flickering at him. "No, go by yourself, I can't escape." Yamato frowned. "Why?" Zujian lifted her hair to reveal the circular curse mark on the back of his neck. "Because of this, no matter where I go, he will find me." Seeing the curse mark on Zujian's neck, Yamato was stunned. "Orochimaru's curse mark. How do you have such a thing?" "I had it when I was very young. I was bitten by a snake and then this appeared. Not long after, our entire clan was massacred by Konoha Anbu." Zujian said that part of it was heard from their clan leader Iberi Wuda, and part of it was what she saw with her own eyes. Yamato connected Zujian's words and quickly made a judgment. If he guessed correctly, this was Orochimaru's conspiracy. He had set his sights on Iberi Zujian from the beginning. He bit the curse seal that Iberi had planted on her. At the same time, he tricked Iberi Tianzeng away to do research. I'm afraid he was studying the reason why the Iberi tribe could change their bodies into smoke at will. There is also their connection with trees. After all, no one can explain why a sapling will grow out of the ground after the death of 22 Iberi people, and what is the connection between this sapling and them? This is really unclear. Orochimaru is studying wood's style and Hashirama cells, and he must be interested in the Iberi tribe. In any case, he trapped them here by deception. In the end, because of injury to save his life, he ruthlessly killed the tribe. The reason why Zujian felt close to Yamato and felt that he was like Tianzeng was probably because Yamato has Tenzo's genes in his body. This is all just Yamato's financial plan. Why? Yamato himself will not know, and Orochimaru is probably the only one who knows all this. Orochimaru sucked the girl's blood and threw the body aside, wiping his mouth with disgust. Their blood is really not good. The girl's neck had been bitten by Orochimaru, and the bloody flesh was bloody and red, which looked a bit scary. After a while, all the people killed by Orochimaru turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared without a trace. Kakashi, who received the task of killing Orochimaru, followed Orochimaru's bloodline and found this place. He saw a pool of blood on the ground not far away. Kakashi ran over and used his finger to dip a little blood and smelled it fresh. 1. At this time, Kakashi's summoning dog, Little Starling, caught up. "We have tracked Orochimaru's scent, it's in here." Kakashi took off Anbu's mask and put it on the side of his head. The mask on his face covered most of his face. The moment Reikiri hit him, the hit Orochimaru was replaced by Shadow Clone. The real him had already landed not far away. "The smell of snakes is the hardest to find, and that guy doesn't sweat," the Bago ninja dog complained. Kakashi pulled out the short sword behind him expressionlessly and walked towards Orochimaru step by step. "My battle is not over yet." As soon as he entered, he saw Orochimaru standing in the shadows. He seemed to be looking for something. The sharp snake eyes emitted a cold green light in the darkness. Orochimaru drew out his kunai to catch Kakashi's blade, raised his hand upwards and forced Kakashi's short sword back. Just when he was about to touch Orochimaru, Orochimaru threw a kunai from the ceiling and the kunai was embedded in the tree trunk. Orochimaru pulled the rope tied to the kunai and jumped up, hanging on the ceiling. "Wait until you are more mature, then challenge me again." Orochimaru continued to rise, trying to escape from the gap above his head. Disappeared without a trace. Kakashi frowned in confusion. Where is this place? The short sword in his hand chopped straight at Orochimaru's face. On the contrary, in this huge tree hole there were saplings everywhere. Finally, there was fear in Orochimaru's eyes, but after all, he was one of the Sannin and his stress response ability was super strong. "Is there any way to find it?" Kakashi asked. Kakashi nodded silently, slowed down, and sneaked in quietly. Orochimaru was shocked and fell down. Kakashi 917 looked at the falling Orochimaru, activated Reikiri, and hit Orochimaru. "Whether you can beat me or not, we will know after trying," Kakashi said, holding the short sword and rushing towards Orochimaru. "Let's think of a way." The Bago dog winked at the dogs around him and everyone quickly dispersed. There is a Chinese letter mark at the entrance of the cave. Kakashi's pupils were black and blood red. His back was illuminated by the moonlight, outlining a silver edge on his body. After Kakashi and Orochimaru fought for several rounds, They found that Orochimaru's movements were obviously slower because of the injury. He summoned the summoning dog again. I'm searching for the traces of the human snake man here. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and disdain appeared in his eyes. Do you think you can beat me? Orochimaru had no intention of fighting and retreated into the tree hole after a few moves. How could Kakashi give him a chance to escape? He gathered chakra in his hands and quickly launched Chidori. The light of lightning illuminated the tree hole and also let Kakashi see Orochimaru's somewhat embarrassed face. His chest was severely burned and blood kept oozing out. A lot of blood dyed Orochimaru's clothes red. The dark green shin could no longer be seen in its original color. Orochimaru stared at Kakashi and there was indeed disdain for him in his eyes. Even if I am injured, you are not my opponent. Kakashi lowered his eyes. It turns out that the name of Sannin is exaggerated. Kakashi said as he dived towards Orochimaru. Kakashi jumped back 2 steps and rushed towards Orochimaru from the side, slashing at his waist horizontally. Orochimaru took 2 steps back and the sword scraped against his clothes and cut his green Jonin vest. Zyoba pointed to the huge tree hole and said, the 2 people's movements were faster than one move. If someone was watching the fight, they could only see 2 black shadows approaching and jumping away in an instant. The moment he landed, Orochimaru activated Earth Style and escaped right under Kakashi's nose. It seems that their Hokage has injured his vitals. Orochimaru saw Kakashi standing at the entrance of the cave. His eyes were cold. I didn't expect you to chase here. Kakashi walked forward along the tree hole and found a tree hole that only allowed people to pass in an inconspicuous place. But what he didn't expect was that Kakashi suddenly appeared in midair and cut the rope. I've been waiting for that time, now I can kill you. Kakashi frowned unwillingly. Just let him run away like this. Kakashi took back the ninja tool and looked down at the ground. There were bloodlines everywhere but no corpses. Kakashi glanced at the mark and crawled in. The tree hole was very deep like a maze. It was easy to lose the direction. Kakashi crawled along the tree hole for a while and ended up back to the starting point. He frowned and found that there was always noisy noise in the tree hole. Listening carefully, it seemed like coming to a vegetable market, but if you analyze carefully, you can tell the distance of the sound from the size and pitch of the sound. The pitch of distant sounds will become higher and smaller. The pitch of nearby sounds will become lower and louder. The closer the sound is, the clearer it will be. Kakashi carefully distinguished for a while and heard Orochimaru's voice inside. Sure enough, only your blood is the most effective. Orochimaru grabbed Zujian and licked her neck with his long tongue. Zujian wanted to turn into smoke and escape, but somehow her body was constantly controlled and she could only stand stiffly. How could this happen? Orochimaru's tongue swept across the curse mark on the girl's neck. People who are cursed by me are like my prey and will never escape from my palm. Wood-style big forest technique? Yamato's arms suddenly stretched out and countless branches and vines grew out to stab Orochimaru. Orochimaru jumped away holding Zujian and his neck suddenly became longer and wrapped around Zujian like a snake. Tenzo, don't worry about me, run! Zujian shouted at Yamato. Yamato frowned and the anger in his chest filled his brain. He couldn't let her die. This was Yamato's only belief. The figure of the girl who died in front of him in the laboratory when she was a child kept appearing in his mind. Wood-style thrusting spear. 2 pieces of wood grew from Yamato's shoulders. At the same time, countless branches and vines quickly rose from the wood and entangled Orochimaru. The entangled Orochimaru turned into a piece of wood, the real him hanging on the top of the tree hole with a rope. The tree hole here is very large, and from the light transmitting gap above, it can be seen that this is a place where you can go out directly. Zujian told Yamato that this was once her and Tenzo's secret base. Orochimaru wrapped his neck around Zujian and slowly moved his head closer to Zujian's neck. Donate your blood obediently. Zujian struggled hard but to no avail. Yamato used almost all the ninjutsu he knew, but he was no match for Orochimaru at all. Zujian's face was strangled by Orochimaru and looked dying. Orochimaru opened his mouth and bit her neck, biting off her hyuga, and bright red blood gushed out along her neck. No! Yamato kept launching ninjutsu at Orochimaru, but he couldn't hit Orochimaru no matter how he attacked. He drank Zujian's blood while accurately jumping away from Yamato's attack. Orochimaru's eyes exuded a cold look. I created you, but you don't thank me but betray me? I am very disappointed in you. Yamato's eyes were bloodshot and he could no longer hear anything. The seals on his hands kept changing and trees kept growing out of his body and attacking Orochimaru. At this time, a kunai suddenly flew out from the entrance of the huge tree hole, and then Kakashi appeared holding a kunai, holding blue lightning in his hand. Orochimaru just dodged Yamato's attack and jumped into the air. Kakashi appeared behind him, lightning-style Reikiri. A lightning hit his injured stomach. The powerful lightning paralyzed Orochimaru's body in an instant and Orochimaru sent Zujian away. Zujian fell from midair and Yamato ran over to catch Zujian below. Orochimaru covered his wound and spit out a mouthful of blood. The numbness on his body had not yet faded. Orochimaru looked at him with cold eyes. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Yamato shook his head. I don't know. He had been in Orochimaru's laboratory since he could remember and was later brought to Konoha by Orochimaru to become a ninja. Also a genius of Konoha, Li Yue is getting stronger and stronger, and now he has reached a level that he can't reach, and the fundamental reason for this Orochimaru believes it is because of Sharingan. At this time, from the tree holes in all directions, groups of smoke, good king, good mist suddenly gathered, and these smoke quickly wrapped Zujian's smoke and turned into a lush and towering tree. A ball of lightning gathered in Kakashi's hand, and the dazzling light of lightning illuminated the dark tree hole. The body of the red-haired girl held by Yamato suddenly turned into smoke and kept spreading. Perhaps Li Yue also played a part in stimulating Orochimaru to take this step today. Kakashi cursed in his heart but could only watch Orochimaru leave. Hokage's order kill you on sight. Orochimaru's abdomen was no longer bleeding. Zujian's blood had a strong healing ability. It not only healed Orochimaru's wounds but also restored his chakra. Orochimaru ran away and Kakashi's mission was not completed, but he was not frustrated by the failure of the mission. He looked into Yamato's eyes and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" These were the dead souls of the Ibri people. They used their souls to turn into trees and saved Zujian's life. And Orochimaru can only be called Sannin together with Jiraiya, who is at the bottom of the list, and Tsunade, who is always emotional and easily emotional. For Orochimaru, this is an insult. He wants to become stronger and stronger, but Orochimaru didn't want to fight Kakashi. As he said, Kakashi was not his opponent at the moment. Zujian. Orochimaru narrowed his gloomy eyes and suddenly sneered. Uchiha Li Yue, does he really want me to die? After a few rounds, Orochimaru threw the kunai to the gap at the top, and then Orochimaru activated his skills, using countless snakes to enlarge the gap above his head. Orochimaru grabbed the rope and hung out from the gap. Li Yue is his goal, a goal that he must defeat no matter what. The trunk of the tree gradually opened a hole and Zujian walked out of the tree hole intact again. Kakashi just stood there quietly looking at the two people. Tenderness appeared in his eyes. Yamato was desperate and shouted Zujian's name in pain. Yamato activated wood style and wanted to wrap Zujian's smoke with wood, but the speed of smoke spreading was too fast and Yamato's wood could not completely wrap Zujian's smoke. Wait until you are more mature, then come and challenge me again, Kakashi. Tenzo, I'm still alive, look. Zujian smiled happily at Yamato and turned around in front of him. Yamato frowned, looking at Zujian with tears and laughter, not knowing what to say. Li Yue used Sharingan to ultimate, even compared with Uchiha Madara back then. I'm afraid he is not his opponent. Kakashi and Orochimaru fought together, kunai kept colliding and the two people's figures kept changing. His original purpose of living was to serve Lord Orochimaru, but Yamato escaped his fate at the last moment. Perhaps it was Kakashi's words not to kill his companions, or perhaps when he received the task of killing Kakashi, he had a change of heart. Yamato stood up and patted the dirt on his body. I want to protect Konoha in my own way. Kakashi nodded, turned and walked towards the tree hole from which he came. The mission to hunt down Orochimaru failed and I never saw you on the way. Kakashi waved to Yamato behind him. After Kakashi left, Yamato also left the tree hole with Zujian. The small saplings that were originally everywhere in the tree hole all became the towering tree deep in the tree hole. Yamato and Zujian walked out of the tree hole together and the two said goodbye in the woods. In fact, I knew you were not Tenzo a long time ago. Zujian stared at Yamato with clear eyes, but I am very happy to know you. Yamato scratched his head, you look like a girl I once knew. Zujian narrowed his eyes, then are we destined to be together? Yamato nodded, very destined to be together. What are your plans next? Zujian asked Yamato. I want to go back to Konoha where… Yamato paused, and suddenly Kakashi's face and many Konoha shinobi who fought side by side with him appeared in his mind. He smiled calmly and continued, there are my companions. Zujian nodded, I wanted to invite you to see the outside world together, but I think I should go alone. Then I wish you a safe journey, Yamato smiled. Yeah, Zujian nodded and suddenly thought of something. He hesitated and asked, I haven't asked your famous minister yet. Yamato's mind appeared the code name given to him by Orochimaru, Chinese letter. He didn't want to use this name anymore, my name is Yamato. Yeah, Yamato, Zujian smiled happily, the sun shone on her snow-white skin a little dazzling, when I come back from traveling around the world I will find you. Okay, the two agreed to meet in the future and waved goodbye to each other. Each went to where they wanted to go. Orochimaru escaped 2 years earlier than Li Yue expected, probably because Li Yue killed Danzo in advance. It was like a chain reaction. If one part of the original plot changed, the plot connected to it would change. Without the indecision of the third Hokage and the conspiracy of Danzo, it was reasonable that Orochimaru's experiment was exposed in advance. Kushina did not give up the investigation of Kushimi's death. She was collecting evidence everywhere, hoping that one day she could find out who the other party was and what her purpose was, and how did Kushimi die. These were all big stones hanging in Kushina's heart. When facing Naruto, she could never smile calmly. This child seemed to be a combination of her sister and Minato. His hair was golden like Minato and he smiled like her sister. Fire-style fireball technique. Kushina was holding Naruto at Uchiha Fugaku's house and accidentally found Uchiha Itachi practicing fire style in the yard. Itachi, who was only 5 years old, had already mastered fire style proficiently. This child was also a little genius. Kushina smiled as she watched Itachi practice ninjutsu. Mikoto came over holding Sasuke, who was also a baby like Naruto. Does he look a bit like the Hokage in his youth? Kushina was stunned, and her cheeks turned slightly red when she thought of Li Yue. What did the teacher look like when he was a child? How could I have seen him? I heard from Fugaku that his older brother Li Yue could use fire style at the age of 4. Mikoto smiled gently. Then Itachi will become as powerful as the teacher when he grows up, right? Kushina said. I don't ask him to become very powerful as long as he can be happy every day. Mikoto looked at her 2 sons. I often have a dream recently. What dream? Kushina asked. In the dream, our Uchiha clan was exterminated and only my 2 sons were left. Later they also fought. Itachi died in front of Sasuke. I was awakened by the shock, Mikoto said with lingering fear. Kushina, CCBH put the sleeping Naruto on the tatami, patted Mikoto's shoulder comfortingly. No, Itachi loves his brother so much they will definitely not kill each other. Mikoto smiled, dreams are the opposite. As long as they grow up happily it's fine. But, Mikoto suddenly said with a little worry, Fugaku has long seen Itachi's talent and said that if he can't do it anymore he wants Itachi to take over. Isn't this good? Kushina was puzzled. What's good about it? Being trained as an heir he will be invisible, carrying a lot of things on his body will overwhelm Itachi. Mikoto was very worried. This is also a mother's worry. Mikoto put Sasuke next to Naruto and the 2 swaddled children slept soundly, sucking their fingers. Itachi practiced for a while and ran over. Mom, is my brother awake? Itachi kicked off his shoes, climbed up the balcony along the corridor, walked carefully to Naruto and Sasuke, squatted down and smiled at Sasuke sleeping. I will become very strong in a while to protect you and your brother, Itachi said to Mikoto. Kushina smiled. Itachi is such a gentle and warm-hearted brother. Then I ask you to protect my little nephew Naruto, okay? Yes. No problem, Itachi nodded vigorously. Not long ago, Kushina investigated some things that made her worry about Naruto's future. Mikoto invited Kushina to have dinner at home. The two were good sisters and talked a lot. Have you ever thought about confessing your love to Li Yue? Mikoto asked Kushina. Kushina shook her head. No, as long as I can stay by his side, I'm already satisfied. I'm really afraid you'll regret it one day, Mikoto frowned. He and Tsunade are a good match. Kushina's eyes revealed a little sadness when she spoke. No matter what decision you make, I'll stand by your side, Mikoto said. Thank you. Kushina looked at the moon in the sky with a daze. If he's happy, I'm happy. By the way, Naruto will be left at your house for a few days. I have to go out. Kushina remembered the purpose of bringing Naruto here today. To do the mission? Mikoto asked. No, it's a personal matter about the death of my sister Kushimi, Kushina said. Mikoto nodded. Naruto, leave me here. I will take good care of you. You should be careful. Don't worry. Kushina shook her red hair, stretched, and stood in the yard. No matter what, I want to know how my sister died. Why don't you go find Minato and ask clearly? Mikoto asked worriedly. I don't want to affect his practice. I can find out the truth myself. Kushina turned back and smiled at Mikoto and jumped onto the wall of the yard. Then Naruto is in your hands. I'm leaving. Be careful in everything. Don't be stubborn. Mikoto didn't know why this time when she said goodbye to Kushina, she was always worried. It was as if she had a premonition of what would happen and she felt a little uneasy. Kushina jumped over the wall, jumped onto the roof, leaned forward, and quickly left Konoha village. Kushina ran quickly in the night and his figure jumped over the bright moon. Kushina was wearing a black nightgown and his red hair fluttered in the wind. You can't continue to investigate Kushimi. Kushina suddenly remembered the last time she saw Li Yue before she left Konoha. Li Yue suddenly called her over and told her not to continue investigating Kushimi. Kushina frowned and continued to run forward worriedly. The night was getting darker and darker. She entered the rain country from the southwest of the fire country. Kushina had been suspicious of the group that captured her since her sister was attacked in the soup country and forced to become a five-tails Jinchuriki. Later, she investigated an organization wearing a black cloak with a red cloud pattern. The name of this organization is Akatsuki. The birthplace of Akatsuki is the Rain Country. It was established during the Third Ninja War. Kushina also found out these days that the leader of Akatsuki was called Yahiko, who died because of the internal disputes in the Rain Country. Later, this organization became very mysterious. Kushina wanted to know the connection between Akatsuki and her sister's death. Her intuition told her that there must be a connection between the two, because she saw a person wearing Akatsuki's clothes flash past her on the day her sister died. She suspected that her sister's death was related to that person. 5 days later, no matter where you find out, come back, Li Yue warned Kushina before she left. As soon as Kushina entered the land of rain, she was startled by the rainy weather. The drizzle kept falling on her and soon a large area was soaked. Kushina frowned, looked around and found a cave to take shelter from the rain. The land of rain is much smaller than the land of fire, but among the small and large countries it is not the smallest. In the ninja world there are many small countries besides the 5 major countries. They are independent and have their own unique ninjutsu. Bordering the land of fire and the land of earth are the land of Taki, the land of grass, the land of rain, and the land of birds. Among them, the country bordering the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind is the land of rain. Geographically speaking, this land of rain occupies a very important position. At the same time, the land of rain is also very mysterious. Since the battle of Yahiko's death, the land of rain has not had any wars. The leader is elusive and no one has seen his true face. The actions of this mysterious organization Akatsuki are becoming more and more weird. Even the rampage of 9 tails in Kushina's body is inseparable from this organization. She used a kunai to draw a map of the rain country on the ground, looking for the base of the mysterious organization Akatsuki. There are also 3 countries: grass country, bird country, and river country. The last time Kushina 9 tails went berserk was in the grass country. Kushina sorted out what she and her sister had encountered recently. Everything seemed like a huge conspiracy. They were forced to become the target of the attack at the center of the conspiracy. The launched fist exploded behind her, smashing the stairs behind her, and the brick and tile fragments collapsed and fell to the ground. Kushina walked around inside and found nothing unusual and planned to go out. The man's fist suddenly fell off his body and hit Kushina. That person was very strange, with a pale face like a living person and a dead person. The key point is that they all wear Akatsuki cloaks. Kushina was still suspicious. The person opposite raised one arm and held down the raised arm with the other hand, weird arm rocket. For some reason, she always felt that her pupils were somewhat similar to Li Yue's. The sky gradually brightened. Kushina put on the dried clothes and walked out of the cave. Kushina was alone in the cave. She took off her wet clothes, found some wood that could burn, and started a fire. "Please give me flowers." A person stood behind her quietly. "Aren't you afraid of not being able to return when you come to the rain country alone?" What Kushina cared about most was not the black tubes on his body, but his eyes, circles of eyes like tree rings. Could he be from Uchiha? The other half of the power was given to Minato so that Minato could protect Naruto. As Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Kushina and Nine Tails have lived together for so many years. She has long discovered that she can neither reach a consensus with Nine Tails nor control Nine Tails' power. Even on a sunny day, the rain country is shrouded in dark clouds, and there is always a feeling that it will rain at any time. She dried her clothes while organizing her ninja tools. She wanted to investigate further and find out the truth about her sister's death. Kushina was startled and jumped up to avoid his attack. Kushina clenched the kunai in her hand and looked at the man. His face was very white without a trace of blood. There were black tubes inserted on his face and body, just like the things everywhere in this abandoned factory. This was very important to her, and she made an important decision after careful consideration these days. Kushina sneaked over, took out the kunai, scraped off a little tube and put powder. From the first time she saw these black tubes, she thought of the person she fought against when Nine Tails in her body went berserk. The power of Jinchuriki was given to Naruto because she hoped that he would become stronger through this power in the future, and when Naruto grew up, he would be able to stand on his own and protect himself. This place looks like an abandoned factory with gray buildings everywhere. As Kushina has analyzed the terrain of the rain country, she found that there is a very strange building in the center of the rain country, and the building is full of black pipes. She wanted to separate the Nine Tails chakra in her body into yin and yang and then inject them into Naruto and Minato respectively. A man who looked like a puppet and was a little scary blocked Kushina. Kushina carefully put the powder into her pocket. She walked inside along the black tube. 3 days had passed and there were only 2 days left before the deadline given by Li Yue. If she still found nothing, she would never be able to investigate the truth about her sister's death again. Kushina observed the terrain of the rain country. The rain country borders 6 countries at the same time, including the 3 major countries of fire, earth, and wind. There is no one inside and there are black tubes everywhere. Nine Tails' chakra always conflicts with her chakra. Li Yue also said that if this continues, everything in her will be consumed by Nine Tails. And the target of this conspiracy was Konoha. Kushina looked back and frowned. "Are you with the 3 people who attacked us before?" "A dying man still cares about this." Shirato Pain opened his arm, revealing a series of metal missiles. He aimed at Kushina and fired. The missiles shot at Kushina like a shotgun, leaving her nowhere to dodge. Kushina encountered a ninja fighting in this way for the first time and she was unable to dodge for a while. After avoiding the fatal attack, she was still hit by the aftermath and flew far away. Kushina hit the ground heavily and she only felt a salty taste in her throat and spit out blood. Her body was scratched by the tiles flying from the ground and was covered with scars. Kushina supported her arm and held onto it to avoid falling down. "Damn it!" she cursed inwardly. Gathering the scalpel's ninjutsu chakra in her hand, she rushed to Shirato Pain with 690. Shirato Pain opened the machine gun above his head and fired at Kushina. Kushina's movements suddenly became very fast, dodging left and right and quickly approaching Shirato Pain. Just when she was about to reach Shirato Pain, a string of fierce machine guns shot at her. Kushina was shot and disappeared in front of Shirato Pain, and the next second another Kushina appeared behind her. With a knife, he cut off one of Shirato Pain's arms. Shirato Pain didn't feel any pain, raised his hand to support the broken arm without blinking. "Uzumaki Kushina," he suddenly called Kushina's name to himself. Kushina gritted her teeth and supported her body. The explosion next to her caused her internal organs to be damaged to varying degrees. She just stared at the opponent's next second's movement, gathering the chakra of medical ninjutsu in her hand to heal the wound. She could only heal herself in the simplest way and could not completely heal. "Are you from the Uzumaki clan?" Shirato asked a question that made no sense. "So what?" Kushina stared at Shirato Pain warily, quickly forming seals with her hands, and 5 chains extended from her abdomen, wrapping around Shirato Pain's body. Shirato Pain struggled twice, looking at the chains, his eyes revealing disbelief. "Adamantine sealing chains? This is the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan." Kushina frowned. "Do you know a lot about the Whirlpool clan?" Shirato Pain laughed evilly. There were countless gun muzzles on his body, shooting indiscriminately at the surroundings. Kushina was shot in the thigh and was forced to terminate the seal and escape from Shirato Pain. Kushina hid, leaning against the wall of a ruin, holding his breath. The opponent's ninjutsu was very powerful and destructive, especially the long-range attack. The farther away from him, the greater the power of the attack and the wider the range. But close-range attacks seemed to have no life or death, and the opponent seemed to be able to summon various weapons at any position of the body. There was no way to predict his next move. Kushina closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She healed herself while thinking about how to deal with it. Shirato Pain looked at Kushina coldly, and suddenly 5 arms grew out of his body. Except for the one cut off by Kushina, all the arms were waving in the air. Kushina took out a dart from her pocket and shot it at Shirato as she jumped out. The dart had not yet reached Shirato. It was really just a little bit away, and she might never see Uchiha Li Yue again. Her body was covered with scratches from the explosion fragments, and she looked a little unbearable. "Goodbye." Another Kushina with a missile clung to Shirato Pain and just hugged him. For the first time, she felt like she had survived a catastrophe. After escaping from this somewhat weird abandoned factory, Kushina did not dare to be careless and immediately found a place to hide. In this case, she had only one way to escape. If she failed, the other party would know her purpose. Once upon a time, Nagato was just like her, young, simple, and full of vitality. Although Nagato didn't like to talk and was always timid, he had a sincere heart. The missile chased after her and exploded in front of Shirato Pain. With a loud bang, the huge shock wave shattered all the buildings around them. A missile more than 1 person tall rose from his back and fired at Kushina. Kushina dodged, but the missile seemed to have a tracking function and kept chasing her. Kushina circled the abandoned factory with the missile, and the missile flew faster and faster, and it seemed that it was about to hit Jiuchin. Kushina felt pain and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, Kushina, who was penetrated, turned into a piece of wood. "And now Nagato?" Kushina looked around and found that the exit was at a 45-degree angle to her left. The exit was very small and only 1 person could pass through. The real Kushina had already passed through the exit and ran out madly with the explosion and collapse behind her. When Kushina was about to approach him, the iron sheet suddenly pierced Kushina's chest, and the metal iron sheet penetrated her body and pierced her back with blood. Shirato Pain opened the muzzle of his gun and fired at Kushina. Kushina dodged the bullets flexibly, shuttled through the rain of bullets, and kept approaching Shirato Pain. At this time, Shirato was like a turret that scanned the target and launched an attack with a huge metal device growing on his back. Chakra with explosive power gathered on the device. Conan frowned, not daring to think about it. Kushina was quick-witted and ran to Shirato Pain desperately. Even if she couldn't escape, she would drag this person down with her. If the other party smashed the exit with a missile, she would have to fight this person to death. Just as she escaped from the abandoned factory, 7 figures appeared in the hidden place of the abandoned factory. It was smashed into pieces by Shirato's bombardment. Kushina took a deep breath and said in her heart, "Teacher, I will definitely get out alive." Even if she couldn't defeat the opponent, at least she could escape. From this point of view, Kushina was completely helpless against this person. "We'll let her go because she's from our Uzumaki clan. You won't be so lucky next time." Kushina frowned and sat down against a huge tree trunk. Shirato Pain took out a sharp iron sheet from his back, sawtooth penetration. Nagato and 6 Paths Pain watched Kushina leave. Conan stood beside Nagato. "Did you let her go on purpose?" Conan looked at Kushina's somewhat embarrassed figure, and her eyes were attracted by her red hair. The hair color was the same as Nagato's. The missile behind her was getting closer and closer. Kushina gave herself a simple treatment and left the rain country. The second she stepped into the fire country, she felt relieved. She finally understood why Uchiha Li Yue didn't let her continue investigating, because the opponent's strength was unfathomable, and it was not something that a half-baked nine-tails Jinchuriki like her could handle. After persisting for a day and a night, Kushina returned to Konoha village. Because of too much chakra consumption, she had no strength to step into Konoha village, and she just fell straight outside the gate of Konoha village. The patrolling Uchiha clan found Kushina and sent her to the hospital. Uchiha Li Yue received the news of Kushina's injury as soon as possible and rushed to the hospital to visit. When he arrived, Tsunade had just come off the operating table. Kushina behind him was also pushed out. "How is it?" Li Yue asked Tsunade. "The internal organs are damaged to varying degrees, but fortunately she has already done preliminary treatment, so it's fine," Tsunade said. The nurse pushed Kushina into the ward. "What mission did you assign her that would consume so much chakra? You should know her physical condition. If Nine-Tails chakra escapes, Tsunade got angry with Li Yue for the 22nd time. After all, Kushina was also half of her student, and she was optimistic about the person who could take her place. Li Yue did not tell Kushina about her own investigation and took all the responsibility on herself. "Sorry, I will pay attention next time." Tsunade frowned and looked at Li Yue for a long time, then sighed. "Come with me, I have something to say." Tsunade called Li Yue to the office. As soon as she entered the door, she locked the office. She leaned on the desk and looked at Li Yue with a worried look. "Kushina's physical injury is not serious, but—" "What's wrong?" Li Yue asked. "Nine-Tails' backlash is a bit serious. If it continues like this, she may not survive this year." Tsunade clenched her fists, hating herself for not being able to help Kushina. Li Yue took a breath and his expression became solemn. Although he was a time traveler and knew what was going to happen next, it did not mean that everything was under his control. In fact, he also felt that many things seemed to be changing slightly while he was changing the original direction of the plot. Uchiha Li Yue would never let Kushina die like this. If he didn't let her die, there were only two ways. One was to let Kushina completely merge with Nine-Tails within a year and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Only a perfect Jinchuriki could be backlashed. Another way was to extract the Nine-Tails from her body and turn her into an ordinary person. This method was accompanied by risks. If it failed, Kushina would definitely die. Li Yue remembered that in his memory, Gaara had the Nine-Tails chakra extracted, but he survived. He survived by exchanging his life for another's. This method was not advisable, so the other way was like Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. When Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was extracted from Eight-Tails, he cut off the first broken tail of Eight-Tails. After absorbing the Eight-Tails chakra of the broken tail, Eight-Tails Jinchuriki survived. In other words, if Kushina is to survive, he must also leave a tail of Kurama in Kushina's body. It must be one because too much Nine-Tails chakra is a burden for Kushina. But if this is the case, the operation will become troublesome and he must prevent Uchiha Obaido's sneak attack. He knows that Uchiha Obaido is hiding somewhere and he spares no effort to destroy Konoha. Li Yue patted Tsunade's shoulder. "I know, leave it to me, I won't let Kushina die." Tsunade sighed. "Orochimaru. You just let him escape." Li Yue shook his head. "It's not that easy to force Konoha. I have sent someone to send a letter to Jiraiya." "You asked Jiraiya to stop him?" Tsunade asked. Li Yue nodded. "You don't want him to betray Konoha, do you?" "Orochimaru just went astray. He is not bad by nature. I don't believe he can really betray Konoha," Tsunade said. "Yeah." Li Yue curled his lips and said, "Even if he left, there will always be a way for him to come back." In fact, Li Yue was not sure, but he thought that Orochimaru wanted to get a body with Sharingan so much, then Sasuke must be his first choice. Maybe Sasuke is the one who can make Orochimaru return to Konoha? Of course, this is just Li Yue's guess. He doesn't know what kind of fate is waiting for Sasuke now. Maybe it won't be worse than the plot in his memory. Li Yue chatted with Tsunade for a while, walked out of the office and went to Kushina's ward to take a look. Kushina was still in a coma. Li Yue left the hospital without disturbing him. He asked Fugaku to call the leaders of various departments of Konoha to the office and held an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was to improve Konoha's defense and not allow any outsiders to enter. And always beware of someone pretending to be a teammate to sneak into Konoha. Li Yue told his men about his understanding of Zetsu. The other party has a ninjutsu that can perfectly transform into any one of us. If we are careless, we will be fooled by the other party. Then we can act as a team and judge whether it is an impostor through our understanding of each other. A minister suggested. I think this method is feasible. As long as we are familiar with each other, we can definitely judge whether our teammates are real or fake. Li Yue remembered that Shino distinguished the fake Hinata because of his understanding of her. Okay, let's do as you say, Li Yue nodded in agreement. The reason why Li Yue strengthened his vigilance was to pave the way for him to extract the chakra from Kushina's body. He didn't want Nine Tails to run away again. After receiving Li Yue's task, the heads of various departments left the office, and Li Yue sat alone in the office, looking at the endless documents in front of him, feeling a little worried. He was confident in everything, but for the first time he was afraid of something. If it was a battle, he would control the overall situation and make plans, he would not worry. It was this kind of uncontrollable event, although there were challenges, but it was also accompanied by high risks. Even if he knew that the Uzumaki clan would not die immediately when the tailed beast was extracted, it was also a probabilistic event. Who knew if Kushina was that 1%? Moreover, Kushina's health condition is getting worse and worse. I wonder if she can still bear the pain of extracting the tailed beast. Li Yue shook his head and shook off his worries. When did Li Yue, ever worry about such things? Who is he? As Li Yue, there is nothing he can't do. A week later, Kushina was basically recovered and Jirya and Namikaze Minato returned to Konoha. As soon as Jirya entered Konoha, he went straight to Li Yue's office. I'm going to find Orochimaru. Li Yue was sitting in the Hokage's office, and when he saw Jirya rushing in, he just raised his eyelids. Jirya slapped his palm on the table. I want to find Orochimaru back. Li Yue put down the pen in his hand. Even if you go, you can't get him back. Is it too early for you to draw such a conclusion now? Jirya looked at Li Yue. Li Yue nodded, crossed his fingertips on the table. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Take back the people who are chasing Orochimaru. Jirya came to negotiate with Li Yue. He never believed that Orochimaru would betray Konoha. In the past, Orochimaru was his competitor, the person he wanted to surpass as he continued to grow. They had lived and died together so many times. Jirya thought that no one knew Orochimaru better than him. He is just obsessed with studying forbidden technique, but his heart is loyal to Konoha, Jirya said. Li Yue sighed. Are you afraid that if I continue to hunt him down, he will stop thinking about returning to Konoha? Jirya nodded. Yes, leave the mission to me, I will definitely bring him back. Li Yue lowered his head and thought for a while. He certainly knew that Orochimaru's betrayal of Konoha was inevitable, and hunting Orochimaru down was just his attitude towards the matter. As the Hokage of Konoha, how could he convince his ninjas who betrayed him and did nothing? In fact, he did not send any powerful characters to hunt Orochimaru down, but Jirya was different. Li Yue looked at Jirya for a long time and slowly said, You will have 3 days. Jirya frowned. If you can't bring him back, give up the mission. Li Yue leaned back in his chair and looked at Jirya seriously. This is the last chance I give him. Jirya nodded and secretly clenched his fists. Okay, 3 days is 3 days. Jirya turned around and was about to leave the office. Wait, Li Yue called him. Jirya turned around. Anything else? Don't tell Tsunade about this. Li Yue's eyes showed a trace of worry. Jirya smiled. Are you afraid that she will be sad because of Orochimaru's matter? Li Yue didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. The Akatsuki organization in Jirya was still a strange name here. He only knew that Akatsuki was a ninja organization similar to mercenaries. The last time Orochimaru appeared on the floor was in the Frost Country, which is a country covered with ice and snow all year round. According to reliable sources, Orochimaru has been moving around the land of fields since he left Konoha. In the past few years, he always heard that Akatsuki helped villagers from several small countries fight several beautiful battles. As soon as Minato returned to the village, he learned that Kushina was seriously injured in order to find the truth about Kushina's death. At first, she thought about sealing the Nine Tails chakra separately in the bodies of two people. But when she knew that Nine Tails chakra would consume life, she hesitated. Kushimi's death, what happened on that day? Kushina frowned and looked at Minato. Namikaze Minato's hand peeling the orange suddenly stopped. I can't say. So you went to Mount Mayaboku to practice, but you were afraid that I would ask you? Kushina glared at Minato angrily. Not entirely, I want to become stronger, Minato said with a firm look in his eyes. Why can't you tell me what happened that day? Kushina did not give up and continued to ask Minato. I'm sorry, I promised Kushimi, so I can't tell you. Minato was firm. Kushina clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and a tear slid down her cheek. You didn't tell me the truth, and the teacher didn't let me continue the investigation. You are all so self-righteous. Who considered my feelings? The person who died was my sister. Namikaze Minato could only apologize, saying sorry one by one. The pain in his heart was no less than Kushina's. He once thought that he would grow old with Kushimi. What happened that day was vivid in his mind. He couldn't let Kushimi's sacrifice go to waste. Minato peeled the orange and placed it beside Kushina's bed. This is Kushina's favorite orange. Just before Minato came back, Tsunade had a deep talk with her. The content of the deep talk was about the 9 tails in her body. Kushina secretly made up her mind in her heart. He stood up and walked out of the ward. When he reached the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. After a long pause, Minato turned back and looked at Kushina. I won't let her die. In this way, Kushina would not have to die and Konoha would have 2 more 9 tails Jinchuriki. Jirya had traveled for so long and had seen all kinds of bad weather, so he could move freely even in a country like the Frost Country. But in recent years he rarely heard this name. Maybe she shouldn't have so many concerns. Kushina gritted her teeth and said nothing. He went to the ward to see Kushina and sat in front of the bed to peel oranges for Kushina. Kushimi is lucky to have a sister like you. After eating the fish, Jirya packed up his belongings and got out of the snow cave. There was snow everywhere, and the footprints Jirya left when he came just now were all covered by snow. If she continued to waste time with 9 tails like this, she would only have 1 year to live. Tsunade also gave her advice. He inserted a fish that he had just caught from under the ice and roasted it on the fire. Kushina sat leaning on the pillow, staring at the wall in front of the bed and said faintly, "You know it, right?" Finding Orochimaru's trace under such conditions would obviously be a big trouble for Jirya's tracking. Jirya sat in a cave made of snow and built a fire Wang Zhao's inside to keep warm. During this period, someone saw him in contact with Akatsuki. He didn't understand why Orochimaru would contact Akatsuki. 2 days and 2 nights had passed. If he couldn't find Orochimaru, he could only go back to report to Li Yue. Jirya came out of Li Yue's office and left Konoha, following the clues provided by Li Yue to track Orochimaru's traces. Based on his understanding of Orochimaru, Orochimaru should be at this location. The sky of the Frost Country was like a child's face. It was cloudy just now, but now it is clear. Don't worry, I won't tell her. Jirya promised. That is to choose the next Jinchuriki. Kushina hesitated between Minato and Naruto. If she couldn't be completely in the same mind with 9 tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki, it would be a burden for both Naruto and Minato. What? Minato peeled off a layer of orange peel. Tsunade told her that Li Yue's suggestion was to separate the yin and yang of 9 tails chakra and seal them in Minato and Naruto's bodies. Then leave a little chakra in Kushina's own body. Jirya stood in the snow, stroking his chin and thinking for a while and summoned the powerful toad. Li Yue nodded and let Jirya leave. He held the collected traces of Orochimaru in his hand and made a cross less than 5 kilometers away from him. As soon as he was summoned, the powerful toad complained, "Jirya, what kind of place is this? Do you want to freeze me to death?" Jirya laughed and said, "Powerful toad, I'm relying on you this time." Jirya pointed to the cliffs not far away. It was different from other places. It stands to reason that in places with high altitudes like the Frost Country, even the place where they stood was covered with snow, so the higher places should be colder. But that mountain seemed to be completely unaffected by the environment and there was no snow at all. The powerful toad looked at the mountain and suddenly frowned. You'd better not go to that kind of place. Jirya was unwilling. Why? What's wrong with that mountain? There are 3 sacred places of immortal arts in the ninja world. The powerful toad said what he knew. There are 3 sacred places of immortal arts in the ninja world: Mount Mayaboku, which is the location of Toad Sage, and also the place where Jirya practiced with Namikaze Minato. The other is the Wet Bone Forest, which is Katsuyu's hometown. It is Tsunede's summoning beast and also the place where she practiced immortal arts. The most mysterious is Ryuchai Cave, where the White Snake Sage is located. The ancestor of Ryuchai Cave is a white snake sage who has lived for thousands of years. All 313 people respectfully call him the White Snake Sage. He rules Ryuchai Cave and has a very strong immortal chakra in his body. Anyone who enters Ryuchai Cave will be bitten by the White Snake Sage with his sharp teeth. And the chakra in his body chakra is injected into the other person's body. If the other person cannot withstand his chakra, the White Snake Immortal will eat this person. Ryuchai Cave is where Orochimaru practiced. Hearing the introduction of the powerful toad, Jirya frowned. It seems that Orochimaru went to Ryuchai Cave to recover. I advise you not to go there, the powerful toad advised. Jirya looked at the strange mountain. Is that Ryuchai Cave? Of course not, the powerful toad looked confident. Ryuchai Cave is actually underground and the mountain is just a dangerous place to deceive people. In fact, Ryuchai Cave is not here and even the map of the ninja world cannot indicate the specific location of Ryuchai Cave, just like our Mount Mayaboku. Jirya stared at the mountain for a while and suddenly said, "Have you heard an old saying?" "What old saying?" the powerful toad asked suspiciously. "No venture, no gain," Jirya also said as he jumped on the back of the powerful toad. "Since we are here, wouldn't it be a pity if we don't go and take a look?" "You are really crazy," the powerful toad cursed Jirya and took him to the strange mountain. They were obviously running in the direction of the mountain, but they were getting farther and farther away. It felt like they were chasing a mirage. They had already run 5 kilometers, but they were still spinning in the snow and the mountain was less than 5 kilometers away from them. "Stop!" Jirya called the powerful toad, holding a kunai in his hand and scratching his arm. The pain made him sober up instantly. Jirya covered the wound. "We are under an illusion." The powerful toad also bit his arm. Behind them, a cold laugh suddenly came out. "Jirya, you found it too late." Jirya turned around and saw Orochimaru standing not far away. He was wearing Konoha's forehead protector, but there was a deep scratch on it. This meant that he was a traitor to Konoha. Jirya's eyes changed a little. "Orochimaru, did you really betray Konoha?" "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Fire-style big flame bomb. Jirya jumped back while forming seals with his hands, spitting oil from his mouth, and quickly used fire style to ignite. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. Once upon a time they used physical skills to fight countless times. Neither of them gave in. Jirya was about to be subdued by Orochimaru in a few moves, but now his physical skills are comparable to Orochimaru's. The shuriken could not penetrate. Jirya's hair fell to the ground and turned into air and disappeared. Orochimaru said disapprovingly. Orochimaru's snakes were summoned from Ryuchai Cave and each snake had a very high IQ. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly and stared at Jirya coldly. "You are still so soft-hearted. Jirya, you are too weak. I won't let you leave Konoha like this." Jirya jumped off the toad and rushed towards Orochimaru with a kunai in his hand. Orochimaru retracted his head and dodged the attack of fire style, only releasing multiple snakes to slowly crawl along the ground towards Jirya. The shuriken changed in the air, and Shadow Clone released tens of thousands of shurikens to hit Jirya. In an instant, Jirya was surrounded by the snakes and his body was covered with dense snakes. The huge flames engulfed the snakes that pounced on him. In an instant, the snakes summoned by Orochimaru were burned by the flames. Jirya's white hair quickly became thicker, wrapping around his body like a hedgehog. Orochimaru shook his hands, grabbed a huge shuriken and threw it at Jirya. Thousands of snakes crawled in the snow. If this was a grassland, I'm afraid Jirya would have difficulty finding them. Jirya came out of the hair, quickly jumped into the air, gathered chakra in his chest, spit out a mouthful of oil and ignited it with fire style. Hearing the sound under his feet, Jirya looked in the direction and saw a dense group of snakes with bloody mouths wide open, biting him like springs. Every bit is a memory and bond between them. A ball of fire burned straight at Orochimaru's face. Countless ferocious snakes suddenly appeared from his arms and pounced on Jirya. "Come back with me!" Jirya pushed Orochimaru away with brute force, and they both jumped back a step and stood still. "You don't need to know!" The kunai in Orochimaru's hand collided with Jirya's, making a metallic friction sound. Orochimaru leaned to avoid it and fought with Jirya. Jirya couldn't move, and his body was full of bite marks from the snakes. Jirya screamed in pain and disappeared. On the other side, a figure wearing a red vest appeared in front of Orochimaru. Although they were summoned, each of them was an individual in action. Snakes are inherently insidious and know how to wait for an opportunity to move. When he was about to reach Orochimaru, he jumped and stabbed the kunai in his hand towards Orochimaru's face. "Tell me, Orochimaru, why do you want to leave Konoha?" "Because the current Hokage is Uchiha Li Yue," Orochimaru said in a very rocky tone. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands, Shadow Snake Hand. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This is Orochimaru spitting out a sharp sword from his tongue and stabbing Jirya. Orochimaru's head suddenly flew out and his long neck swayed in the air a little bit down. "Why?" Jirya didn't understand what Orochimaru meant. "Lion hair technique." Instantly, Jirya's hair spread out in all directions, and the amount of hair increased rapidly, and the shape was like a lion's head. The person who was least worried about baldness in the ninja world was probably Jirya. The hair was very tough and quickly wrapped around Orochimaru's body, making Orochimaru unable to move. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, and the tongue in his mouth quickly grew longer and wrapped around Jirya's neck in the opposite direction. Even though Jirya was strangled by him, Orochimaru's neck became, and a sword came out of his mouth and stabbed towards Jirya's choked throat. Just when the sword was about to stab him, Jirya suddenly had a ball of Rasengan in his hand, and the Rasengan pressed against Orochimaru's side face and hit. The Kusanagi sword also pierced into Jirya's throat. Jirya ignored his throat, and the ninja used his hair to pull Orochimaru in and shot another Rasengan at his chest. Orochimaru was hit hard and flew out. The Kusanagi sword stuck in Jirya's throat was also pulled out instantly. A stream of blood flowed out. Jirya held his neck and found that he could not say a word. He could only stare at Orochimaru, watching him stand up after being attacked by Rasengan. Orochimaru staggered towards Jirya. "Compared to Li Yue's Rasengan, the quality of your Rasengan is far worse." Jirya wanted to speak, but he could not make a sound, and could only spit out a pool of blood from his mouth. Orochimaru tilted his head and smiled at Jirya. "Is this all your strength? I'm afraid that all these years of travel have exhausted your will." Jirya clenched his fists and rushed towards Orochimaru again. This time he didn't use any ninjutsu but just hit Orochimaru's face directly. Orochimaru didn't dodge or evade, just let Jirya hit him, and even had a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Jirya punched Orochimaru like crazy. Orochimaru completely gave up resistance and was beaten by Jirya to the point that he couldn't stand up. Even so, Orochimaru was still laughing. He half knelt on the ground and suddenly said to Jirya, "This is the last time you fight with my body." Jirya didn't understand what he meant. He stared at Orochimaru and his throat felt salty. He had a lot of questions to ask, but suddenly he felt that these words were redundant. But he knew that if he missed today, Orochimaru would never be able to return to Konoha. Jirya closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes became firm, red stripes began to appear on his face, and his chakra instantly increased. He turned on Sage mode. This time, Jirya was determined to keep Orochimaru even if he couldn't make a sound or say a word. Orochimaru's eyes changed. As a friend who grew up together, he could understand Jirya's words and deeds even without words. "Don't waste your energy, I can't go back with you." Jirya clenched his fists, quickly formed seals on his hands, gathered chakra in his chest, and spit out a mouthful of extremely sticky toad oil at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was unable to dodge, and his whole body was covered with oil. Jirya launched fire style, and a ball of fire went up to Orochimaru. Orochi style body replacement technique, and he was more depressed. Why did Orochimaru have to leave Konoha? Why did he study ninjutsu to a crazy place? Are those experiments, those ninjutsu that turned him into a fly, really more important than his companions? Triple Rashomon. Jiraiya spat out another mouthful of blood and his vision began to blur. He resented that he was not strong enough to stop Orochimaru from leaving. Tsunade still knew that Jiraiya went to find Orochimaru. She was very sad, but she also knew that Orochimaru's leaving Konoha could never be reversed, and he couldn't do his best. Too many concerns made him feel constrained. Jiraiya launched fire style at Orochimaru continuously. Jiraiya raised his eyelids slightly but finally did not make a sound. Because he knew that if he didn't let Jiraiya see once Orochimaru, he will not give up. It may even become a regret of his life. Jiraiya fell to the ground unwillingly and suddenly a sword flew out from behind and pierced his back. Jiraiya covered his stomach and resisted falling down immediately. Sage mode disappeared instantly. Jiraiya vomited a large pool of blood. His body was limp on the ground like snake skin and was burned by Jiraiya's fire. Li Yue activated Kamui again and returned to Kunja, because he couldn't keep someone who wanted to leave. This time, Li Yue was right again, he couldn't bring Orochimaru back. While his body was burning, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide and a brand new hymn emerged from his mouth. Orochimaru dodged and dodged, using the snake to block Jiraiya's attack. Jiraiya, in Sage mode, attacked more fiercely. Just the moment when the Rasengan was about to touch him, a Rashomon suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya. Tsunade sat by Jiraiya's bed. Jiraiya scratched his head with a grin. I wanted to bring him back to give you a surprise, but I messed it up. The bloodstained sword returned to Orochimaru's mouth. Being pierced by a sword is not a joke. Immediate death is very likely. I don't know if Orochimaru did it on purpose. This sword actually avoided all of Jiraiya's vital points. It looks serious, but in fact, he will be almost healed after recuperating for about a month. Please give me flowers. After several attacks, he suddenly appeared behind the clone who launched fire style at Orochimaru, holding the Rasengan in his hand. Speaking of this, Orochimaru picked up the kunai on the ground, put it in his pocket and walked away from Jiraiya step by step without looking back. The sword went in from Jiraiya's back and came out from his abdomen, and the sword was covered with his blood. Li Yue pulled Jiraiya's arm and lifted him up. You are really in a mess. This is not like you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya couldn't find the answer. At this time he couldn't move. What's more annoying is that he knew that Orochimaru hadn't fully exerted his strength. Even if you don't die immediately, excessive blood loss and massive internal bleeding may be fatal if it is inserted into the heart. If this attack hits, even the strongest ninja will lose the ability to move. And at this time, Orochimaru has no room to dodge. Orochimaru took a few steps forward, stood in front of Jiraiya and looked down at him. Jiraiya, goodbye. Orochimaru completed the seals on his hands and easily neutralized Jiraiya's attack. Not long after Orochimaru left, Li Yue used Kamui to come to Jiraiya. He had known such an ending for a long time, but he didn't stop Jiraiya even so. Jiraiya was taken to the hospital for treatment. Tsunade performed the operation himself. He repaired Jiraiya's damaged vocal cords. Tsunade lowered his head. I couldn't stop Orochimaru the day he ran away. Suddenly, both of them fell silent, because they knew that anything they said at this time would be pale and powerless. Orochimaru had already given up on leaving, and even if he was brought back by force, Orochimaru would still leave. The first person to understand this truth was Li Yue, so he didn't force him back. Of course, Li Yue had his own plans in mind. But in the eyes of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Li Yue had already known that Orochimaru could never return to Konoha. After Orochimaru escaped, peace was restored. The ninja world also ushered in a relatively peaceful period. The ninjas were carrying out simple mercenary tasks and the countries were very friendly. Kushina and Jiraiya's injuries had been healed. That day, Li Yue called Kushina, Jiraiya, 200 Tsunade, Minato and others to the office. Not long ago, Kushina found Li Yue and told her plan. Li Yue had acquired most of the sealing ninjutsu during the Seinen process. Recently, he had been studying how to reasonably and effectively separate the yin and yang of Nine Tails chakra and seal it in Minato and Naruto's bodies. Not only that, but also a small part of the chakra continued to be sealed in Kushina's body. These operations are easy to plan, but they are difficult to implement in practice. To reseal nine tails must be extracted from Kushina's body first. This step alone is extremely dangerous. Not only that, there is also Uchiha Obito hiding in the dark, eyeing Konoha. At this point in time, Uchiha Madara has died, and Obito basically transformed into Uchiha Madara's appearance and made trouble everywhere. What bet? Kurama stared at Li Yue with a suspicious look. But if someone attacks by surprise and one of the steps goes wrong, Konoha may be in danger. Jiraiya held back the escaped nine tails, while Li Yue used the sealing technique to separate the nine tails chakra into yin and yang. In Li Yue's heart, the last thing he wanted was that the people who died in the previous plot would also die in the world he descended into. It seems that you really want her to die. Li Yue looked directly into Kurama's eyes. Li Yue approached Kurama and kept looking at him. His pupils changed from black to red and then gradually turned into 6 Magatama Rinnegan song, but his eyes were the red of Sharingan. When Li Yue decided to do this, he made the worst plan. Originally, only one nine tails went berserk. If Obito really came to make trouble, it was likely that both nine tails would go berserk at the same time. Of course, he didn't want this to happen. After making a plan, Li Yue didn't act immediately. After observing for a week and making sure that Konoha was safe, several people came to the back mountain of Konoha. Fugaku led the Konoha guards to protect the village, and Kakashi led Anbu to protect secretly. Uchiha Itachi protected his younger brother Sasuke at home, and Uchiha Mikoto held Naruto. Kushina was ready to break away from the nine tails. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato were also ready. Before Li Yue unlocked the seal in Kushina's body, he turned around and said to Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato, and Mikoto, "If something unexpected happens, you guys leave and occupy one direction. Move the 4 red yang formation to control the nine tails. Jiraiya is due east, Tsunade is due south, Minato is due west, Mikoto is due north." After Li Yue assigned the tasks, he smiled at several people. "Don't worry, I will protect you if anything unexpected happens." Jiraiya nodded. "You are the Hokage, there is nothing you can't handle. We believe in you." Li Yue's eyes became serious. He walked closer to Kushina, pressed his hand on her forehead, and closed his eyes. Li Yue came to the place where nine tails was sealed through consciousness. A huge-tailed beast curled up in a small space with a lock in front of it and a seal on the lock. Nine tails stared at Li Yue with hatred. "One day I will kill you. Are you hating me for sealing you again?" Li Yue stood outside the cage and looked at Nine Tails. "She won't live long, then I can come out." Nine Tails is very clear about Kushina's physical condition. If the plan goes well, there won't be any casualties. "I can let you out now," Li Yue said. No matter how the plot would change later, he would not let these people die. Therefore, before he decided to replace the Jinchuriki, he had to make a foolproof plan. "How about we make a bet?" Li Yue said. "I don't believe you have this ability." Kurama looked disdainful and exhaled another breath of hot air from his nose. Recently, Konoha has strengthened its security and placed Jonin from Kazuha everywhere. Kurama stared into Li Yue's eyes. "Your eyes remind me of someone, but the color is different." Nagato's 6 Paths pen has been formed, and I don't know what Nagato is planning. The Uchiha clan has entered a state of alert. Li Yue and several people were meeting in the Hokage's office. At this time, a weak Kushina appeared outside the cage. She was already unconscious and didn't know that Li Yue's consciousness had entered her body. Li Yue said slowly. At the same time, Obito also joined the Akatsuki organization and operated in the Akatsuki organization as a Fei. A huge shock wave sprayed out from the cage. Li Yue did not dodge or evade but just stood there, not afraid of Nine Tails' deterrence at all. Kurama grinned at Li Yue. "Of course, none of you humans are good. You are insidious, cunning, and selfish. But have you ever thought that even if she died, you would be sealed into the body of the next Jinchuriki by me?" Li Yue said lightly, as if it were a common thing. After studying the most foolproof method after a day and a night of discussion, several people developed a plan process. "It may hurt." Kushina died. Kurama hesitated. "What if you fail to seal me?" Minato, Kushina, and the Uchiha clan were all the people he wanted to protect. First, Li Yue unlocked the seal in Kushina's body and released Nine Tails. When Nine Tails quickly left Kushina's body, Minato had to calculate the time accurately and leave a small part of chakra in Kushina's body. Kurama sneered, "You are so kind, what kind of hypocritical lie is this?" 4.8. If Li Yue is disturbed while extracting Nine Tails from Kushina's body, it will definitely be troublesome. "When I get out, it will be your death." Kurama let out a fierce roar at Li Yue. "Sage of Six Paths." Li Yue stared at Kurama quietly. Tsunade went to complete Kushina's seal. "I will release you and separate your chakra into yin and yang and seal it in two people's bodies. If I do it, you have to promise me one thing." Then the two Nine Tails were sealed in Naruto and Minato at the same time. "Then I will let you go free. I won't stop you wherever you go," Li Yue said. "Can I trust you?" Kurama was skeptical. Li Yue smiled, turned around and showed Kurama the cloak with the words Fourth Hokage written on it. "I swear on my honor as the Fourth Hokage." "Okay. I'll trust you for a bit," Kurama agreed to Li Yue's bet. "I haven't finished talking yet." Li Yue looked at Kurama. "If I can seal you, then you go and try to understand your Jinchuriki and try to open your heart to them." Li Yue stared at Kurama seriously. "Okay, I promise you." Kurama agreed to Li Yue. It didn't know why it agreed to Li Yue because of his special Rinnegan. The Rinnegan reminded him of the Sage of Six Paths and his childhood. He was innocent and believed in humans. Li Yue approached the cage and tore off the seal. The seal symbol on Kushina's belly began to disappear, and then red chakra emerged from her belly button. Chakra quickly gathered and turned into the appearance of Nine Tails. Just when the last bit of chakra was about to leave Kushina's body, the hand beside launched the sealing ninjutsu. The chakra, which was almost the size of the tip of the tail, was sealed back into Kushina's body. Because Li Yue only opened a gap in the seal, Tsunade's seal was very fast. Kurama frowned as he watched the tip of his tail being sealed back into Kushina's body again. "Uchiha Li Yue, what are you doing?" "To save her life." Li Yue floated in the air, facing Nine Tails. His hands were open and the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds and lightning bolts came towards Nine Tails. Nine Tails was struck, shook his fur, bared his teeth at Li Yue and bit him fiercely. At the moment when Nine Tails' teeth bit Li Yue's body turned into a lightning bolt and ran out from between his teeth. This was the ability of the thunder fruit that Li Yue obtained. His body could change into lightning at will. And it has the speed of light. If Namikaze Minato is called the Yellow Flash, then Li Yue is the real Flash. Li Yue drew out the Sun Wheel sword and the blade instantly burned like a flame, and the burning flame was accompanied by bursts of crackling lightning. Destruction killing extinction style. Li Yue swung the Sun Wheel sword and chopped at Nine Tails. The huge flame drew a beautiful arc, hitting Nine Tails with the dual effects of lightning and fire. This time Nine Tails was hit and stepped back in pain. Li Yue continued to attack, creating 4 clones that looked exactly like him and used the 5-type Flame Tiger, with lightning effect on Nine Tails at the same time. The 4 flaming tigers rushed towards Nine Tails. Their sharp fangs bit Nine Tails' throat. Nine Tails shook his body to shake off the 4 tigers, but the 4 tigers took advantage of the wind and instantly grew bigger, biting more fiercely. The bite left burn marks and the lightning chakra was injected into Nine Tails' body, making his movements slow and even causing temporary paralysis. Konoha's ninjas fought hard to protect Konoha. There were casualties everywhere. Li Yue could only watch and wait for his sealing technique to be completed. In this way, the 2 Pains plus Afei and Hoshigaki Kazuki didn't get any advantage at all. Minato also joined the battle, using the Flying Thunder God style to appear in Nine Tails' body. Behind Tails, he used a huge shuriken Rasengan at him. Countless trees were destroyed and rocks collapsed, and the sound of ninjutsu was everywhere. Jiraiya stood on the back of the Toad boss and fought with the Hellhound. As he guessed, Uchiha Obaido really came. He came with a fierce momentum, which was more difficult than the Nine Tails rampage. Li Yue's order was to let them guard the last line of defense and resolutely not let them enter Konoha village. Li Yue knew that the troublemaker was coming, but he couldn't act rashly during the critical period of struggling to seal. The 2 Pains of the Animal Path and the Hungry Kaido also appeared at the same time. The four people stood in a corner and the animal path left to activate the summoning technique to summon the Hellhound. Hyuga clan, Inuzuka clan, Akamichi, Aburame, Nara, several famous families joined the battle. The animal path summoned 5 or 6 summoning beasts, each of which had a black tube inserted into its body. At this critical moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared behind Li Yue and stabbed a kunai into his chest. Then one Shinigami drew out his Yang chakra and the other Shinigami drew out his Yin chakra. Kushina was still a little weak after the tailed beast was extracted, but she still joined the battle. Kakashi led a part of them to block Hoshigaki Kisame and fought with him. The other part of Anbu surrounded Liafe. At this moment, the 4 walls that sealed Kurama suddenly collapsed and Hoshigaki Kisame and Afei appeared at the same time. Tsunade completed the seal and fought with the hungry Kaido. Li Yue used his clone to attack 9 tails while launching the Shiki sealing technique. However, the skill given to him by Li Yue's Seinen system was an improved version which would not cost the caster his life but would consume his huge chakra and it would not be restored for a month. The Hellhound rushed towards Mikoto who was holding Naruto. Mikoto activated the Sharingan, predicted the movement of the Hellhound and dodged the attack. This ninjutsu was originally to summon Shinigami at the cost of life, and only the caster could see the Shinigami summoned by the caster. 9 tails felt like they were about to be torn apart and began to struggle desperately. Li Yue and his shadow clones simultaneously launched the double Shiki sealing technique, and 2 Shinigami appeared in front of Kurama. At this time, Li Yue quickly formed seals with his hands and erected 4 airtight walls around 9 tails. Kakashi arrived with Konoha Anbu and surrounded the 4 people. Jiraiya summoned the Toad boss who drew his samurai sword and chopped at 9 tails. Li Yue had studied this technique countless times in his system and every 10 details were in his mind. Minato had successfully mastered Sage Mode after a trip to Mount Mayaboku and his attack power was greatly improved. Because Li Yue had already made plans for a sneak attack, all the guards of Konoha did not come out but other members of Konoha rushed to the back mountain of Konoha. Compared with fighting in Konoha village, the damage in the later period was the smallest. All the members of Konoha were soldiers protecting Li Yue's seal while protecting the village. Konoha's ninjas fought with these summoning beasts to prevent them from entering Konoha village and harming innocent people. For a while, the back mountain of Kunai became a battlefield. Fortunately, Afei didn't have the opportunity to control 9 tails with Sharingan. Li Yue had never been so nervous before and tiny beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Li Yue frowned and watched Uchiha Madara pull out the kunai. A fishy and salty liquid rushed up his throat. Li Yue couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just now, the chakra in his body dropped greatly, almost to the critical value. This is not the most difficult thing. What is more difficult is that the last step of the seal has not been completed. Mikoto was surrounded by white Zetsu while holding Naruto, and Tsunade stood in front of them to protect them. The color on Afei gradually faded and turned into white Zetsu. The Anbu brought by Kakashi and the support ninjas of Konoha were all in a bitter battle. Kushina also gritted his teeth and joined the battle. For a while, there were battles everywhere and no one could help Namikaze, Minato, and Mikoto escape from the battle. Li Yue looked at the Uchiha Madara in front of him and he was sure that this Uchiha Madara was Abido. "Uchiha Li Yue, your seal is going to fail," Uchiha Madara said as he rushed towards Li Yue. He had seen that Li Yue's chakra had been exhausted. Now dealing with him was as easy as killing a little white rabbit. Uchiha Madara stabbed Li Yue's throat with the kunai in his hand. Just as he was about to approach Li Yue's pupils suddenly changed and became a clear blue. The blue glowed with dazzling light as if piercing through the soul of a person. As if there was some magic, Li Yue's index finger and middle finger crossed each other, and Uchiha Madara's body seemed to be out of control and slowed down. And the closer he got to Li Yue, the slower he became. "Spell, power of stop, how could it be?" Uchiha Madara's speaking speed became very slow. Li Yue narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. "My skills don't all consume chakra." Li Yue used Gojo Satoru's skills. The closer he got to his target, the slower he became, as if he was stopping. In this state, it is impossible to attack Gojo Satoru. It is said that only by opening the field can the influence be eliminated. In the ninja world, it is impossible for anyone to open the barrier technique, which means that Li Yue's skill is a bug. There is no solution at all. Uchiha Madara couldn't believe that he was so easily controlled by Li Yue, and he was still in a state of being completely unable to move. He just floated in the air, feeling that everything around him was changing rapidly. That feeling was simply terrible. Not only that, he had already activated Kamui, but the movement was too slow, and the movement of activating Kamui also became very slow. "Oh my, our Hokage is too powerful, isn't he?" Some ninjas began to exclaim, and then everyone shouted Uchiha Li Yue's name at any time. At this time, the fake Uchiha Madara, the real Obaido, felt the horror of Li Yue. That kind of slowness is simply stillness in the eyes of normal people. "Who said I don't have time to seal the 9 tails, just make time stand still?" Li Yue circled around Uchiha Obaido. Li Yue has been planning today's situation since he planned to separate 9 tails and let Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Naruto become 9 tails Jinchuriki. "I hope he can use this power when he grows up." Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto, then looked at Kushina. Just when Obaido thought that Li Yue's sealing had failed, he suddenly discovered a terrible fact. Li Yue patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. In Kakashi's eyes, Li Yue was a god. He had never admired many people since he was a child. His father Hatake Sakumo was one and Uchiha Li Yue was another. "You want Naruto to take Kushimi's last name?" Uzumaki Kushina looked at Minato blankly. Namikaze Minato felt the changes in his body and he quickly ran to Li Yue. "Teacher, has 9 tails been sealed in my body?" Mikoto came over with Naruto in his arms and Minato went up to take Naruto, lifted the small quilt covering Naruto and saw the seal on his belly button. Li Yue moved to Uchiha Obaido at lightning speed and whispered in his ear, "I'll wait for you to become stronger." "So from today on he will be called Uzumaki Naruto," Minato said. All the enemies in front of him suddenly disappeared, and only Madara transformed by Uchiha Obaido remained there. Li Yue sealed 9 tails Yang chakra in Naruto's body, and made a special seal so that Naruto would not be affected by 9 tails chakra when practicing ninjutsu when he was young. After doing all this, Li Yue activated the skill of the Thunder Fruit, killed all the summoning beasts and flew into the air, removing the effect of the random gold demolition. With himself as the center of Chi Men Dunjia, he controlled all areas within the stone wall. As soon as the voice fell, countless lightning struck the animal path pane. A living person turned into a black charcoal and it shattered into slag at the touch. The sky was covered with dark clouds and Uchiha Li Yue was floating in the air with his arms open and his red Hokage cape swaying in the wind. Fenghuchi Men Luanjin Chai. Then he opened the Rankinkai on Obaido's body, and the Kamui activated by Obaido finally started at a normal speed and disappeared in front of Li Yue after a few seconds. Uchiha Obaido was very surprised. In fact, he should have shown shock and even some fear on his face, but because he was under the dual control of Rokugan and Fuhu Kaimen, he could only remain still. Seeing that the animal path pain was killed instantly, the Shura path pain immediately gave up the fight and fled. White Zetsu also fell into the earth immediately. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Uchiha Obaido, I'm glad you survived, but don't think you are really Uchiha Madara just because you are disguised as him. With your current strength, you are not even 1/10 of him." Time seemed to have stopped. 9 Tails is the most powerful of the 9-tailed beasts and also the most difficult to get along with. He has a deep hatred for humans. Whether you can resolve the hatred and make him willing to fight with you depends on your ability. Even so, he delayed the last step of Li Yue's sealing technique, and the 2 9-tails were completely separated. The Konoha shinobi who were still fighting with the summoning beasts in the last second found that the huge summoning beasts all fell to the ground in the next second. Li Yue narrowed his eyes and stared at the animal path pain. "You shouldn't have died here, but today is your death day." He didn't know whether Obaido would bring people to destroy it, so he made sufficient preparations. As early as when he started to activate the Earth style to create a huge wall, he activated Feng Hu Chi Men at the same time. The people who were moving quickly just now suddenly stopped moving. Kakashi stared at Li Yue. Li Yue's chakra had been consumed to zero. In this case, he could actually launch such a huge ninjutsu. The other separated Yin Nine Tails was placed in Namikaze Minato's body. Here he can manipulate the 8 gates and control time at will. Yeah, Minato nodded. This makes me think of her at any time. I don't know, is my decision a good or bad thing for Naruto? Kushina looked at Naruto worriedly. Naruto didn't cry or make a fuss, and he chuckled to Kushina in the small quilt. He is smiling at you. Minato touched Naruto's little face. This decision must not be a bad thing. Kushina nodded. I hope I can find the murderer who killed my sister, and I hope Naruto can become a powerful ninja who can stand on his own when he grows up. After the battle, the ninjas returned to the village. Little Uchiha Itachi stood at the door looking at the Uchiha clan who returned, and everyone was talking about the 4th Hokage Li Yue. Itachi was waiting for Uchiha Mikoto to come home. Today, Mom will hold Naruto to complete the task and she will protect Naruto. All the ninjas in the village went to fight and he had to stay at home to protect Sasuke. He was a little worried about his mother. At the age of 4, Uchiha Itachi witnessed the cruelty of the Third Ninja War and killed for the first time. At the age of 4, Itachi had already opened 1 Magatama of Sharingan. He was also a genius in the Uchiha clan. Itachi's personality was very calm and slow to warm up. He would only open his heart to familiar and new people. He just stood quietly at the door and smiled when he saw the figure of Uchiha Mikoto. Mom, Itachi called, and a smile quickly spread on his face. Mikoto took 2 quick steps, squatted down, and picked Itachi up. Itachi, you are alone at home to protect your brother. Are you scared? Mikoto asked. Itachi shook his head. I'm very powerful. Mikoto rubbed Itachi's little head. Look how powerful you are. My Itachi has grown up and can protect his brother. After the incident caused by the replacement of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha village increased its guards. The Uchiha clan received Li Yue's order not only to serve as the village guards. Some people were assigned to other departments and there would no longer be a family in charge of a department. In order to make reasonable use of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Li Yue asked Fugaku to analyze the skills and characteristics of the clan members' Sharingan and assign them to various departments. The reason why Li Yue did this was to prevent the Uchiha clan from being exterminated in the future. Danzo, the culprit of the Uchiha clan's extermination, was killed by Li Yue a long time ago. But according to his current experience, the death of key figures does not mean that the incident will not happen, but the time and method of occurrence will change. It will make Li Yue more unpredictable. This made him very concerned and afraid of Li Yue. Li Yue didn't take White Zetsu seriously at all and didn't want to interfere too much with the plot, so he let White Zetsu collect information. I don't know if it was because of these psychological effects that he was not so confident when facing Li Yue. From the beginning of the fight with him, he didn't think he could beat Li Yue. After Guy missed the kick, he was unwilling to be outdone and swung his fist at Kakashi's face. Kakashi tilted his head, grabbed the raised arm, and threw him to the ground with the original Hand 10 belt. Obito wanted to figure it out. Guy glared at Kakashi in frustration. Kakashi, I will beat you one day. He asked White Zetsu to lurk outside Konoha village and observe every move of Konoha village. So he chose to reform Konoha's system before Itachi grew up so that the people of the Uchiha clan would no longer give everyone a strong and inviolable sense of distance. At this time, Guy caught up and kicked Kakashi in the head. Obito was unwilling to hide outside Konoha village. He usually hides as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi raised his hand to block Guy's attack and dodged Guy's other kick with his body to the side. At this time, Kakashi noticed someone and ran into the woods. How scary is this guy, and to what extent? What made him most angry was the powerful skills that Li Yue released without chakra. He had never even seen them. After Li Yue came here, the changes caused are the variables of the plot development. Therefore, as the most powerful ninja of the Uchiha clan and the hope of the whole village, Li Yue must not have the slightest possibility of the Uchiha clan being exterminated. The most important thing is that he recognized him. This is too scary. Li Yue actually felt White Zetsu's activities, but this family seemed to be very afraid of Li Yue and only dared to move outside the village. Because of this, he only dared to take action when Li Yue's chakra was exhausted. He thought it was foolproof. Unexpectedly, Li Yue was not killed by him but also showed a more terrifying strength in front of him. The split of the Uchiha clan actually promoted mutual understanding and resolved the grudges of many people in the village against the Uchiha clan. But Li Yue, this cunning guy, seemed to know his actions in advance, and every one of his actions was under his control. Kakashi flew a kunai and the kunai passed through the masked man's body. He was unwilling to accept this. Uchiha Madara's will had completely dominated him. He originally wanted to come out and make trouble when Li Yue separated the Nine Tails, and it would be best if he could control the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha village. Fugaku was promoted to become Li Yue's assistant. When Li Yue is not around, he can temporarily handle the rights of Hokage on his behalf. Abido has been wandering outside Konoha village since his mission failed not long ago. Because of Kamui's ability, he can repeatedly teleport to Konoha village and leave without being discovered. When he was a child, he looked up to Uchiha Li Yue like an idol. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's kunai was against Guy's throat. When he was about to kill Uchiha Li Yue CCCA, he was suddenly controlled. The closer he got to him, the slower he moved. What kind of terrible ninjutsu was this? Abido still remembered the words Li Yue said in his ear. No one knew he was still alive. Since he was pressed under the stone, he transformed into Uchiha Madara when he needed to show his face. Because of this uneasiness, Abido wanted to collect more information about Li Yue all the time. Such reforms finally allowed Li Yue to get out of the position of Hokage. He no longer has to sit in the office every day and review documents that he can never finish reading all day. Kakashi opened the Sharingan covered by the forehead protector. Even Nagato didn't know his true identity, but how did Li Yue know that he was Abido and that he was not dead? Kakashi looked at Guy with cold eyes. Lion Majesty said, "With your current growth rate, it will never be possible in this lifetime." Abido activated Kamui and transferred himself to the branch behind Kakashi. Kakashi turned around and looked in the direction where Abido moved. He saw the air around the masked man twisted and then disappeared in front of him. Kakashi let go of Guy and looked at the place where the masked man disappeared just now. He had been paying attention to this masked man on the day of the battle. I don't know why I always feel strange when I see this masked man. Kakashi, I will prove it to you. Wait for the slap in the face? Guy stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and yelled at Kakashi in a rage. After so many years, Guy has actually made a lot of progress, but even so, the gap between him and Kakashi is still a little big. In fact, the current Kakashi is much better than in the original book thanks to Li Yue's guidance. Even his Mangekyo Sharingan was ordered by Li Yue. In the original book, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability actually already existed, but Kakashi never discovered it. Li Yue made him master the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan early, and he can activate Kamui freely. However, Kamui still consumes a lot of chakra, so Kakashi usually doesn't use it unless it is a critical moment. Kakashi glanced at Guy from the corner of his eye and turned to walk into Konoha village. "Kakashi, I swear I will defeat you," Guy shouted at Kakashi's back. Kakashi waved at Guy as he walked. Next life. In the Hokage's office. Because of the comprehensive reform in the village, all departments are being reorganized, and the top leaders of Konoha are very dissatisfied with Li Yue's behavior. They think that Li Yue is shaking the foundation of Konoha. But the top leaders dared to be angry but dared not speak. After all, they saw the battle not long ago with their own eyes. Because Li Yue used Fenghu Kaimen and controlled time in many people's memories, the moment Li Yue was about to be killed, he suddenly completed the seal of 9 tails, appeared in midair and launched a big move. Killed all the summoning beasts and the terrible guys who summoned the summoning beasts. All this only took a moment, and the shock was in everyone's heart for a long time. The top leaders dared to be angry but dared not speak. All he could do was watch Li Yue reform Konoha village. "Brother, why do I feel like I've been tricked by you?" Uchiha Fugaku sat in the position of Hokage and helped Li Yue review documents. "You are now second to none and above 10,000 people. What else are you not satisfied with?" Li Yue leaned against the sofa and read leisurely. Jirya has been writing books since he started traveling. That strong and perseverant ninja was the first book Jirya gave him. Not long ago, Jirya sent someone to bring him the second book, Intimate Paradise. Li Yue held it in his hand and read it with relish. The description that makes people blush and their hearts beat is really on point. No wonder Kakashi couldn't put it down after receiving the gift, Li Yue thought to himself as he looked at the book. Uchiha Fugaku sighed depressedly, but there is more work than when I was in the guard department. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. It's normal, Li Yue said casually, immersed in the book. She wondered in her heart whether she should give little Naruto to Jirya. When Jirya came back from his travels, Naruto would be almost grown up. By then, he would definitely learn the art of seduction from this unreliable guy. Li Yue sighed. How pure was little Naruto's heart, who was not led astray by Jirya even in this situation. Li Yue and Fugaku chatted casually. The door of the Hokage's office was knocked. Hokage Tianrin. A Jonin ran in a panic and saw Li Yue lying on the sofa reading a book leisurely. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was here to report intelligence. What's wrong? Li Yue put down the book and sat upright. The Jonin lowered his head quickly. Hokage-sama, Sunagakure sent someone for help and they are now in Konoha Hospital. Sunagakure? Li Yue frowned. He remembered that Sunagakure was about to sign a peace agreement with Konoha. It seems that there is a slight deviation from the plot of the original work. Could it be that the two villages reached a peace agreement only after the Konoha ninja helped Sunagakure? Do you know what happened? Li Yue asked. Jonin shook his head. The person came to the outside of Konoha village and was unconscious. We found him when we were patrolling outside. Li Yue nodded and stood up from the sofa. Come on, take me there. Yes, Jonin responded and followed Li Yue out of the Hokage's office. Fugaku, who was reviewing documents in the office, sighed depressedly. Song Neng continued to review documents for Li Yue without complaint. In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade was standing outside the Sand Shinobi ward with several medical ninjas. Seeing Li Yue, Tsunade walked over, asking for flowers. What's the situation? Li Yue asked. He was poisoned by a snake. I suspect it has something to do with Orochimaru. Natsu judged. Orochimaru should have betrayed Konoha and joined Akatsuki, and he founded the Sound Village in the Land of Fields, and he has been conducting his research. No matter how you think about it, Orochimaru's activities in recent years should have nothing to do with Sunagakure on the other side of the map. At least in Li Yue's memory, Sunagakure has been resting after the Third Ninja War, and the biggest event should be One-Tail Jinchuriki Gaara. Li Yue opened the door of the ward and took a look at Sand Shinobi, who came to ask for help. He is still in the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital and has not yet escaped the critical period. Is he so seriously injured? Li Yue frowned. Tsunade folded his arms and looked at Sand Shinobi in the intensive care unit. Fortunately, we found him in time so we can detoxify him in time to save his life. If it is snake venom, it proves that he was attacked near Konoha village. Li Yue analyzed. I'm wondering if he was being hunted by Orochimaru and then ran to Konoha, Tsunade said. The people who found him said he was sent by Sunagakure to ask for help, Li Yue said. Then what are you going to do? Tsunade asked. Waiting for him to wake up may delay the rescue time. Li Yue was a little embarrassed. He didn't know the content of the request, so he couldn't make a judgment. Is there any information on him? Li Yue asked. No, but... Tsunade thought for a while and suggested, can we ask Yamanaka Heiyi to come and find out if there is any intelligence information in his brain? Well, let's do as you say. Li Yue gave the order and soon Yamanaka Heiyi came over. He followed Tsunade in, held Sand Shinobi's head with one hand and read the information in his brain. It was not easy at the beginning because the other party was not conscious, but soon Yamanaka Heiyi found a breakthrough and read the other party's information. Recently, Sunagakure has been very uneasy and strange events have occurred frequently. There are always people who disappear in the middle of the night and no one can see them alive or dead. Lord Kazekage has also disappeared. At present, Sunagakure is in a state of being leaderless and its combat effectiveness is weak. Gaara's father Rasa was attacked by Orochimaru. His life is in danger and he is about to lose control of the one tail in his body. His wife, Garuru, may give birth at any time. At present, no one in Sunagakure knows the sealing technique except Rasa, but Rasa's 2 arms are useless and he can't use the sealing technique, so he can only ask Konoha for help. It seems that this matter is related to Orochimaru and he doesn't want Konoha to intervene, so he intercepted the ninjas who asked for help on the way. To be able to come to the gate of Konoha, what he has experienced, how much perseverance and faith he has to hold on until now, no one knows. After listening to the information that Yamanaka Heiyi got in the mind of Sand Shinobi, Li Yue felt that he should take action himself. Tsunade, you must save this Sand Shinobi. Well, don't worry, Tsunade nodded. Li Yue called Minato, Kushina and Kakashi to set off to Sunagakure immediately. In order to save time for 7, Li Yue activated the space portal and brought several people directly to Sunagakure. As soon as they appeared in Sunagakure, they saw the already runaway One-Tail wreaking havoc, and the tailed beast bomb exploded in the village, causing countless casualties. Sarah has been killed by Orochimaru. Several Otonin are fighting with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Gaara's mother, Gaara, is about to give birth. The Kasuke is nowhere to be found, and there is grief in Sunagakure with wounded people being carried out by medical ninjas. Chiyo organized the medical ninjas of Sunagakure to rescue. As soon as Li Yue appeared with Minato and several others, Chiyo found several people and ran over. One-Tail is out of control, please, Hokage. Chiyo asked sincerely. You go deal with the Otonin. Li Yue ordered Minato and several others. After saying that, he teleported in front of Shukaku, who was in a manic state at this time and didn't recognize anyone in his eyes. Li Yue drew out the sun wheel sword and slashed at Shukaku's face. The huge fire dragon pounced on Shukaku. Shukaku felt the heat and a little skin was burned on his face. The pain made him roar and gather the tailed beast bomb to attack Li Yue. The huge tailed beast bomb hit Li Yue. Li Yue floated in the air without dodging or evading, raised his hand and opened a huge black hole in front of him, and the tailed beast bomb was swallowed by the black hole. Disappeared in the air. This is the ability of Li Yue Dark Fruit. Then Li Yue raised a finger and quickly condensed black particles on his hand. The black particles continued to expand and became as big as the tailed beast bomb, hitting Shukaku's body. A hole was punched in Shukaku's body by the black particles. The pain made it howl and become more furious. Seeing that his hatred towards Shukaku was almost exhausted, Li Yue turned around and ran outside Sunagakure. In order to stop Sunagakure from being damaged in time, he quickly attracted Shukaku to the uninhabited mountains. Chiyo looked at Li Yue's actions and was grateful. The Hokage of Konoha village was very strong and had become a common fear of several ninja villages. But in Chiyo's eyes, Li Yue was a person with a sense of justice and compassion. He was able to come to help Sunagakure regardless of past grudges, and she would remember this kindness for the rest of her life. In fact, the third Kasuke had already died during the Kakashi Chunin exam. As for why the news of the disappearance of the Kasuke appeared in Sunagakure, Li Yue didn't know what was going on now. Even so, according to his analysis, the steps to seal Shukaku in Gaara's body must be completed. The timeline here is a little different from the original work. Sasori had already betrayed and joined Akatsuki, and the third Kasuke was also killed by him early. In other words, who is the Kasuke who appeared later? It is still unknown. Gaara's father Sarah died early, more than 10 years earlier than in the original. This proves that some of Orochimaru's actions were carried out in advance, or maybe he had other plans. Only when Li Yue completes the seal of Shukaku and solves the crisis of Sunagakure, the plot will proceed normally. Thinking of this, Li Yue activated the shadow clone technique and let his clone go to Chiyo. There was no time to explain too much. Li Yue directly asked Chiyo, "Is Gaara's child born?" Not yet. Chiyo's mother-in-law had just seen Gaara and was instructing the servants to prepare hot water. "Bring the child to me as soon as he is born," Li Yue ordered. Chiyo responded and ran into the house in a panic. Li Yue's clone turned into lightning and disappeared. On the other side, Li Yue was still dealing with Shukaku. He was like a cat with a mouse, teasing Shukaku to attack him. Shukaku's attacks were always resolved by Li Yue, and they did not pose any threat to Li Yue at all. Compared to him a few years ago, he is now more powerful than a little bit. If Li Yue was a scary character who could destroy most of the Cloud Shinobi village by himself, then he can destroy 2 Cloud Shinobi villages in an instant now. There is no can or cannot, only whether he wants to. Of course, Li Yue still gained power because of this, and he has not used many unlocked skills yet. About an incense stick of time, Gaara was born. Chiyo carried Gaara out and took a group of sand shinobi to find Li Yue. Li Yue took Shukaku far away from the village and launched Fenghu Kaimen with himself as the center. When Chiyo and the others arrived, Shukaku was tied up with vines all over his body. Li Yue sat on a chair programmed with vines, reading a book leisurely. When Chiyo arrived, she was stunned. She didn't expect that One Tail, who was extremely scary to them, was so vulnerable in front of the Hokage of Konoha. Who would have thought that Uchiha Li Yue would tie up Shukaku and sit here to read a book leisurely? Shukaku's anger value had completely disappeared and he was staring at Li Yue blankly. Seeing Chiyo and a few others coming, Li Yue walked down from the rattan chair in the air. With every step he took, the vines would weave a staircase under his feet until he was safely sent to the ground. "Are mother and child safe?" Li Yue asked. He was concerned about whether Gaara's mother would die. After all, the death of his mother would affect him. Gaara was hit hard, but it seemed that his worry was unnecessary as Sarah was already dead and the man who didn't trust Gaara died early. I wonder if this will make Gaara not suffer from the shadow of his childhood? "Mother and child are safe," Chiyo replied. Li Yue nodded and looked at Shukaku with a cold look which frightened Shukaku so much that he shrank his neck. "Shukaku, I'm going to seal you into this child's body. You should be honest in the future. This is a kind child." As he spoke, Li Yue launched the sealing technique, and the huge Shukaku disappeared little by little and entered Gaara's body. Little Gaara didn't know anything yet, but he became a human pillar. Li Yue used ninjutsu to brand his forehead with love and said to Chiyo, "Just call him Gaara, he will become an outstanding Kazekage in the future."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.